Feel comfortable and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions while exploring unraveling philosophy and psychology. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? This is the question that begins our journey. A question that has echoed for centuries. A question that seems simple at first, but grows heavier the longer we sit with it. Pause for a moment and reflect. If you were in a position of power, which would you choose? Love with all its warmth and loyalty, or fear with all its force and reliability? Niccolo Machiavelli forces us to face this dilemma without comfort. He does not allow us to hide behind ideals. He does not let us escape into fantasy. He pushes us to stare directly at the mechanics of power in all their beauty, in all their brutality. Who was Machiavelli? To many, he is a sinister name, a whisper in political history. To others, he is a genius, a man who saw the truth of politics more clearly than anyone before him. He was born in Florence in 1469, a city of art, ambition, and endless intrigue. He lived through wars, shifting alliances, and the fall of powerful families. For a time, he served as a diplomat, moving between the courts of kings and popes. He saw power up close. He studied how men rose and how they fell. But Machiavelli's life was not one of endless triumph. When the Medici family returned to power in Florence, he was cast out. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, even tortured. When he was finally released, he was forced into exile. His career seemed broken, his influence gone. Yet it was in that exile, stripped of privilege and honor, that he wrote his most famous work, The Prince. Many read The Prince as a manual for tyranny, a book that teaches rulers how to deceive, manipulate, and control. Others see it as satire, perhaps a veiled attack on the very leaders it appears to praise. Some read it as a desperate plea from a man trying to win back his position. Whatever the case, it remains one of the most controversial books ever written. It is both admired and despised. It is quoted and condemned. And it is still alive in political thought today. But tonight, we are not here to simply read The Prince as a historical artifact. We are here to open Machiavelli's entire playbook, to move through his writings, his ideas, his warnings, to understand not only what he wrote, but why his words still matter. Machiavelli does not give us a clean theory of government. He does not build grand systems like Plato. He does not argue for natural law like Aristotle. Instead, he studies the battlefield of politics as it really is. He watches men seize power, and he asks why some succeed while others fail. He pulls apart the myths that rulers tell, and he exposes the machinery beneath. This is why he unsettles us. He reminds us that behind every ideal of justice, there is calculation. Behind every display of mercy, there is strategy. Behind every speech about unity or faith, there is ambition. Machiavelli is not interested in how things should be. He is interested in how they actually are. And so this lecture is not simply a reading of old texts. It is an exploration of strategies that remain alive in politics, in business, in leadership, and in human behavior. Each section we will examine reveals another tool in Machiavelli's power playbook. Some tools are violent. Some are subtle. Some seem obvious, while others shock us with their coldness. Together, they form a portrait of power that is as fascinating as it is unsettling. We begin with questions, and we will not always end with answers. Because Machiavelli does not comfort us with certainty. He offers instead a mirror that reflects the ambition, the fear, the cunning, and the cruelty that drive human affairs. Over the course of this exploration, we will see how Machiavelli redefined ideas like virtue, fortune, loyalty, and cruelty. We will examine his metaphors of the lion and the fox, his warnings about mercenaries and corruption, his reflections on republics and monarchies, and his relentless insistence that power must be maintained through action, not through hope. Be prepared for ideas that may disturb you. Be prepared for truths that may feel uncomfortably close to the world you see today. And be prepared to find yourself returning again and again to that first question. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Because by the time we have moved through Machiavelli's playbook, that question will not feel simple anymore. It will feel like the key that unlocks every struggle for power, from the courts of Renaissance Italy to the halls of modern governments, corporations, and even our own relationships. Let us begin. When we think of politics, we often imagine it wrapped in ideals. We picture justice, fairness, or virtue as the guiding lights of rulers. From Plato to Augustine, philosophers before Machiavelli told us that politics should aim at the highest good. They taught that leaders must embody wisdom, courage, and morality. They drew images of republics ruled by reason, kingdoms guided by divine law, and communities built upon virtue. Machiavelli cuts through these illusions with a single stroke. He says, in effect, that politics is not about what should be. It is about what is. The ideals may look beautiful, but they are fragile masks. Behind them lies the raw struggle for survival, dominance, and control. In The Prince, Machiavelli writes that a ruler who tries to live up to ideals will be ruined among men who are not ideal. He insists that leaders must be prepared to act against faith, against charity, against humanity, even against religion, if that is what their survival requires. This is not because he rejects morality outright. It is because he believes that morality alone cannot withstand the forces of fortune, ambition, and conflict. This view shocked his contemporaries. They had been taught that rulers must serve God and justice first. Yet Machiavelli observed rulers who acted in pious ways often lost their states. Meanwhile, those who betrayed promises, deceived rivals, and used cruelty effectively survived and thrived. He concluded that power abates its own laws. To ignore those laws is to invite collapse. We must understand the context of his time to appreciate the force of his argument. Florence and the Italian peninsula were not peaceful lands. They were fractured into city-states, each with its own ambitions. The French invaded, the Spanish interfered, and the papacy itself played politics like a prince. Alliances shifted weekly, armies burned towns, families rose and fell in sudden turns of fortune. In this setting, a ruler who clung to ideals without flexibility was not admired. He was destroyed. Machiavelli observed that men judge more by appearances than by reality. People will believe a ruler is good if he appears to act morally, even if he is ruthless behind the scenes. This creates a tension. The illusion of morality can be useful, even necessary. But the pursuit of morality itself, without calculation, can be fatal. Here we see the first layer of Machiavelli's power playbook. Do not confuse appearance with reality. Appearances must be carefully managed, but the reality of decision-making must remain grounded in necessity. If mercy preserves stability, then mercy is chosen. If cruelty is required, then cruelty must be applied. What matters is not whether an act is good or evil in the abstract, but whether it secures the state and preserves authority. This raises uncomfortable questions. Are moral systems then only tools of control if rulers pretend to be just, kind, or faithful while acting with cunning? Is morality anything more than theatre? Machiavelli does not answer directly. Instead, he turns the question back to us. Do we prefer a ruler who clings to ideals and loses the kingdom, or a ruler who bends morality and keeps the kingdom alive? He points to history for answers. Consider the Roman Republic, which he admired in his discourses on Livy. Rome expanded, not by living as a model of peace and charity, but through discipline, cunning, and often harsh measures. Its leaders pretended to honor traditions and gods, but behind that veil they made ruthless decisions for survival. Machiavelli's lesson is clear. Stability requires more than ideals. It requires cold, practical calculation. Let us pause and reflect. Imagine two leaders facing the same crisis. One refuses to break his promises because he believes in absolute honesty. The other breaks his word when it serves his interest. Who survives? Machiavelli would say the second. Why? Because men are fickle, promises are fragile, and power rests on force and cunning more than on trust. This does not mean Machiavelli denies all value in morality. He sees its utility. He urges rulers to appear merciful, faithful, and upright. He insists that people must see their leader as virtuous. Yet he separates this appearance from reality. A wise ruler is skilled in performance. He puts on the mask of virtue while keeping the hands of strategy free. This duality between appearance and reality is one of Machiavelli's most unsettling contributions to philosophy. It strips away comforting illusions. It tells us that rulers succeed not because they are moral, but because they understand when to use morality and when to discard it. Think again of Plato. In the Republic, Plato describes the philosopher king as one who rules with wisdom and justice, guided by eternal truth. Machiavelli turns this image upside down. For him, the successful ruler is not the philosopher who contemplates ideals. It is the strategist who adapts, deceives, and seizes opportunity. Where Plato sought harmony between justice and power, Machiavelli separates them. The contrast extends further. Christian thinkers taught that rulers must be shepherds of their people, accountable to divine law. Machiavelli does not dismiss religion entirely, but he treats it as another instrument. A ruler may use religion to inspire loyalty or to justify decisions, but he must never allow religious ideals to dictate choices that threaten survival. Here again, the reality of power trumps the illusion of morality. What does this mean for us? It means that when we look at history, we should ask whether the actions of rulers were driven by ideals, or whether ideals were used as masks for pragmatic calculation. It also means that when we look at our own time, we must ask whether the values leaders display are genuine, or whether they are carefully chosen illusions. Machiavelli offers no comfort in these questions. He offers only clarity. He tells us that power, stripped of illusions, is not gentle. It is harsh, competitive, and endlessly unstable. If rulers refuse to face this reality, their states collapse. If rulers embrace it too openly, they risk hatred and rebellion. The art lies in walking the fine line between appearance and necessity. As we move deeper into Machiavelli's playbook, we must hold on to this tension. The illusions of morality are powerful, but the reality of power cannot be ignored. In his writings, Machiavelli shows us again and again how rulers who fail to balance these forces are destroyed. Some cling too tightly to virtue and fall to cunning enemies. Others display cruelty without restraint and provoke hatred. The survivors are those who master the balance, who act without hesitation, yet who know how to clothe their actions in the garments of morality. This is why Machiavelli's work endures. It is not a celebration of evil, but a study of necessity. He strips away the comforting myths of political philosophy and forces us to confront the engine that drives human affairs. And once we see it, the illusions of morality can never fully shield us again. In Machiavelli's writings, two concepts dominate the landscape of power. These are fortuna and virtue. To understand his playbook, we must first understand them. Fortuna is often translated as fortune or luck. It represents the unpredictable elements of life. It is the flood that can sweep away kingdoms. It is the sudden death of a prince. It is the betrayal of allies, the revolt of citizens, the invasion of foreign armies. Fortuna is chaos made tangible virtue. On the other hand, is not morality. It is not virtue in the sense of goodness or justice. It is a kind of strength, skill, and decisiveness. It is the ability to shape circumstances. It is a capacity to act boldly, to plan wisely, and to respond quickly. Virtue allows a ruler to confront fortune and, when possible, to bend it to his will. Machiavelli presents these two forces as intertwined. Fortune is like a river that rises and falls without warning. Virtue is the dam, the levee, or the engineer who redirects the waters. Without virtue, fortuna will destroy even the strongest ruler. Without fortuna, virtue has no challenges to overcome, but its presence is constant. It tests leaders, punishes hesitation, and rewards audacity. Consider his famous river metaphor. Machiavelli describes fortune as a river that floods suddenly. The flood destroys villages, drowns cattle, and scatters crops. Those who prepare levees, who build channels, who anticipate the rising waters, survive. Those who do not are swept away. In human affairs, fortune functions in the same way. Wars, betrayals, deaths, and revolutions can overwhelm a state in an instant. Virtue is the preparation, the adaptability, and the courage to confront these forces. This does not mean that fortune can be fully controlled. Machiavelli is clear. Fortune is unpredictable and often cruel, but it can be mitigated. A prince who acts boldly, decisively, and with cunning can reduce the power of fortune. He can turn its unpredictability into opportunity. History is full of examples. Leaders who hesitated in crises perished. Leaders who seized the moment thrived. Machiavelli observes that fortune favors the bold vertic also requires knowledge and action. It is not enough to be courageous. A ruler must understand the world in which he lives. He must study the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses of rivals, and the strengths of allies. Virtue is intelligence applied to power. It is flexibility combined with decisiveness. It is the ability to act swiftly when opportunity appears and to recover quickly when disaster strikes. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that virtue must be practicable. A prince cannot rely on ideals alone. He must take risks, sometimes calculated, sometimes bold, to secure his position. He must not wait for luck or hope for fortune to protect him. Fortune may knock on the door, but only Vert can open it. The interplay of fortune and virtue appears in Machiavelli's historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He inherited a position of power and expanded it through audacity and strategy. He knew when to use force, when to deceive, and when to negotiate. He acted decisively against enemies, and fortune, in some measure, favored him. Yet Borgia's success was not guaranteed. When his father, Pope Alexander VI, died, fortune turned. Borgia's enemies struck, and his state collapsed. This demonstrates the limits of virtue when fortune is overwhelming. Machiavelli also examines the role of timing in virtue. Acting too soon can provoke resistance before power is secure. Acting too late can allow enemies to consolidate their strength. A wise ruler observes carefully, prepares meticulously, and strikes with precision. Virtue is the skill of timing. It is the combination of preparation, courage, and intelligence. We must also consider the human dimension. Virtue is not only strategic, it is psychological. A ruler must inspire confidence, command respect, and manage fear. Virtue allows a leader to read the hearts of men, to discern who will betray, who will follow, and who will hesitate. It is the skill of understanding not just events, but people. Fortune tests the world. Virtue tests human nature. There is a deeper lesson here. Machiavelli does not glorify luck. He does not suggest that fortune alone creates great leaders. He insists that a ruler's success depends on his ability to seize opportunity, adapt to changing circumstances, and act decisively. Virtue is the engine that drives mastery over fortune. Without it, chaos reigns. With it, a skilled prince can turn crises into triumphs. This interplay explains why Machiavelli values preparation. A ruler must study war, politics, and human behavior. He must anticipate rebellion, treachery, and misfortune. Virtue is cultivated through experience, observation, and learning. A leader cannot rely on theory alone. Action, informed by knowledge, is the only path to stability. Yet Machiavelli warns against arrogance. Virtue is not omnipotence. It does not make a ruler invincible. Fortune will always remain partially beyond control. A wise leader recognizes this, adapts, and uses every opportunity to shape events. The balance of virtue and fortuna is delicate. Too much reliance on one without respect for the other leads to disaster. Machiavelli's exploration of these concepts also has modern resonance. In politics, business, and personal ambition, we see fortune as chance and circumstance. Virtue is preparation, strategy, and decisiveness. Those who succeed are rarely the luckiest. They are the most capable of turning opportunity into advantage and disaster into survival. Finally, it is essential to understand the moral neutrality of Machiavelli's framework. Virtue is not about ethics. It is about effectiveness. Fortune is not about justice. It is about unpredictability. Together, they create a landscape where success is determined by skill, courage, and adaptability, not by adherence to moral ideals. This is the essence of Machiavelli's playbook. To master power, one must respect the force of fortune. One must cultivate virtue relentlessly. One must act decisively when opportunity arises. One must recognize the limits of human control and act within those boundaries. This is the anatomy of fortune and virtue. It is the foundation upon which all other strategies of Machiavelli will build. By understanding this, we begin to see how a ruler can survive in a world that is uncertain, dangerous, and ever-changing. Fortune will challenge him. Virtue will guide him. The wise prince knows when to bend, when to strike, and when to appear steady. This is the essence of the strategy that underlies every decision in Machiavelli's writings. Machiavelli confronts one of the most enduring questions of power. Is it better for a ruler to be loved or to be feared? This is not a question of morality. It is a question of survival. Leaders throughout history have struggled with it. The answer, according to Machiavelli, is complex, but it carries a clear warning. He begins by observing human nature. Men are generally self-interested. They will break promises, betray allies, and abandon leaders if it suits their advantage. They are fickle and changeable. Their loyalty is often dependent on circumstances rather than conviction. A ruler who relies solely on love risks being abandoned when it is inconvenient. Fear, in contrast, is more reliable. When men fear the consequences of disloyalty, they are less likely to act against a ruler. Fear can be controlled, punishments can be applied consistently. Laws and consequences create order. In Machiavelli's view, fear provides stability in a way that love cannot always guarantee. Yet Machiavelli does not advocate cruelty for its own sake. He warns against excessive cruelty that provokes hatred. Hatred is dangerous. It can unite enemies, inspire rebellion, and destroy a ruler. The wise leader uses fear strategically. He applies it decisively and at the right time. Fear must be measured and directed at threats, not at loyal subjects. Love, however, cannot be ignored entirely. People prefer to follow a leader who is respected and admired. Popular support reduces the need for harsh enforcement. A ruler who is loved can govern with less constant pressure. The ideal balance, according to Machiavelli, is to be feared without being hated. This requires skill, judgment, and careful management of perception. He illustrates this with historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He was feared by his enemies and respected by his allies. He applied cruelty swiftly and decisively, eliminating threats before they could grow. Yet he avoided widespread hatred among the populace by controlling his image and demonstrating fairness to those who served him faithfully. Borgia's ability to combine fear with calculated generosity allowed him to maintain power effectively. Machiavelli also emphasizes the role of appearance in managing loyalty. A ruler must cultivate the perception of virtue, kindness, and justice. People must believe in his good intentions even if they know he acts with calculation. This combination of fear and the appearance of love creates a form of control that is both effective and sustainable. He cautions against relying solely on love. History is full of rulers who were adored but who fell because their followers placed personal interest above loyalty. Affection alone cannot ensure obedience. Love is fragile, easily broken by greed, ambition, or external pressure. Fear, however, can endure because it is grounded in consequences. The management of fear and love also requires understanding of human psychology. Machiavelli notes that men forgive injury quickly if they benefit from the ruler. They remember cruelty longer if it threatens them personally. A wise leader uses this knowledge to act decisively against enemies while reassuring allies. This creates a hierarchy of loyalty based on both respect and self-interest. Timing is essential. Fear applied too early can provoke resistance. Fear applied too late may allow threats to grow unchecked. Love applied indiscriminately may encourage complacency. Machiavelli teaches that the ruler must act like a conductor, orchestrating both fear and affection to maintain harmony in the state. He also addresses the relationship between fear, love, and reputation. A ruler's name is powerful. If people believe he is just, merciful, and strong, his authority is reinforced. Reputation amplifies both fear and love. A clever ruler manages his image with care, demonstrating strength when necessary and benevolence when advantageous. Machiavelli warns that extremes are dangerous. Excessive cruelty provokes hatred. Excessive leniency invites disobedience. Excessive reliance on affection leaves the ruler vulnerable to betrayal. The key is moderation and calculation. The ruler must constantly assess the loyalty of subjects and the stability of his power. Another important point is the unpredictability of human nature. People's emotions cannot be controlled completely. Leaders must accept that loyalty will fluctuate. Virtue, the skill and decisiveness we explored earlier, allows a ruler to respond to these fluctuations. By applying fear strategically and cultivating respect, he can shape loyalty in his favor. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond rulers. The principles of fear, love, and loyalty apply to leaders in all forms of organization. In business, politics, and social structures, those who understand human nature can maintain influence and control. Those who rely on idealized notions of affection or loyalty risk failure. He also highlights the symbolic dimension of fear and love. Public punishments, ceremonies, and displays of power communicate strength. Generosity, rewards, and recognition communicate benevolence. The combination of these signals reinforces loyalty while minimizing resentment. The careful use of symbols is part of the art of leadership. Finally, Machiavelli presents a stark choice. Leaders must decide where to place their reliance. They can seek love, risk in vulnerability. They can seek fear, risk in hatred. The wise ruler achieves a balance that maximizes loyalty while minimizing threats. This balance is not fixed. It changes with circumstances, enemies, and the temperament of the populace. Constant attention and adaptation are required. Through these lessons, Machiavelli demonstrates that power is not granted. It is constructed. It is maintained through understanding, skill, and strategy. Fear and love are tools, not ends. They are instruments in the broader architecture of control. The ruler who masters them can survive where others fail. This exploration of fear, love, and loyalty illustrates the precision of Machiavelli's playbook. It shows his deep understanding of human behavior and the mechanics of authority. By studying these principles, we see why he remains one of the most influential thinkers in the history of political thought. The question we opened with returns now with greater weight. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He shows us that the wise ruler must navigate between these forces, mastering both when possible, balancing them against the unpredictable currents of fortune, and always remaining aware of the human tendencies that shape every political act. Machiavelli introduces one of his most memorable metaphors. He tells us that a successful ruler must be both a lion and a fox. This is not a simple comparison. It is a lesson in the duality required to maintain power. Strength alone is insufficient. Cunning alone is inadequate. Both must coexist within the leader. The lion represents strength and force. A lion attacks, overpowers, and defends territory with raw power. It inspires respect and fear. In human affairs, this symbolizes the use of direct action, military might, and authority to overcome obstacles. A ruler must know when to strike. Decisively, strength is necessary to confront enemies, suppress rebellion, and establish control. Without it, the state is vulnerable to internal and external threats. The fox, in contrast, represents cunning, intelligence, and deception. A fox senses traps and avoids danger. It uses strategy rather than brute force. In leadership, the fox symbolizes subtlety, manipulation, and foresight. A ruler must be able to recognize hidden threats, negotiate effectively, and manipulate appearances. Without cunning, even the strongest leader can be outmaneuvered. Machiavelli emphasizes that one quality without the other leads to failure. A ruler who relies only on strength may crush enemies, but he will be blind to subtler dangers. He may be betrayed by those he trusted or undermined by those he underestimated. A ruler who relies only on cunning may deceive allies and opponents. But he may lack the force to defend his power when open conflict arises. Survival requires a combination of both. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia once again. Borgia combined military skill with political cunning. He knew when to fight directly and when to manipulate alliances. His ability to assess both open threats and hidden dangers allowed him to expand his influence. Quickly, when one element failed, his dual approach often compensated. demonstrating the importance of flexibility. The metaphor also highlights the adaptability required of a leader. The world is unpredictable. Enemies change tactics. Allies shift loyalties. Fortune intervenes. A ruler who is rigid, relying solely on force or solely on deception, risks destruction. The lion and the fox symbolize the capacity to switch strategies depending on circumstances. This adaptability is a cornerstone of Machiavelli's philosophy. Machiavelli warns that deception is often necessary. The fox allows the ruler to recognize traps, to anticipate betrayal, and to use appearances to maintain stability. A ruler may need to present mercy while acting ruthlessly, or appear weak while preparing to strike. The cunning use of perception enables a leader to shape events before they become crises. Strength, however, cannot be neglected. The lion ensures that the ruler can enforce decisions, command armies, and eliminate threats decisively. Without strength, cunning alone cannot secure power. A deceptive strategy without the capacity to enforce it fails. The world tests the ruler physically, and he must respond with force when required. This duality is not only practical, it is psychological. Subjects respond differently to strength and cunning. Fear of force demands respect. Awareness of cunning generates uncertainty in opponents, preventing them from acting impulsively. Loyalty, obedience, and alliance are shaped by both elements. The ruler who embodies both is unpredictable and therefore secure. Machiavelli also considers timing. The lion and the fox must be deployed according to circumstances. A time of rebellion may demand the strength of the lion. A time of diplomacy may demand the subtlety of the fox. A ruler who cannot read the situation or who applies the wrong method invites disaster. Success is contingent upon judgment as much as skill. The duality extends to internal governance as well. Rulers must manage advisors, nobles, and citizens with both strength and cunning. They must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and manipulate perception. The lion ensures the power to act decisively. The fox ensures the capacity to navigate complex social and political networks. Together, they allow the ruler to maintain stability over time. Machiavelli also notes that appearances matter. The ruler should project the qualities of both animals. Even when they are not fully exercised, a leader who appears strong can deter enemies. A leader who appears cunning can prevent plots. Perception is an instrument of power, reinforcing both force and strategy. The lesson for leaders is clear. One cannot rely solely on morality, ideology, or a single skill. Survival demands versatility, perception, and intelligence applied to action. The lion and the fox are not symbols of good or evil. They are tools for navigating the realities of human behavior. Leaders who master both can withstand fortune, outmaneuver enemies, and maintain control. Machiavelli's metaphor also has a modern application. Leaders in business, politics, and society face challenges similar to those of Renaissance princes. Threats come from competitors, shifts in power, and unpredictable circumstances. The balance of force and strategy, boldness and cunning remains essential. Those who rely exclusively on one approach fail to achieve lasting success. Finally, This duality emphasizes preparation and self-awareness. A ruler must cultivate both strength and intelligence continually. Complacency in one domain invites disaster. The combination of lion and fox requires constant vigilance, learning, and adjustment. Leadership is not a static condition. It is an ongoing process of adaptation and mastery. Machiavelli's insight is that the art of power is not a single skill. It is a composite of capabilities applied with judgment. The lion and the fox exemplify this. They teach that power is dynamic, conditional, and deeply intertwined with human nature. A leader who embodies this duality understands both the threats he faces and the opportunities he can seize. By studying this principle, we begin to see the depth of Machiavelli's strategy. Power is never absolute. It must be constantly managed. Force and cunning are complementary tools. They must be balanced, applied with foresight, and adapted to shifting circumstances. This understanding sets the foundation for every further strategy in Machiavelli's playbook. Machiavelli addresses one of the most controversial aspects of his philosophy. He argues that cruelty, when applied correctly, can be necessary for the stability of a state. This idea challenges conventional morality. It is not intended to shock. For its own sake, it is practical. It is rooted in the realities of human behavior and political survival. He begins by distinguishing between types of cruelty. There is cruelty that is well used. There is cruelty that is excessive or poorly timed. Well-used cruelty is decisive. It is applied quickly and with purpose. It eliminates threats, prevents rebellion, and secures authority. Poorly used cruelty is endless and arbitrary. It breeds hatred, fear without respect, and eventual collapse. Machiavelli explains that cruelty is most effective when it is limited and targeted. A ruler may need to eliminate rivals or punish conspirators. When this is done decisively, the message is clear. Potential enemies understand the consequences of opposition. This type of cruelty prevents disorder, it consolidates power, it does not invite continuous resistance because it is controlled. Historical examples illustrate his point. Consider Cesare Borgia. Borgia faced a fragmented state and rebellious subjects. He acted with ruthless efficiency against those who threatened his authority. Ramiro de Orco, one of his lieutenants, was sent to enforce discipline. The people initially resented the actions, but Borgia quickly executed de Orco, presenting himself as just. The cruelty served a purpose, and then it ended. This calculated approach stabilized the region. Machiavelli emphasizes that cruelty must be applied at the beginning of a ruler's tenure. Early decisive actions prevent prolonged unrest. Hesitation allows enemies to grow stronger and emboldens conspirators. Once a ruler establishes control through measured force, ongoing cruelty becomes less necessary. The goal is to secure loyalty, not to perpetuate fear indefinitely. He also warns against arbitrary cruelty. Violence without purpose undermines authority. It creates resentment. It destabilizes rather than strengthens. The wise leader uses cruelty as a tool, not as an expression of personal anger. Decisions must be calculated and disciplined. Emotion alone is insufficient and dangerous. Machiavelli extends his analysis to the broader principle of necessity. Rulers exist in a world of danger. Enemies plot, allies betray, and fortune is unpredictable. In this context, cruelty is often unavoidable. It is the means by which order is maintained and the state preserved. Without it, instability spreads. Without it, even the most virtuous ruler can be overthrown. The psychological dimension is important. People fear what is visible and immediate. When a ruler applies force decisively, the population learns the consequences of disobedience. This fear can be controlled and focused. In contrast, excessive leniency or delayed punishment allows resentment to fester. Threats multiply when cruelty is inconsistent or unclear. Machiavelli also highlights the perception of cruelty. A ruler should not appear cruel for its own sake. Actions should be framed as necessary for the common good or for the security of the state. Public perception shapes loyalty. People tolerate force if it is justified and purposeful. They rebel when cruelty seems arbitrary or self-serving. Timing, again, is essential. Initial acts of cruelty secure authority. After stability is established, further violence can be reduced. The ruler can shift focus to appearances of mercy, justice, and virtue. This balance between force and benevolence creates a stable environment where loyalty is earned and rebellion is minimized. He contrasts this approach with inaction. Leaders who hesitate to apply necessary force often face prolonged conflict. Revolts persist, enemies grow bolder, and alliances shift unpredictably. The failure to act decisively in critical moments leads to greater suffering and eventual downfall. Cruelty, when properly applied, prevents this escalation. Machiavelli also warns against cruelty motivated by personal desire. A ruler must never act purely out of vengeance. The goal is not to indulge anger or assert ego. The goal is the preservation of the state. This disciplined use of force distinguishes effective rulers from tyrants who provoke hatred and rebellion. He explores the relationship between cruelty and fear. Cruelty generates fear, but fear must be carefully controlled. The ruler who is feared but not hated maintains authority. Those who apply excessive, indiscriminate cruelty provoke hatred and ultimately destabilize their position. Fear must be directed strategically, not indiscriminately. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond the battlefield. Internal governance, management of nobles, and handling of conspiracies all require careful application of force. The principles of decisive action, targeted punishment, and public perception apply in political, social, and administrative contexts. Modern examples illustrate these principles. Leaders who act decisively to confront threats often maintain stability, while leaders who hesitate or act inconsistently invite chaos. Strategic force, applied with purpose, is not cruelty for cruelties. Sake, it is a calculated method of maintaining order. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the moral neutrality of these actions. Cruelty is neither inherently good nor evil. Its value is measured by results. The wise ruler considers the long-term stability of the state. He acts decisively when necessary, restrains force when possible, and manages perception carefully. Through this lens, cruelty becomes a tool, a necessary instrument for survival. It is not arbitrary, it is not personal, it is part of the disciplined exercise of power. To ignore this principle is to misunderstand the realities of governance. To apply it without judgment is to invite destruction. The balance, timing, and purpose of cruelty determine the ruler's success. By understanding the necessity of cruelty, we begin to see how Machiavelli redefines power. He strips away comforting illusions. He shows that stability requires action, decisiveness, and control. Leaders must confront danger, manage perception, and use force strategically. This principle underpins much of the remaining strategies in his playbook. Machiavelli understood that power is not only about force or cunning, it is also about perception. How a ruler is seen can determine whether he succeeds or falls. Reputation is a currency of authority. Image shapes loyalty. The theater of power is the stage on which a ruler performs to maintain control. He begins by emphasizing that appearances matter more than reality in the eyes of the public. People judge leaders based on what they see, not always on what they know. A ruler may act with calculation, manipulation, or even deception, but the perception of virtue, justice, and courage solidifies authority. Maintaining this perception is essential to survival. Machiavelli notes that a ruler must project qualities that inspire both respect and admiration. He should appear merciful, faithful, humane, and religious. Yet he should also demonstrate strength, decisiveness, and strategic intelligence. These qualities may not always exist fully in practice, but their display maintains confidence among subjects and allies. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider the Medici family in Florence. Their authority relied heavily on appearances. They cultivated images of piety, patronage, and civic responsibility, even while engaging in ruthless political maneuvers. The perception of virtue protected their power and allowed them to govern effectively. Public ceremonies and symbolic actions are central to the theater of power. Processions, proclamations, and displays of generosity communicate a ruler's qualities. These rituals reinforce authority and shape public opinion. A wise ruler uses symbolism strategically to complement practical governance. Actions and appearances together create stability and influence. Machiavelli warns against inconsistency between image and action. If a ruler is perceived as just but acts cruelly without explanation, trust erodes. If he appears merciful but fails to act decisively when necessary, fear and respect diminish. The alignment of perception and action is delicate. Leaders must cultivate both carefully. He also emphasizes that reputation affects both allies and enemies. Allies are more likely to support a ruler who is respected and admired. Enemies are more likely to hesitate if they believe a leader is capable, decisive, and shrewd. Reputation amplifies the impact of both fear and love. It extends influence beyond immediate actions and creates strategic leverage. Machiavelli explores the importance of consistency. While flexibility is essential in tactics, the public perception of a ruler must appear stable. Sudden changes in behavior or values can create uncertainty and doubt. A stable image fosters loyalty, trust, and deference. A reputation for strength, wisdom, or justice protects a ruler from instability. He examines how rulers can manipulate perception deliberately. Deception is not inherently evil in this context. It is a tool. A ruler may appear merciful while acting decisively or appear humble while exercising authority firmly. By managing appearances, the ruler controls not only immediate reactions, but also the long-term loyalty of subjects. Machiavelli also highlights the interplay of private action and public display. A ruler may act ruthlessly in private to secure control while presenting fairness publicly. The effectiveness of power often depends on this duality. The public cannot witness every act. What they perceive shapes their behavior. Clever leaders leverage this to maintain order. Historical examples extend to military leaders as well. A general who appears disciplined, courageous, and strategic inspires confidence among troops. Soldiers follow not only because of orders, but also because of belief in competence. Reputation reinforces obedience and enhances effectiveness in both governance and warfare. Machiavelli also considers the fragility of reputation. A single scandal or misstep can undermine decades of careful cultivation. Leaders must guard against false reports, betrayal, and rumor. Information management is essential. The theater of power includes not only actions, but the narrative that surrounds them. He emphasizes that reputation is cumulative. Small acts of courage, fairness, or generosity build perception over time. Strategic displays amplify influence. Similarly, repeated acts of cruelty or indecision erode credibility. The ruler must understand the long-term effects of each decision. On public perception, Machiavelli also examines the use of storytelling and legacy. Leaders often shape their image through narratives that highlight successes and obscure failures. Propaganda, public records, and controlled accounts of events all contribute to the theater of power. The ruler who controls the story controls the memory of his rule. He warns that relying solely on appearances without substance is dangerous. A ruler may deceive temporarily, but if underlying weaknesses exist, fortune will expose them. Strength, cunning, and decisiveness must underpin image. Reputation amplifies power, but cannot replace competence. Modern parallels are clear. In politics, business, and society, leaders manage public perception constantly. Media, communication, and symbolic actions influence loyalty, respect, and obedience. The principles Machiavelli outlined centuries ago remain relevant. Reputation shapes decisions, alliances, and opportunities. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the integration of all elements of power. Reputation, force, cunning, cruelty, and appearance are not separate. They interact. A wise ruler balances them to maintain authority. Perception enhances action. Action reinforces perception. Together, they create a resilient, adaptive, and effective system of governance. Through understanding the theater of power, we see that leadership is both practical and performative. A ruler must master not only the mechanics of control, but also the art of influence. Every gesture, decision, and public appearance contributes to the stability of the state. Reputation is the stage upon which all other strategies unfold. By studying these lessons, we begin to see Machiavelli not as a promoter of immorality, but as an analyst of survival and influence. Leaders who understand perception and cultivate their image can navigate challenges, inspire loyalty, and maintain power in ways that are both strategic and enduring. Machiavelli understood that power does not exist in isolation. A ruler is surrounded by allies, adversaries, and opportunists. Success depends on the careful management of relationships. Friendships, loyalties, and enmities are tools to be understood and used wisely. He begins by emphasizing the impermanence of alliances. People are motivated by self-interest. Allies today may become enemies tomorrow. Shared goals are often temporary. The wise ruler anticipates these shifts. He maintains awareness of the intentions and ambitions of those around him. Trust, Machiavelli argues, must be strategic. Blind faith in allies is dangerous. A ruler cannot assume loyalty based solely on past favors or friendship. Those who seem most devoted may betray at the moment of greatest opportunity. Conversely, apparent rivals may be managed or even converted into useful allies if their ambitions align temporarily with the ruler's objectives. He provides historical examples to illustrate these points. Florence, Venice, and other Italian city-states were constantly shifting in alliances. Leaders who relied too heavily on external support often found themselves abandoned when foreign powers pursued their own interests. Survival required vigilance and flexibility. Alliances must be nurtured, tested, and sometimes replaced. Machiavelli emphasizes the importance of understanding human motivation. People act primarily out of self-interest, fear, or ambition. A ruler who misreads the desires and incentives of allies risks being manipulated. He must study the character and behavior of those around him carefully. Observing actions is often more revealing than listening to words. He also addresses betrayal. It is inevitable in human affairs. Rulers must plan for it. Defensive measures such as dividing potential adversaries, rewarding loyalty, and punishing treachery decisively reduce the likelihood of surprise attacks. Machiavelli stresses that swift and calculated responses to betrayal send clear signals, reinforcing both fear and respect. Another principle is the selective cultivation of friends and enemies. Not all alliances are equally valuable. The ruler must identify those who can contribute to stability, military strength, or economic advantage. Some rivals can be left unchecked if their ambitions are contained. Others must be neutralized through diplomacy, coercion, or strategic force. Proper management ensures that threats are minimized while benefits are maximized. Machiavelli also highlights the importance of adaptability. Relationships are not static. Circumstances change. A once trusted ally may become dangerous. A previously hostile neighbor may become an opportunity for alliance. The successful ruler continually reassesses the political landscape. Decisions must be based on the current balance of power, not past assumptions or sentiments. He examines the role of deception in managing allies and enemies. Transparency can be exploited, The ruler must sometimes conceal intentions, provide misleading signals, or present false security to maintain advantage. Deception is a tool, not a moral failing. When used to preserve the state and protect power, historical examples reinforce these lessons. The Papal States frequently negotiated alliances with city-states and foreign powers. Those who overestimated loyalty or underestimated ambition often lost territory or influence. Leaders who balanced diplomacy with readiness for conflict maintained authority more effectively. Machiavelli's observations emphasized pragmatism over idealism. He also considers the psychological impact of power. Allies observe how a ruler handles threats, betrayal, and opportunity. Swift action and decisive judgment inspire confidence. Hesitation and indecision undermine trust. Reputation, decisively linked to behavior, shapes future relationships. Allies and enemies alike adjust their strategies based on perceived strength and intelligence. Machiavelli warns against over-reliance on any single ally. Dependence creates vulnerability. The ruler must cultivate multiple connections, balancing relationships to prevent any one party from gaining excessive influence. This approach reduces the risk of betrayal and maintains freedom of action. Conversely, the management of enemies requires both caution and initiative. Enemies left unchecked grow stronger. They form alliances, exploit weaknesses, and may strike unexpectedly. A prudent ruler observes potential adversaries, predicts their moves, and acts preemptively when necessary. Timing and decisiveness are essential. He further distinguishes between permanent and temporary alliances. Temporary alliances serve immediate goals. Permanent alliances require trust, compatibility, and ongoing management. A ruler must recognize the difference and treat each relationship accordingly. Mismanaging this distinction can lead to catastrophic failures. Machiavelli also emphasizes the value of balance. The ruler must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and maintain the perception of fairness. Allies who feel secure are more likely to support the ruler. Enemies who see strength may hesitate or retreat. The art of maintaining equilibrium between friends and foes is central to stability. The chapter also explores contingency planning. The ruler must anticipate shifts in loyalty and the emergence of new threats. By preparing for multiple scenarios, he ensures that betrayal or unexpected opposition does not lead to collapse. Flexibility and foresight are the hallmarks of skillful leadership. Machiavelli concludes that the management of relationships is an ongoing task. Power is dynamic, and human behavior is unpredictable. The ruler's survival depends on vigilance, judgment, and adaptability. Understanding human ambition, fear, and self-interest allows the ruler to navigate complex networks of friends and enemies. Finally, these lessons have modern relevance. Corporate leaders, politicians, and social strategists face analogous challenges. Alliances form and dissolve. Rivals emerge unpredictably. Understanding motivations, maintaining reputation, and managing perception remain critical. Machiavelli's analysis of friends and enemies provides insight into human behavior and the dynamics of influence. By mastering alliances, anticipating betrayal, and managing relationships with skill and judgment. The ruler secures stability and extends authority. This is the essence of Machiavelli's guidance. Power is relational, adaptive, and dependent on understanding the currents of human nature. Machiavelli presents a paradoxical view of religion. He does not dismiss faith entirely, yet he emphasizes its utility as a tool for rulers. Religion, in his eyes, is a mechanism for shaping human behavior. It unifies, motivates, and controls populations. He admires its practical effects rather than its spiritual truths. He begins by examining the role of religion in society. Religion establishes rules and moral codes. It encourages obedience to laws. It provides a shared framework of values. Citizens are guided by fear of divine punishment as well as social expectation. This shared belief system strengthens social cohesion. A ruler who harnesses this can govern more effectively. Machiavelli admires Roman religion for its practical virtues. The ancient Romans used rituals, festivals, and public devotion to unify the state. Religion reinforced loyalty to the republic. Citizens internalized the values necessary for civic duty. The gods themselves, in Roman practice, were instruments of order. This example demonstrates how faith can stabilize power. He emphasizes the distinction between personal belief and public utility. A ruler may or may not be devout. What matters is the appearance of piety. Public displays of religious devotion create trust and legitimacy. Citizens are reassured when their leader observes sacred customs. This perception reinforces authority. Faith becomes a political instrument, independent of private conviction. Machiavelli warns against neglecting religion entirely. A state that appears irreligious or dismissive of sacred traditions risks alienating its people. Citizens may interpret this as moral weakness or disrespect for communal norms. Revolts, disobedience, and factionalism become more likely. Leaders must manage perception as carefully as they manage armies. He explores the paradox of morality in leadership. Ethical behavior is valuable when it supports stability. Rulers should maintain the appearance of virtue, honesty, and justice. Yet personal morality is secondary to effectiveness. Actions are justified by results rather than abstract principles. Religion helps bridge the gap between moral expectation and practical governance. Machiavelli introduces a suspenseful question. Is religion, for him, less about God than about human obedience? He implies that the sacred functions primarily to regulate behavior. The threat of divine punishment or social censure encourages loyalty. Citizens are motivated to act in ways that sustain the state. Faith becomes an instrument of political control. He analyzes how rulers can utilize religious structures. Priests, temples, rituals, and laws reinforce obedience. Leaders who control religious messaging can direct attention, unify populations, and suppress dissent. Religion becomes a stabilizing force, reducing reliance on coercion and military enforcement alone. Historical examples illustrate this principle. The Roman Republic, as Machiavelli admired, integrated religion into public life. Festivals, sacrifices, and civic rituals reinforced collective identity. Leaders who neglected religious appearances often faced instability. The power of perception, supported by shared belief, reinforced authority more effectively than force. Alone, Machiavelli also highlights the psychological dimension. People are more likely to follow laws and respect authority when they believe the ruler shares their values. Ritual, symbolism, and demonstration of piety cultivate trust. Even if a ruler privately doubts or manipulates faith, the public perception is what matters. Religion becomes a form of social technology. He contrasts genuine devotion with performative faith. Personal belief is not required for effective governance. What matters is consistent display. Leaders who observe sacred customs, attend ceremonies, and speak in morally resonant terms project stability. Citizens respond to visible piety. The mask of religion is a tool to maintain social order. Machiavelli further explores the consequences of neglecting this tool. A ruler who appears impious risks alienating both the people and the elite. Disrespect for religious norms can be interpreted as moral corruption, inviting rebellion and resistance. Maintaining the appearance of faith is therefore both pragmatic and necessary. He examines the interplay between religion and law. Laws gain additional authority when reinforced by moral and sacred frameworks. Citizens perceive obedience as both a civic duty and a spiritual obligation. This dual motivation enhances compliance and reduces the need for constant enforcement. Religion becomes intertwined with governance. Machiavelli also considers the long-term effects of religious manipulation. Stability achieved through shared belief can endure beyond a ruler's lifetime. Citizens internalize norms and expectations. Institutions anchored in religious or moral frameworks continued to function. Religion, in this sense, is both a stabilizing force and a legacy of authority. He warns that superficiality alone is insufficient. Religious appearances must be credible and consistent. Contradictions between words and actions weaken influence. Rituals, observance, and public demonstration reinforce credibility. The ruler who carefully manages both perception and action maintains legitimacy. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes that religion is inseparable from the exercise of power. It is not simply a private matter. It functions as a tool, a mechanism for obedience, and a means of reinforcing social cohesion. The prudent ruler integrates faith into the architecture of authority, using it to stabilize the state while pursuing pragmatic objectives. By studying Machiavelli's approach, we see a ruler who understands human behavior deeply. Religion is valued not for spiritual enlightenment, but for its capacity to unify, motivate, and control. This principle demonstrates the sophisticated pragmatism at the core of Machiavelli's philosophy of power. Machiavelli places audacity at the center of political success. He asserts that fortune favors the bold. Leaders who act decisively seize opportunities, shape events, and maintain control. Hesitation, by contrast, invites misfortune and collapse. Boldness is not reckless. It is calculated, informed, and timely. He introduces the concept of fortune as a force that can be influenced. Fortune is unpredictable. It presents opportunities and challenges. Machiavelli famously writes that fortune must be beaten down like a woman. This brutal metaphor reflects his view that fortune yields to strength, courage, and action. It does not act on its own. Leaders must impose their will upon it. Bold action is closely linked to ambition. Leaders must pursue goals with energy and determination. Passive rulers wait for events to unfold. They react rather than shape outcome. Machiavelli argues that ambition combined with audacity allows a ruler to convert opportunity into lasting power. Hesitation, even in favorable circumstances, often leads to failure. He contrasts decisive leaders with hesitant ones. Hesitant rulers analyze endlessly, delay action, and overvalue caution. They often miss fleeting opportunities. Bold leaders, by contrast, take calculated risks. They act swiftly, exploit weaknesses in rivals, and adapt as circumstances change. History demonstrates that fortune rewards initiative. Cesare Borgia serves as a prime example. Borgia confronted a fractured Italy with energy, strategy, and decisiveness. He combined military skill with cunning diplomacy. He acted rapidly against rivals and exploited every opportunity. His boldness allowed him to consolidate power and extend influence where more cautious leaders might have failed. In contrast, Florentine republicans struggled to respond effectually to crises. Internal divisions, indecision, and excessive adherence to process prevented swift action. They failed to capitalize on opportunities and were often outmaneuvered by more audacious opponents. Machiavelli observes that hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Taking risks may fail, but inaction guarantees vulnerability. He emphasizes that boldness must be tempered with judgment. Reckless action without strategy is dangerous. Audacity is effective only when informed by knowledge, observation, and assessment of risks. Leaders must weigh consequences, anticipate responses, and act with precision. Boldness without direction can provoke disaster. Machiavelli also discusses the timing of action. Fortune rewards those who strike at the right moment. Hesitation allows rivals to strengthen, alliances to shift, and opportunities to vanish. Bold action involves both speed and discernment. The capacity to recognize the decisive moment separates effective leaders from indecisive ones. He explores the psychological dimension of audacity. Bold leaders inspire confidence and fear. Subjects respect decisiveness. Rivals hesitate in the face of initiative. Ambition, when demonstrated through action, conveys authority. In contrast, hesitation signals weakness and invites challenges. Boldness is both practical and symbolic. Historical examples reinforce these principles. Leaders who seize power during crises often achieve lasting authority. Those who delay, even with superior resources, risk being overtaken by rivals. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that fortune favors those willing to act decisively and courageously. He also examines the interplay of risk and reward. Bold decisions carry potential for failure, but the consequences of hesitation are often greater. Leaders who fail while acting decisively can recover. Leaders who hesitate frequently lose control entirely. Risk, when calculated and embraced, becomes a tool for power. Machiavelli stresses that audacity affects both internal and external politics. Domestically, decisive action quells dissent and inspires loyalty. Externally, it deters aggression and exploits weaknesses in rivals. Boldness establishes initiative. Hesitation surrenders it. Maintaining momentum is central to sustaining authority. The metaphor of fortune as a woman underscores the active role leaders must play. Fortune does not yield passively. It responds to courage, energy, and assertive effort. Leaders shape their destiny by imposing their will upon circumstances. This principle highlights the dynamic relationship between human action and unpredictable events. He further explores the cumulative effect of boldness. A leader who consistently acts decisively builds reputation and credibility. Subjects and allies observe audacity as competence. Rivals perceive a pattern of strength and initiative. Over time, bold action creates a self-reinforcing cycle of authority and influence. Machiavelli also examines failures of audacity. Leaders who act boldly without preparation, intelligence, or strategy invite disaster. Success requires both courage and competence. Boldness is a necessary condition for power, but it is not sufficient alone. Knowledge, skill, and foresight are equally essential. He concludes with the central lesson: hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Inaction allows rivals to advance, fortune to shift, and opportunities to disappear. Bold, calculated action may encounter setbacks, but it preserves initiative and maximizes the possibility of success. Hesitation guarantees loss. Through this analysis, Machiavelli emphasizes a core principle of his philosophy. Ambition, courage, and decisive action define effective leadership. Fortune favors those who confront uncertainty actively, shape events strategically, and refuse to be paralyzed by risk. Boldness is both a weapon and a shield in the machinery of power. Machiavelli admired the Roman Republic. He saw in it a model of political strength, resilience, and adaptability. Unlike principalities ruled by a single prince, republics distributed power. Authority was shared among institutions, citizens, and elites. This structure created stability, accountability, and long-term endurance. He begins by contrasting republics with monarchies. Principalities concentrate power in one individual. Decision-making is rapid but highly dependent on the ruler's abilities. The state is vulnerable if the prince is weak, indecisive, or corrupt. Republics, by contrast, distribute authority across councils, assemblies, and magistrates. This diffusion limits the impact of individual failings and strengthens institutions. Machiavelli praises the capacity of republics to harness civic virtue. Citizens are motivated to participate in governance because they have a stake in the states. Survival, engagement fosters loyalty, accountability, and shared responsibility. By contrast, subjects of principalities often lack initiative or investment in the welfare of the state. Civic participation strengthens resilience. He emphasizes that republics are not without challenges. Managing factions, competing interests, and popular ambitions requires skill. Balancing the influence of elites and the broader population is essential. The state must allow freedom while maintaining order. Too much liberty invites chaos. Too much control breeds resentment. The art of governance is in finding this balance. Machiavelli presents suspenseful insight. He is not simply a cynic focused on manipulation. He also values liberty when it is managed wisely. Freedom, in his philosophy, is not chaotic license. It is structured participation. Laws, institutions, and disciplined civic engagement enable citizens to exercise influence without undermining stability. Liberty, when harnessed, strengthens power. He analyzes Rome's example. The Roman Republic maintained equilibrium between the Senate, magistrates, and the people. Elites provided experience and strategic oversight. Citizens offered legitimacy, manpower, and engagement. This balance preserved stability, allowed flexibility, and mitigated risks posed by individual weaknesses. Machiavelli admires the synergy of collective governance. By contrast, principalities often rely on fear, coercion, or personal charisma to maintain authority. Stability is contingent on the ruler's competence and the loyalty of a few elites. This makes principalities more vulnerable to fortune, internal conspiracy, and rebellion. Republics, by dispersing power and fostering civic responsibility, are better equipped to endure crises. Machiavelli also examines the role of laws in republics. Legal frameworks create predictable rules, reducing the influence of arbitrary decisions. Institutions enforce laws consistently, maintaining fairness and legitimacy. In principalities, law often depends on the ruler's whims. In republics, law is institutionalized, creating stability and long-term resilience. He highlights the importance of civic virtue. Citizens must be invested in the common good. Participation is not merely symbolic, it is functional. Civic education, military service, and public engagement cultivate loyalty and responsibility. A republic thrives when citizens act both freely and prudently. Liberty must be disciplined to be effective. Machiavelli also explores the dangers of imbalance. If elites dominate excessively, the population may rebel. If the people wield unchecked influence, disorder can follow. Successful republics manage tensions through structured participation, checks and balances, and the cultivation of respect for institutions. The equilibrium between freedom and control is delicate but achievable. He emphasizes that republics are dynamic. They adapt to changing circumstances, harness collective strength, and endure when well governed. Principalities, in contrast, often falter under poor leadership. When the ruler is incapacitated, the state's survival is threatened. Machiavelli's analysis suggests that republics are more resilient by design. Historical examples reinforce these lessons. Florence, Venice, and Rome illustrate the strengths and weaknesses of republics. Rome's system, in particular, demonstrates the power of structured liberty, balanced authority, and active citizenship. Machiavelli draws enduring lessons from these examples for both rulers and citizens. Machiavelli also notes that principalities and republics share common vulnerabilities. Corruption, factionalism, and complacency can destabilize any government. The difference lies in the mechanisms for managing these risks. Republics possess institutions and participation that absorbs shocks. Principalities rely largely on the ruler's ability to respond effectively. He examines the tension between freedom and security. Citizens must feel free enough to engage, innovate, and participate, but constrained enough to prevent chaos. Machiavelli stresses that liberty is valuable when it serves the state's stability and long-term strength. Unmanaged freedom threatens survival. Carefully balanced liberty sustains power. Finally, Machiavelli concludes that the choice between republic and principality depends on context, skill, and circumstance. Principalities offer speed and centralized decision-making, but are fragile. Republics require management of complex relationships and institutions, but endure when cultivated wisely. Leaders must understand the dynamics of power and human behavior. To maintain authority in either system, by studying Machiavelli's analysis, we see that he values liberty, not abstractly, but as a practical instrument. Freedom strengthens the state when structured, disciplined, and balanced against control. The study of republics reveals how power can be distributed without sacrificing stability, and how leadership can harness collective strength to withstand both internal and external threats. Machiavelli's life took a dramatic turn in 1512. The Medici returned to power in Florence. Machiavelli, once a diplomat and senior official, was suddenly cast out. His career ended abruptly. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, and subjected to torture. The physical pain was brief, but the humiliation and desperation lingered. Exile followed. He retreated to his family estate in the countryside. Isolated, stripped of office, and under constant scrutiny, Machiavelli faced the reality of personal and political ruin. This period of displacement, however, became fertile ground for his ideas. In solitude, he turned experience, observation, and reflection into a framework for understanding power. It is in this context that he began writing The Prince. The text is more than a treatise. It is a calculated communication. Machiavelli presents his most daring insights on leadership, manipulation, and survival. Yet there is an underlying tension. Is this guidance sincere, ironic, or a survival strategy? The uncertainty itself adds to the drama of the work. The Prince can also be seen as a job application to the Medici. Machiavelli presents himself as a thinker capable of advising rulers, particularly Lorenzo de' Medici. Every paragraph balances demonstration of knowledge with subtle flattery. It is strategic, persuasive, and highly personal. He seeks to regain influence and relevance through the written word. Suspense is central to understanding this moment. Imagine Machiavelli seated at his desk, quill in hand, contemplating the boldest ideas he has ever conceived. He writes of cruelty, deception, and manipulation, fully aware of the dangers these thoughts carry if misinterpreted. Every sentence is calculated, every example carefully chosen. He is both fearless and cunning. Machiavelli's writing reflects a mind sharpened by adversity. Exile forced him to analyze politics with clarity and detachment. Personal experience, observation of leaders, and historical case studies converge in his analyses. The Prince emerges as a concentrated playbook of power distilled from the turbulence of Italian politics. He also reflects on the morality of rulers. In exile, he confronts the paradox of ethics in governance. Leaders must act decisively and sometimes ruthlessly. Yet the survival of the state often demands choices that defy conventional morality. Machiavelli writes, not as a moralist, but as a realist. The prince is a mirror reflecting the world as it is, not as it should be. Historical examples animate the text. Cesare Borgia, notorious for cunning and decisiveness, embodies the lessons. Machiavelli admired the strategies he describes are drawn from observation, not imagination. Each case illustrates the consequences of action or inaction, courage or hesitation, loyalty or betrayal. The examples lend urgency and credibility to his argument. The writing process itself is dramatic. Exile breeds tension, reflection, and intensity. Machiavelli composes a work that is audacious in content and form. He imagines the Medici reading his words, evaluating his intellect, and judging his insight. The stakes are personal and political. The Prince is a performance as much as a treatise. Suspense continues in the interpretation of the Prince. Scholars debate its intent. Was it sincere advice intended to guide rulers toward effective governance? Was it satire exposing the brutality of politics through exaggeration? Or was it itself a mask, concealing Machiavelli's personal vulnerabilities and ambitions? The ambiguity enhances the text's power and intrigue. He also reflects on exile as a catalyst for intellectual creation. Removed from office, Machiavelli gains the freedom to think without constraint. Observations of power, human ambition, and political dynamics crystallize into concise, radical insights. Exile transforms adversity into opportunity, misfortune. Into intellectual productivity, the text combines theory and practice. Machiavelli does not write abstractly. He examines practical methods to acquire, consolidate, and maintain power. Each chapter addresses real threats, human weaknesses, and strategic possibilities. The Prince is simultaneously a manual, a demonstration of expertise, and a calculated appeal to potential patrons. He illustrates the tension between fear and love, fortune and audacity, cruelty and mercy. Each paradox is heightened by his own precarious situation. Writing from exile, Machiavelli confronts the realities he himself has endured, the dangers of fortune, the fragility of position, and the necessity of decisive action. Finally, he confronts his own legacy within the Prince. By distilling his observations into a coherent guide, Machiavelli ensures that his ideas endure beyond personal misfortune. Exile, pain, and political ruin become a backdrop for intellectual immortality. His analysis of power, paradoxical as it may be, survives as a testament to the synthesis of experience, reflection, and daring thought. Through this chapter, we understand the Prince not merely as a book, but as a dramatic act of survival, strategy, and insight. Machiavelli transforms personal catastrophe into a timeless exploration of power, human nature, and the enduring dynamics of politics. Machiavelli's influence extends far beyond his lifetime. His observations on power, human nature, and governance shaped political philosophy for centuries. From the Renaissance to the Enlightenment and into modern politics, his ideas continue to resonate. His work challenges leaders, theorists, and citizens to confront the realities of power without illusions. He begins by examining Machiavelli's immediate impact. During the Renaissance, rulers and thinkers studied his writings with keen interest. The prince became a reference point for understanding strategy, diplomacy, and authority. Machiavelli's clarity in analyzing human behavior and political dynamics set him apart from moralistic or idealistic treatises of his time. Enlightenment thinkers engaged deeply with his ideas. Figures like Rousseau and Montesquieu read Machiavelli as both a caution and a guide. His emphasis on observation, pragmatism, and the mechanics of power influenced debates about liberty, the structure of government, and the role of laws. Machiavelli's work helped shift political philosophy from abstract ideals to practical analysis. He also examines the adoption of his concepts by modern leaders. Military commanders, diplomats, and statesmen study his principles to understand negotiation, strategy, and human behavior. The capacity to anticipate rivals, manipulate perception, and act decisively remains central to effective leadership. Machiavelli's insights are applied not as prescriptions of morality, but as tools for practical advantage. The term Machiavellian illustrates his enduring reputation. It evokes cunning, calculation, and sometimes ruthless manipulation. While often used pejoratively, the term also recognizes his penetrating understanding of political dynamics. Leaders and scholars alike associate his name with the ability to navigate complexity, manage ambition, and maintain authority. His ideas remain a benchmark for evaluating power. Machiavelli's writings challenge assumptions about morality in politics. He separates ethics from efficacy. Leaders cannot rely solely on virtue or sentiment. Success depends on understanding human nature, anticipating behavior, and taking decisive action. This stark realism transformed political thought and remains relevant in contemporary analyses. He traces the influence on Republican theory. Discourses on Livy inspired debates about civic virtue, balance of power, and the role of citizens. His analysis of Rome shaped modern conceptions of liberty, checks and balances, and institutional resilience. Machiavelli demonstrated how historical examples inform the design of governance. Machiavelli's influence extends to strategy and military theory. His insistence on preparedness, citizen militias, and decisive action informs modern military doctrine. The principle that fortune favors the bold continues to guide leaders in contexts ranging from warfare to diplomacy. Action, timing, and audacity remain critical. He also explores the cultural and intellectual dimension. Machiavelli's work provoked controversy precisely because it forced readers to confront uncomfortable truths. He challenged idealistic notions of leadership, morality, and human nature. By framing power as a dynamic, often ruthless interaction, he encouraged critical thinking and realistic assessment of political life. Suspense builds as he considers the duality of his legacy. Some interpret Machiavelli as a teacher of cynicism, revealing the darker side of politics. Others see him as a realist, exposing truths that leaders must understand to govern effectively. His writings provoke reflection on whether morality is subordinate to survival. strategy, and practical wisdom. He examines how his ideas endure in modern political analysis. Political scientists, historians, and strategists draw on Machiavelli to understand negotiation, influence, and institutional dynamics. Concepts such as manipulation of perception, the balance of fear and love, and the management of alliances remain central in the study of governance. Machiavelli also shaped debates about liberty and authority. His distinction between republics and principalities informs discussions about democracy, centralized power, and citizen participation. Leaders and theorists continue to grapple with questions of freedom, control, and institutional balance, echoing his analyses from centuries ago. He highlights that his enduring influence is not merely theoretical. The real-world application of his principles demonstrates their practical value. Leaders who understand human ambition, fortune, and the dynamics of power are better equipped to maintain authority, anticipate threats, and shape events. Machiavelli provides tools for navigating the complexities of political life. Finally, Machiavelli leaves us with a profound question. Did he reveal the truth of politics, stripped of illusion and idealism? Or did he invent a darker lens, teaching leaders to view human nature through suspicion, fear, and manipulation? The tension persists. His legacy forces reflection, debate, an examination of power in every age. Through this chapter, we see that Machiavelli's influence endures because he confronts the realities of human behavior and political life with unflinching clarity. His work continues to challenge, provoke, and inform leaders, scholars, and citizens alike. The playbook he left behind remains relevant, controversial, and profoundly instructive. We return to the opening question. Is it better to be loved or feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He suggests that leaders must navigate a complex interplay of both. Love can inspire loyalty, but it can also breed weakness. Fear can enforce obedience, but excessive cruelty can provoke rebellion. The tension between these forces defines the challenge of leadership. Machiavelli's playbook forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature. People are ambitious, self-interested, and unpredictable. Institutions and laws can guide behavior, but they cannot erase the realities of desire, fear, or ambition. Leaders must act with awareness of these truths if they hope to maintain power. Throughout his writings, we see that power is not abstract. It is practical, dynamic, and often unforgiving. Leadership requires courage, decisiveness, and sometimes ruthlessness. Machiavelli reminds us that morality, perception, and strategy are intertwined. Effective governance demands understanding, adaptation, and foresight. The reflection extends beyond rulers. Machiavelli challenges us to examine our own responses to authority, ambition, and ethical dilemmas. How do we balance ideals with practical needs? How do we respond to fortune, risk, and opportunity? His insights apply as much to personal decision-making as to statecraft. Finally, the lecture closes not with definitive answers, but with an invitation. Machiavelli leaves us questioning, observing, and analyzing. The study of power, human behavior, and political life is ongoing. His work endures because it challenges assumptions, provokes thought, and demands engagement. We are left with curiosity, reflection, and the awareness that leadership, morality, and human nature are complex and intertwined. The questions he raises are as relevant today as they were 5 centuries ago. The task is to keep questioning, keep observing, and keep learning from the playbook he left behind.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Picture this. A 13-year-old boy stands in a sunlit courtyard in northern Greece, surrounded by gardens that will become his classroom for the next 3 years. His father, the most powerful king in the Greek world, has just introduced him to a middle-aged philosopher with small, penetrating eyes and a slight lisp. The boy is Alexander, destined to conquer an empire stretching from Greece to India. The philosopher is Aristotle, who will conquer something far more enduring. He will map the territory of human excellence itself. Aristotle leans forward and asks the young prince a question that will echo through 23 centuries to reach us tonight. What does it mean to live well? Not how to conquer kingdoms, not how to accumulate wealth or fame or power, but something more fundamental, more urgent, more intimately relevant to each of us preparing for sleep on this quiet evening. What does it mean for a human being to flourish? What is the good life? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and your breathing slows, we will follow Aristotle's answer to this question. We will trace his path from the dusty academies of ancient Athens to his private conversations with history's greatest conqueror. We will discover why this question still matters, why Aristotle's response speaks to our modern anxieties perhaps more powerfully than it did to his contemporaries, and why the ancient Greek word eudaimonia contains a vision of happiness that our culture has largely forgotten. This is not a lecture. Think of it as an evening walk through one of the most beautiful minds in human history, a mind that believed human excellence was not only possible but achievable, that understood virtue as a practical skill we could develop through practice, that saw happiness not as a fleeting emotion, but as a way of being in the world. As you settle deeper into comfort, let Aristotle's measured reasoning guide you. His logic has a way of being unexpectedly captivating, building understanding slowly, stone by careful stone, until suddenly you see the complete architecture of a life well lived. Fair warning, you may find yourself wide awake at the end, mind illuminated by ideas that have guided humanity's greatest achievements. But even if sleep claims you early, these thoughts will settle into your rest like seeds in fertile soil, quietly working their transformation while you dream. So breathe deeply, let the tensions of your day release, and allow yourself to wonder, as that young prince wondered in a garden 2 millennia ago, what would it mean for me to truly flourish? The ancient Greeks had no word for religion as we understand it. They had no word for science as a separate discipline. They had no division between mind and body, no split between reason and emotion, no separation of private ethics from public politics. What they had was philosophy, literally the love of wisdom, and it encompassed everything. To study philosophy in ancient Athens was to ask the most practical question imaginable. How should I live? Into this world, in the year 384 before the Common Era, a boy was born in the small coastal city of Stagira on the Macedonian frontier. His name was Aristotle. His father, Nicomachus, served as court physician to King Amyntas of Macedon, and from his earliest years Aristotle was exposed to the careful observation, the empirical attention to detail that characterized medical practice. While other children learned through myths and stories, young Aristotle watched his father examine symptoms, make diagnoses, test remedies. The lesson would shape everything that followed. Look first at what actually is before theorizing about what might be. Tragedy struck early. Nicomachus died when Aristotle was still a boy, perhaps 10 years old. The young philosopher-to-be was sent to live with a guardian, Proxenus, who recognized something remarkable in his charge's hungry intellect. At 17, Aristotle was dispatched on the long journey to Athens, to the greatest center of learning the world had ever known, Plato's academy. Imagine the journey. A young man from the provinces carrying whatever scrolls and tablets a travelling student could manage, walking the dusty road southward, past villages and olive groves, over mountain passes where bandits lurked, through landscapes sacred to gods whose temples crowned every prominent hill. And then, finally, Athens herself. The city of Pericles and Socrates, still glorious despite recent defeats in war, her white marble temples catching the Mediterranean sun, her agora buzzing with merchants and philosophers, her theatre where Sophocles had premiered his tragedies, her law courts where citizens argued about justice and the good. The academy stood outside the city walls, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus. Here Plato, already in his 60s, taught a remarkable collection of students how to think. Not what to think, but how. Through dialogue and debate, through mathematical precision and logical rigour, through the relentless questioning that his teacher Socrates had pioneered. The method was simple and devastating. Take any claim about reality, any assumption about justice or beauty or truth, and ask, what do you mean by that? How do you know? Could it be otherwise? Question after question after question until either the claim stood on solid foundation or collapsed into incoherence. Aristotle arrived at this intellectual crucible at precisely the right moment. His mind was formed enough to engage seriously with Plato's ideas, but flexible enough to be shaped by them. And for the next 20 years, he remained, studying and eventually teaching, absorbing Plato's vision while slowly developing his own. What was that vision? Plato believed that the world we experience through our senses, this world of stones and trees and flesh, is not fully real. Behind it, or above it, or somehow beyond it, exists a realm of perfect forms. The triangle you draw on paper is always imperfect, but there exists the form of triangle, perfect and eternal. The beautiful person you see is beautiful only by participating in the form of beauty itself. Justice in our world is always approximate, but justice itself exists in this transcendent realm, perfect and unchanging. It was a breathtaking vision, answering profound questions about how knowledge is possible and why we recognize universal concepts despite experiencing only particular instances. But Aristotle found himself increasingly troubled by it. If these forms exist separately from the world of experience, how exactly do particular things participate in them? How does the form of horse make this particular horse here and now? The explanation seemed to push the mystery back one step without really solving it. More fundamentally, Aristotle couldn't shake his physician father's influence. Look at the world, his training insisted. Study what actually exists. The answers aren't in some transcendent realm, but here, in the structures and patterns of nature itself. Don't flee from particulars to universals, but find the universal within the particular. Walking through the Academy's gardens, past the stone colonnades where students debated, beneath olive trees that dappled the sunlight, Aristotle began formulating an alternative. Yes, we need universal concepts to understand reality. Yes, we recognize patterns that transcend individual instances. But perhaps these universals exist in things themselves, not in some separate realm. Perhaps the form of a horse is what makes this particular arrangement of matter a horse rather than a tree. Form and matter together constitute reality, inseparable, interdependent. The disagreement was profound, but never acrimonious. In later writings, Aristotle would criticize his teacher's theory of forms, but always with respect, always acknowledging Plato's brilliance. Plato is dear to me, but truth is dearer. This saying captures Aristotle's spirit. Loyalty to persons matters, but loyalty to truth matters more. The teacher-student relationship need not become adversarial just because the student thinks the teacher wrong about something fundamental. For 20 years, this was Aristotle's life. Study, debate, teach, think, write. The rhythms of academic existence, the slow accumulation of understanding, the gradual refinement of arguments. He was becoming a master of multiple disciplines, logic and rhetoric, biology and physics, politics and ethics, metaphysics and poetry. The breadth of his interests was staggering. While his contemporaries specialized, Aristotle ranged across the entire landscape of human knowledge, finding connections, building systems, constructing a unified vision of reality. Then, in 347 BCE, Plato died. The academy passed to Plato's nephew Speusippus, and Aristotle chose to leave. The reasons remain debated. Was it disappointment at not being chosen to lead? Was it time for the student to step out of his master's shadow? Or was it simply that Aristotle's intellectual project required independence? Whatever the reason, Aristotle departed Athens. He travelled first to Asia Minor, to the court of Hermias in Atarneus, where he continued his research and married Pythias, Hermias' adopted daughter. He spent time on the island of Lesbos, studying marine biology, wading through tide pools, dissecting sea creatures, observing with the meticulous attention to detail that would characterize all his work. These were years of intellectual wandering, of gathering observations, of letting his systematic approach mature. He studied how baby squids develop inside their eggs. He examined the hearts of different animals, noting structural variations. He watched the migration patterns of birds and wondered what internal mechanism drove them. In all of this, he was developing a method. Observe first, observe carefully, observe repeatedly. Record what you find. Notice patterns. Form hypotheses. Test them. Build explanations from the ground up. This was radically different from the prevailing approach to natural philosophy, which tended towards speculation from first principles. Aristotle was teaching himself to be empirical, to trust experience, to build theory on the foundation of observed fact. The lessons learned watching his father practice medicine were flowering into a comprehensive scientific method. His personal life in these years remains shadowy to us. We know he married Pythias and loved her. We know they had a daughter together. We know that when Pythias died, Aristotle grieved deeply. Later he would form a relationship with her Pillis, with whom he had a son, Nicomachus. But Aristotle rarely wrote about his private emotions. His work focused outward, on the structures of reality, on the patterns of nature, on the principles of living well. Then, around 343 BCE, an invitation arrived that would change everything. King Philip of Macedon, who was transforming his kingdom into the dominant military power in Greece, wanted a tutor for his 13-year-old son. And he wanted that tutor to be Aristotle. Why? Perhaps because Aristotle's father had served Philip's own father as court physician, creating a family connection. Perhaps because Aristotle, though not yet famous, had already acquired a reputation for brilliance. Perhaps because Philip, in his ambition to unite Greece under Macedonian leadership, wanted his heir educated in the finest Greek traditions. Whatever the reason, the offer came with considerable inducements. Philip promised to rebuild Stagira, Aristotle's home city, which he himself had destroyed in an earlier campaign. The payment would be generous, the position would be prestigious, but most importantly, Aristotle would have the opportunity to shape the mind of a future king, to plant ideas of justice and virtue and excellence in a boy who would wield tremendous power, to perhaps create through education a ruler who would govern wisely and well, for a philosopher who believed that ethics and politics were inseparable, that the good life required a good community. This opportunity must have been irresistible. And so Aristotle journeyed north, back to the Macedonian frontier of his youth, to meet the young prince who would become Alexander the Great. The teaching took place at Mieza, a small village in the verdant countryside outside the Macedonian capital. Here, in or near a temple dedicated to the nymphs, surrounded by forests and streams, Aristotle established what amounted to a private academy for Alexander and a select group of other young Macedonian nobles. Among these students were Hephaestion, who would become Alexander's closest companion, and Ptolemy, who would eventually rule Egypt. The future masters of the Hellenistic world all sat at Aristotle's feet, learning how to think. What did they learn? Not a catechism, but a method. Aristotle taught them to observe carefully, to reason systematically, to question assumptions, to distinguish valid arguments from fallacies. He taught them rhetoric, the art of persuasive speech, and politics, the science of organizing communities. He taught them natural philosophy, examining plants and animals, discussing the principles that govern growth and change. He taught them ethics, exploring questions of courage and justice and the nature of the good life, and crucially, he taught them Homer. Alexander developed an intense love for the Iliad. Identifying with Achilles, the warrior hero who chose glory over long life. Some accounts say Alexander carried a copy of the Iliad with him throughout his campaigns, annotated by Aristotle himself, keeping it under his pillow alongside his dagger. The fusion of philosophical training and heroic ambition would have profound consequences. The relationship between teacher and student was complex, mixing genuine affection with fundamental disagreements that would only deepen over time. Aristotle saw himself as forming Alexander's character, instilling virtue, teaching moderation and practical wisdom. But Alexander's nature ran to extremes. He was passionate where Aristotle counselled balance, impetuous where Aristotle advised deliberation, hungry for glory where Aristotle emphasized the contemplative life. They walked together through the countryside around Mieza, the middle-aged philosopher and the adolescent prince, discussing the nature of courage, the different forms of government, the relationship between happiness and virtue. Aristotle must have known even then that his student would achieve great things. What he couldn't have known was how completely those achievements would diverge from his own values. For Aristotle believed in Greek superiority. He viewed non-Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, all the peoples who would fall to Alexander's conquests, as barbarians, natural slaves, suited only to serve their Greek masters. This ugly prejudice was common in classical Greece, born from centuries of conflict with Persia, reinforced by cultural chauvinism. When Aristotle advised Alexander on politics, he apparently suggested treating Greeks as free citizens and barbarians, as subjects to be ruled despotically. Alexander would ultimately reject this advice. His great vision, perhaps his greatest, was of a multicultural empire where Greeks and Persians could intermarry, where talent mattered more than ethnicity, where civilization could transcend its Greek origins. In this, the student proved wiser than the teacher. But that lay in the future. For 3 years the education continued. Philosophy in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, discussions of metaphysics and dissections of animals, poetry and mathematics, the young nobles learning not just information but how to think, how to argue, how to analyze. Aristotle was forming minds, planting seeds that would bear fruit in ways he couldn't anticipate. Then, in 340 BCE, Philip summoned his son home. At 16, Alexander would serve as regent while his father campaigned in Thrace. The formal education was over. Teacher and student would never again spend extended time together, though they continued corresponding. Alexander sent back specimens and observations from his conquests, plants and animals unknown to Greek science, reports of distant lands, puzzles for his old teacher to study. But the intellectual relationship was ending, and philosophical differences were hardening into ideological opposition. When Alexander began integrating Persians into his administration, adopting Persian customs, even demanding prostration from Greek visitors, Aristotle was appalled. This violated everything he believed about Greek superiority and proper political order. The student had moved beyond the teacher's wisdom, making his own path through history. There is a poignant tragedy here. Aristotle had tried to form Alexander's character according to philosophical principles, to create a king who would embody virtue and govern with practical wisdom. But character, as Aristotle himself taught, comes from habituation, from repeated practice, from the slow shaping of desires and responses. 3 years of philosophical instruction couldn't overcome Alexander's fundamental nature. Brilliant, passionate, ambitious beyond measure, unable to recognize limits, the greatest philosopher of antiquity and the greatest conqueror of antiquity touched each other's lives profoundly. Each would achieve immortality in his own sphere, but they remained, in the end, fundamentally different kinds of men. One conquered through thought, the other through the sword. One believed in moderation and the contemplative life, the other in glory and endless achievement. One stayed mostly in Athens, thinking and writing. The other marched to the edges of the known world, never content, never stopping. When Alexander departed for his Asian campaigns in 335 BCE, Aristotle was 50 years old. He returned to Athens, to the city of his intellectual formation, ready at last to establish his own school, to develop his own systematic philosophy, to offer his answer to the question he had posed to young Alexander so many years before. What does it mean to live well? Athens in 335 BCE had changed since Aristotle first arrived as a 17-year-old student. Philip's victory at Chaeronea had ended the era of independent Greek city-states. The Macedonian king now dominated Greece, and after Philip's assassination, his son Alexander ruled. For Athenians who treasured their democratic traditions, this new reality was bitter. They lived under the shadow of Macedonian power. Technically independent, but actually subject. Into this politically complex situation, Aristotle returned. His connections to the Macedonian court made some Athenians suspicious, but his reputation as a philosopher, his years at the academy, and his undeniable brilliance earned him respect. He established his school in the Lyceum, a gymnasium dedicated to Apollo Lysias, located just outside the city walls. The Lyceum became Aristotle's base for the next 12 years, the period of his greatest productivity. Here he developed the systematic philosophy that would influence human thought for 2 millennia. Here he gathered around him the brightest students Athens could offer, and here he perfected his distinctive method of teaching. Unlike Plato's academy, which focused on mathematics and abstract reasoning, the Lyceum was organized around empirical research. Aristotle collected specimens, plants, animals, minerals. He gathered maps and documents. He compiled observations sent by correspondents throughout the Greek world, including, remarkably, from Alexander's campaigns. The Lyceum was part school, part research institute, part museum. It was the first institution of its kind, and it set a pattern that universities would follow for centuries. The physical layout encouraged Aristotle's teaching style. The Lyceum had a covered walkway called a peripatos, where Aristotle liked to walk while lecturing. This habit gave his school its name, the Peripatetics, the walkers. Picture him there, in his 50s now, walking slowly along the colonnade, a small group of advanced students following, discussing the nature of causation or the structure of logical argument or the relationship between soul and body. His lectures came in 2 types. In the morning, he offered esoteric teachings for advanced students, dense technical discussions requiring philosophical background. These were the lectures that would eventually be compiled into the treatises we possess: the physics, the metaphysics, the Nicomachean ethics. In the afternoon, he gave public lectures on more accessible topics: rhetoric, politics, ethics. These were polished presentations, carefully crafted for general audiences. The evenings he spent writing, organizing his thoughts, revising his treatises. By lamplight in his study, scrolls spread around him. Aristotle worked to systematize human knowledge. He was attempting something unprecedented, a comprehensive account of reality, from the principles of logic that govern all reasoning, through the structures of the natural world, to the best way for human beings to live. His method was distinctive. Where Plato had begun with ideal forms and tried to explain how particulars participate in them, Aristotle began with the world of experience and tried to understand its inherent structures. Look first, theorize second. Observe the patterns in nature, then explain what makes those patterns possible. This empirical orientation appeared in all his work. His biological writings describe hundreds of animal species with careful attention to anatomy and behavior. His meteorology examines weather patterns, winds, rain, thunder. His politics analyzes 158 different constitutions of Greek city-states, comparing their structures and outcomes. Even his ethics, as we will see, begins with observed facts about human nature and behavior rather than abstract principles. But Aristotle was no mere compiler of facts. What made him revolutionary was his ability to organize observations into systematic understanding. He developed logic as a formal discipline, creating tools for rigorous reasoning. He pioneered the study of causation, distinguishing 4 different ways we can answer why questions. He analyzed motion, change, time, place, infinity. He investigated language, categorizing different types of statements and studying how meaning works. And running through all of this was a deep conviction that the universe makes sense. Reality is not chaos but cosmos, not random but ordered. Natural things have purposes, built-in tendencies, characteristic activities. Understanding something means grasping its nature, its function, what it's meant to be and do. This teleological vision, the idea that things have inherent purposes, would remain influential until the scientific revolution 2,000 years later. Yet despite this comprehensive intellectual productivity, Aristotle's time at the Lyceum was politically precarious. He was a metic, a resident alien, without citizenship rights. He depended on the tolerance of a city that had reasons to distrust him. When Alexander died suddenly in 323 BCE, everything changed. The death of the conqueror unleashed a wave of anti-Macedonian sentiment across Greece. Athens erupted in rebellion, and Aristotle, known to have been Alexander's tutor, connected to the Macedonian court, suddenly found himself in danger. Charges of impiety were brought against him, the same charges that had led to Socrates' execution 76 years earlier. Aristotle was 62 years old, at the height of his intellectual powers. He had spent 12 years building the Lyceum into one of the ancient world's great centres of learning. His systematic philosophy was substantially complete, but the political situation was untenable. Rather than stand trial, Aristotle chose to leave Athens. He reportedly said he would not let the city sin twice against philosophy, a reference to Socrates' fate. He retired to Chalcis on the island of Euboea, where his mother's family had property. And there, less than a year after leaving Athens, he died of a stomach illness. It was 322 BCE. The greatest systematic philosopher in history was gone, leaving behind an intellectual legacy that would shape Western thought for 2,000 years. But we've spent long enough on biography. We know the man, the context, the journey. Now we must turn to what matters most, his ideas. Specifically, his answer to the question that launched our evening together, the question he posed to young Alexander in that sunlit garden at Mieza. What does it mean to live well? What is the good life for human beings? What should we aim at? These questions drive Aristotle's ethical philosophy, and to understand his answers, we must begin with a single word that captures his vision of human flourishing: eudaimonia. The word sounds strange to modern ears. Eudaimonia. It's usually translated as happiness, but this translation misleads almost as much as it clarifies. When we think of happiness, we typically imagine a feeling, an emotional state, something that comes over us when things go well. I feel happy when I eat delicious food, or succeed at a difficult task, or spend time with people I love. Happiness, in our common usage, is something that happens to us, a pleasant sensation we experience. But this is not what Aristotle means by eudaimonia at all. The word itself gives us a hint. It combines eu, meaning good or well, with daimon, meaning spirit or divinity. Literally, eudaimonia means something like having a good spirit, being well-spirited, having your inner nature in good condition. It suggests not a temporary feeling, but a state of being. Not an episode, but a way of existing. Perhaps the best translation is flourishing, or living well, or faring well. Think of a plant. What does it mean for an oak tree to flourish? Not that it feels happy, plants don't have feelings, but that it's achieving what it's meant to achieve, developing according to its nature, becoming an excellent specimen of oak tree. It has good soil, adequate water, proper sunlight. Its roots run deep, its trunk grows strong, its branches spread wide, its leaves are full and green. The acorns it produces are healthy. This is oak tree eudaimonia, being a thriving, excellent oak. Now ask the parallel question: what does it mean for a human being to flourish? What is human eudaimonia? This is Aristotle's central question, and answering it requires understanding human nature itself. But before we get to Aristotle's answer, we need to understand why he thinks this question matters so much. Here's where his thinking becomes both elegant and persuasive. Every action we take aims at some good, Aristotle observes. When you eat, you aim at satisfying hunger or maintaining health or enjoying flavor. When you work, you aim at earning money or accomplishing something or serving others. When you exercise, you aim at fitness or stress relief or the pleasure of physical exertion. All human action is goal-directed. Notice what follows from this. Some goods are sought for the sake of other goods. We earn money to buy things. We buy things to satisfy needs or wants. We satisfy needs to maintain life. We maintain life to what? Eventually we must reach some final good, something we want for its own sake, not as means to something else. Otherwise we're caught in an infinite regress, each goal pursued for the sake of another, never reaching any ultimate purpose. What is this final good? What do we want for its own sake? Aristotle thinks the answer is obvious. Eudaimonia. Everyone, he says, pursues happiness or flourishing. It's what we ultimately aim at in all our activities. We want other things for the sake of happiness, but we don't want happiness for the sake of anything else. Happiness is self-sufficient. Having it, we lack nothing essential. Consider what this means. Honor? Yes, we value honor, but why? Because being honored makes us happy. Pleasure? Yes, we enjoy pleasure, but why do we seek it? Because it contributes to happiness. Wealth? Certainly useful, but obviously not the ultimate good. We want wealth to secure happiness, not happiness to secure wealth. Even virtue, and this is crucial, we value ultimately because virtuous living leads to flourishing. So eudaimonia stands at the top of the hierarchy of goods. It's what everything else aims toward. It's the bull's eye on the target, the destination of all our striving. Get clear about what eudaimonia really is, and you've answered the most important question about how to live. But here's where things get interesting. People agree that eudaimonia is the ultimate good, Aristotle notes, but they disagree profoundly about what eudaimonia actually is. Ask different people what happiness consists in, and you'll get radically different answers. The common people, identify happiness with pleasure. A happy life is a pleasant life, full of good food, drink, sex, comfortable circumstances, agreeable company. This view has intuitive appeal. Who doesn't enjoy pleasure? And misery certainly doesn't seem like flourishing. But Aristotle thinks this view fundamentally mistakes what happiness is. Why? Because pleasure is something we share with animals. A dog experiences pleasure when eating or playing. A pig experiences pleasure in its own way. But surely human flourishing must involve something distinctively human. Moreover, the pursuit of pleasure leads to a slavish life, Aristotle argues, where we're controlled by our appetites, always, chasing the next sensation, never satisfied. The hedonist mistakes a component of happiness for happiness itself. What about the sophisticated, politically ambitious people? They often identify happiness with honor, with being respected and admired, with achieving status. This view seems more elevated than hedonism. Honor recognizes something about character or accomplishment. But Aristotle rejects this view too. Why? Because honor depends on other people. They can bestow it or withdraw it. Your happiness can't depend on something so external to you, so vulnerable to others' opinions. Moreover, we pursue honor because we believe we deserve it, because we've achieved something excellent. So the excellence matters more than the honor that might follow from it. Again, the mistake is identifying a byproduct of flourishing with flourishing itself. What about wealth? Some people devote their lives to accumulating money and possessions, but Aristotle barely pauses to refute this view. Wealth is obviously instrumental, obviously pursued for the sake of something else. The miser who hoards wealth without using it for any purpose hasn't achieved happiness. Wealth is like a tool, valuable for what it enables, worthless as an end in itself. So if happiness isn't pleasure or honor or wealth, what is it? Aristotle's answer emerges from his distinctive method, examining the function of human beings. Here's the reasoning. Everything has a characteristic activity, a function, something it does that makes it the kind of thing it is. The function of the eye is to see. A good eye sees well, a bad eye sees poorly. The function of a knife is to cut. A good knife cuts cleanly and holds its edge. For any tool or organ or creature with a function, excellence consists in performing that function well. Does a human being have a function? Not in the sense of being a tool for some external purpose, but in the sense of having a characteristic activity, something that defines what we distinctively are. Aristotle thinks yes. What is our function? It can't be merely living, growing and maintaining ourselves. We share that with plants. It can't be sensing and responding to our environment. We share that with all animals. The distinctive human function must involve our unique capacity, reason. This doesn't mean our function is to sit around thinking all day, disconnected from the world. Reason permeates all distinctively human activities. When we deliberate about what to do, we're exercising reason. When we form friendships based on mutual respect rather than mere pleasure or utility, reason guides those relationships. when we appreciate beauty, when we understand truth, when we act courageously in the face of fear, when we judge fairly between competing claims, we're exercising rational capacities that animals lack. Human flourishing, then, consists in exercising these rational capacities excellently. It's not passive, but active. Not a state we fall into, but an activity we perform. Not something that happens to us, but something we do. Aristotle's famous formulation? Eudaimonia is activity of soul in accordance with virtue. Let that sink in for a moment. Happiness is activity. Not feeling, but doing. Not possessing, but acting. The happy person isn't someone who has achieved a comfortable state and now simply maintains it. The happy person is actively engaged in excellent activity. Flourishing is a verb, not a noun, and this activity must be excellent in accordance with virtue. Here we need to understand what Aristotle means by virtue, a topic we'll explore thoroughly. For now, note simply that virtue means excellence of character and intellect, the qualities that enable us to perform our function well. Just as a good knife has the virtues of sharpness and durability, a good human has virtues like courage, wisdom, justice, and temperance. One more crucial qualification: eudaimonia requires a complete life. One swallow doesn't make a spring, Aristotle says, and one day or brief period doesn't make someone happy. Flourishing is assessed over a lifetime. The young can't yet be called happy because their lives remain unfinished. Only from the perspective of a complete life can we judge whether someone achieved eudaimonia. So, here's Aristotle's answer to his own question, the answer that took him decades to develop, that emerged from observing human nature, analysing human action, studying political communities, thinking carefully about what makes human life distinctively human. To flourish, to achieve eudaimonia, to live well, engage in excellent rational activity over a complete life, in accordance with virtue, with adequate external goods to support that activity. Each element matters. Activity, not passive enjoyment. Rational activity, using our distinctive human capacity. Excellent activity, performing it well. In accordance with virtue, the settled dispositions that enable excellence. Over a complete life, not just moments or episodes. With adequate external goods, acknowledging we need certain material conditions. This is what the greatest philosopher in antiquity concluded about how we should live. Not a simple formula, but a rich, nuanced vision of human flourishing, not telling us to pursue pleasure or honour or wealth, but inviting us to develop excellence of character and intellect, to exercise our distinctively human capacities at their highest level, to make our whole lives expressions of rationality at its best. But this answer immediately raises questions. What are these virtues that enable excellent activity? How do we develop them? Can anyone become virtuous, or only some? What role does luck play, those external goods Aristotle mentions? And most practically, how do I actually live this way? The rest of our evening together explores these questions. We turn now from Aristotle's destination, eudaimonia, to his map of how to get there. And that map begins with a revolutionary idea about the nature of excellence itself. If you've ever tried to improve yourself, you know the frustration. You want to be more patient, but find yourself snapping at small annoyances. You want to be generous, but hesitate when opportunities arise. You know intellectually what the right thing to do is, yet doing it feels unnatural, forced, exhausting. Virtue seems to require constant effort against your inclinations. Aristotle understood this struggle, and his answer to it forms one of the most psychologically sophisticated parts of his philosophy. Virtue, he argued, is not knowledge alone. You can't become courageous simply by understanding what courage is. You can't become just by studying the theory of justice. Virtue is not information in your head, but disposition in your character. The Greek word Aristotle uses is arete, usually translated as virtue or excellence. But notice what the word captures. Not moral goodness as we typically conceive it, but a kind of excellence, a way of being that realizes potential, achieves what something is capable of. The arete of a racehorse is speed and endurance. The arete of a sword is sharpness and strength. What is the arete of a human being? For Aristotle, virtue is a hexis, a stable state or disposition of character. It's not a fleeting decision, but a relatively permanent way of being. The virtuous person doesn't simply perform virtuous acts occasionally through gritted teeth. Rather, they've developed a settled way of responding to situations such that virtuous action flows naturally from who they've become. But how do you develop such dispositions? Here Aristotle makes his most revolutionary claim, one that contradicted his teacher Plato fundamentally. Plato had argued that virtue is knowledge. If you truly know what's good, you'll do it. Vice is just ignorance. Education, then, is the key to virtue. Aristotle disagreed. Virtue requires knowledge, yes, but knowledge isn't sufficient. You also need proper habituation, repeated practice, the formation of emotional responses and action patterns through experience. In the famous formulation, we become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, courageous by doing courageous acts. Think of learning to play an instrument. You can study music theory, understand harmony and rhythm intellectually, but that won't make you a pianist. You must practice, repeating scales and exercises until your fingers move correctly without conscious thought, until the patterns become second nature. Only through habit does knowledge become skill. The same applies to virtue. You must practice acting virtuously until virtuous responses become habitual, until you spontaneously respond with courage to danger, with generosity to need, with justice to competing claims. Eventually, these responses feel natural rather than forced. This is when you've truly become virtuous. But practice according to what pattern? What makes an act courageous rather than cowardly or reckless? What distinguishes generous, giving from wasteful excess, or stingy withholding? Aristotle's answer: virtue is a mean between extremes. This doctrine of the mean, sometimes called the golden mean, represents Aristotle's most distinctive contribution to ethics. Every virtue, he argues, lies between two vices, one of excess and one of deficiency. Think of it as a spectrum with virtue in the middle, though not at the exact mathematical center. Take courage, the paradigm virtue in Greek culture. What is courage? Not absence of fear. That would be insensibility or foolhardiness. The coward feels appropriate fear but is paralyzed by it, unable to act when action is needed. The reckless person either feels no fear or ignores reasonable danger, rushing into situations that call for caution. Courage lies between these extremes, feeling fear appropriately, but acting despite it when the situation demands. The courageous person stands their ground in battle when standing is necessary for a just cause. They speak truth to power when silence would be cowardice. They admit mistakes when pride tempts them to double down, but they don't seek danger for its own sake. They don't take foolish risks to prove their bravery. They recognize when retreat is wise, when compromise is appropriate, when holding firm would be stubbornness rather than courage. Or consider temperance, the virtue concerning bodily pleasures. On one extreme sits the ascetic who denies all pleasure, treats the body as enemy, lives in miserable self-deprivation. On the other extreme sits the glutton or libertine, enslaved to every appetite, incapable of saying no to desire, life organized around the next indulgence. Temperance lies between, enjoying pleasures appropriately, neither denying them entirely, nor being ruled by them. The temperate person eats delicious food with pleasure, but stops when satisfied. They enjoy wine without becoming drunk. They engage in sexual activity within appropriate relationships. They find entertainment refreshing without becoming addicted to constant stimulation. Their pleasures enhance life rather than dominating it. Generosity provides another example. The stingy person hoards resources, gives nothing or gives only reluctantly, values possessions over relationships. They're incapable of sharing, trapped in scarcity mentality, even when they have plenty. On the opposite extreme, the wasteful person gives indiscriminately, spends recklessly, depletes resources that should be conserved. They might enjoy a reputation for generosity, but ultimately can't sustain it. True generosity lies between these, giving appropriately to the right people, at the right time, in the right way, for the right reasons. The generous person gives freely because they recognize resources as means to good ends, not ends in themselves. But they give thoughtfully, considering whether their giving truly helps. They balance present generosity with future capacity. They give neither too much nor too little, but what the situation requires. Each virtue follows this pattern. Patience lies between apathy, caring about nothing, and explosive anger, losing control over trivialities. The patient person feels anger at genuine injustice, but remains calm in the face of minor annoyances. They know when anger is appropriate and when it's destructive. Truthfulness lies between self-deprecation, underselling yourself, and boastfulness, inflating your accomplishments. The truthful person represents themselves accurately, neither falsely modest nor arrogantly exaggerating. Even wit is a virtue for Aristotle. The boorish person has no sense of humour, can't appreciate jokes, makes social situations uncomfortable with their heavy seriousness. The buffoon jokes constantly, unable to be serious when situations demand it, offends others with inappropriate humour. Wittiness lies between having a sense of humour, knowing when levity is appropriate, making others comfortable without descending into mockery or constant joking. Aristotle identifies many virtues, each with its characteristic pattern of mean between extremes. But several things about this doctrine need emphasis. First, the mean is not mathematical. Virtue doesn't lie at the exact midpoint between extremes. Rather, it's relative to the person and circumstances. The amount of food that's moderate for an athlete differs from what's moderate for a sedentary person. The degree of fear that's appropriate facing a mugger differs from what's appropriate facing a bear. Context matters. Second, finding the mean requires judgment. There's no formula you can simply apply. You must understand the situation, consider what's at stake, recognize relevant factors, then determine what response hits the mean. This judgment, practical wisdom or phronesis, we'll explore more deeply. For now, note that virtue requires intelligence, not just good intentions. Third, not every action or emotion has a virtuous mean. Some things are inherently wrong regardless of amount. Murder isn't excessive killing with moderate killing as virtue. Adultery isn't excessive love. Theft isn't excessive taking. Some acts violate virtue by their very nature. Fourth, the mean is difficult to achieve. The extremes are easier. It's relatively simple to never give anything, stinginess, or to give everything away, wastefulness. Finding the generous mean requires sensitivity to circumstances, understanding of consequences, practical wisdom about what's truly helpful. This is why virtue is rare, and why becoming virtuous requires sustained effort. Finally, and most importantly, the doctrine of the mean reveals something profound about human psychology. Most vices aren't entirely evil impulses we must suppress. Rather, they're good impulses taken too far or not far enough. Fear is appropriate, sometimes. Anger has its place, occasionally. Even the desire for pleasure isn't wrong within limits. This means the path to virtue isn't destroying natural responses, but properly ordering them. Not eliminating fear, but feeling it appropriately. Not suppressing anger, but expressing it rightly. Not denying pleasure, but enjoying it well. Virtue cultivates nature rather than fighting it. Develops our capacities rather than destroying them. Achieves harmony rather than conflict within the soul. Think about what this means practically. You're trying to become more patient. The Aristotelian approach isn't to suppress all irritation, to pretend nothing bothers you, to become some sort of unfeeling automaton. Rather, it's to develop the ability to distinguish genuine wrongs, deserving anger, from minor inconveniences deserving forbearance, to feel proportionate responses to situations, to recognize when your irritation serves no good purpose and let it go, or you're trying to be more confident without becoming arrogant. The Aristotelian approach isn't to split the difference mathematically between self-hatred and narcissism. It's to develop an accurate understanding of your genuine abilities, to present yourself truthfully, to claim credit you deserve without exaggerating, to acknowledge limitations without false modesty. It's complex, nuanced, requiring self-knowledge and situational awareness. This is why virtue takes time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it done. You must practice repeatedly in various situations, gradually developing the sensitivity and judgment that enables hitting the mean reliably. Like any skill, it improves with experience and deteriorates without practice. But the doctrine of the mean, elegant as it is, raises a crucial question. How do you develop the judgment to find the mean? How do you know what courage requires in this particular situation? How do you determine where generosity lies between stinginess and wastefulness right now with this person? Aristotle's answer: practical wisdom, phronesis, the intellectual virtue that enables all the moral virtues. If virtue is the destination, practical wisdom is the compass. Without it, even the best intentions lead astray. You might want to be generous, but give in ways that harm rather than help. You might aim at courage, but misjudge what the situation demands. You might pursue the mean, but lack the perception to find it. Practical wisdom is hard to define precisely because it's fundamentally practical rather than theoretical. It's not knowledge of universal principles that can be stated in abstract formulas. It's the ability to see what's required in particular situations, to recognize what action would hit the mean, to understand how general principles apply in specific contexts. Think of an expert chef. They know recipes, understand cooking techniques, can explain why certain ingredients work together. But their expertise goes beyond this theoretical knowledge. When actually cooking, they adjust by taste, compensate for ingredient variations, improvise when something goes wrong. They see what the dish needs, right now, not just what recipes generally recommend. This is practical wisdom applied to cooking. Or consider a skilled therapist. They understand psychological theory, know research about what treatments work. But with any particular client, they must perceive that person's specific needs, recognize what approach will help them, adjust strategies when initial attempts don't work. They exercise judgment that goes beyond applying rules, wisdom that emerges from experience with particulars. Practical wisdom works similarly in ethics. The person with phronesis perceives what situations truly demand. They see that this apparent conflict between friendship and honesty actually requires tactful truth-telling. They recognize that this request for help, though sincere, would enable destructive behavior. They understand that standing firm here would be courage, but standing firm there would be stubbornness. How do they see these things? Through experience, primarily. Practical wisdom develops over time as you face various situations. Try different responses, observe consequences, learn from mistakes. You can't acquire it from books alone, any more than you can become a chef or therapist purely through reading. You must practice repeatedly in the messiness of actual circumstances. But experience alone isn't sufficient. You need to experience situations with the right orientation, paying attention to what's morally relevant, trying to hit the mean, caring about doing the right thing. Bad people accumulate experience without developing practical wisdom because they're paying attention to the wrong things, pursuing the wrong goals, developing skill at vice rather than virtue. This creates a puzzle Aristotle recognizes. You need virtue to develop practical wisdom, because only the virtuous person perceives situations correctly, judges what's truly good, aims at the right target. But you need practical wisdom to exercise virtue, because without it, you can't determine what the virtuous response requires. They seem to depend on each other, creating a circle. Aristotle's answer: they develop together in a spiral. You start with basic good habits instilled in childhood, following rules your parents teach, imitating people you respect. This isn't yet true virtue, because you're following external guidance rather than your own practical wisdom. But it starts forming your character, shaping your emotional responses, giving you some initial grasp of what virtue looks like. As your rational capacities mature, you begin understanding why these rules exist, what purposes they serve, how to apply them in new situations. Your practical wisdom develops as you reason about what to do, learn from experience, refine your judgment. And as your practical wisdom grows, your virtue becomes more complete, more flexible, more reliably excellent. Eventually, you reach the mature state where virtue and practical wisdom fully interpenetrate. You spontaneously perceive what situations demand. You respond appropriately without laborious deliberation. You hit the mean naturally because your character, emotions, and reason are all aligned. This is the person Aristotle calls spoudaios, the excellent person, the one who serves as standard for ethical judgment. But what does practical wisdom actually look like in operation? Consider an extended example. A friend asks you to lie for them to protect them from consequences of their own mistake. You care about your friend and want to help, but you also value honesty and worry about enabling irresponsibility. What should you do? Practical wisdom begins by recognizing the genuine complexity. This isn't simply a conflict between friendship and honesty as abstract principles. It's a situation involving this particular friend, this particular mistake, these particular consequences, this particular relationship history, this particular request. The person with phronesis asks, what kind of help would truly benefit my friend? Sometimes protection from consequences enables continued bad behavior. Sometimes harsh lessons are exactly what someone needs. But sometimes consequences are disproportionate to mistakes, and a friend should offer shelter, which is this. They consider, what does my friend need to hear right now? A refusal to lie might communicate respect for their ability to handle difficulty, or it might feel like abandonment when they're vulnerable. How strong is our friendship? Can it bear the strain of my refusing? Would refusing strengthen or damage it? They weigh. What are the actual stakes? Will this lie enable serious harm to my friend or others? Will the truth lead to catastrophic consequences? Or are the stakes relatively minor, more about comfort than genuine well-being? They think through, what are the alternatives? Maybe there's a way to help without lying, to support while still being honest, to stand beside my friend without endorsing their evasion. Notice what's happening here. Practical wisdom doesn't consult some ethical decision procedure, doesn't apply an algorithm, doesn't reduce the situation to a simple case of conflicting principles. It perceives the situation in all its particularity, brings various considerations to bear, exercises judgment about what would be good here and now. And crucially, it does this quickly. The person with developed phronesis doesn't labor through all these considerations explicitly. They see what's required almost immediately, the way an expert chef tastes a dish and knows what it needs. The deliberation I've spelled out happens rapidly, often non-consciously, leading to a clear sense of the right course of action. This is why practical wisdom is an intellectual virtue, but one closely connected to moral virtue. It's not purely cognitive, not simply a matter of clever reasoning. Your emotions, desires, character, all influence how you perceive situations and what responses seem reasonable. The vicious person lacks practical wisdom, not because they're stupid, but because their distorted character makes them perceive situations wrongly, see apparent goods as real goods, miss what's truly important. Take the same situation with someone lacking practical wisdom. They might not even recognize the ethical complexity, might think it's simply about whether they're willing to inconvenience themselves for their friend. Or they might see the ethical dimension but reason poorly about it, either thinking loyalty always trumps honesty, or thinking honesty always requires blunt truth-telling regardless of circumstances. They lack the nuanced perception and judgment that practical wisdom provides. Or consider someone with practical wisdom navigating a different challenge. You're in a meeting where a colleague takes credit for your work. What does virtue require? Practical wisdom helps you see this clearly. First, assess the stakes. Is this a pattern or an isolated incident? Did your colleague do this maliciously or through genuine confusion about contributions? Will this significantly harm your career or reputation, or is it relatively minor? Then consider responses. You could publicly correct the record, but is this the right forum? Would doing so create unnecessary conflict? Or would silence enable ongoing injustice? You could address it privately with your colleague, but will that be effective, or do you need to involve others? Think about your relationship with this colleague. Is there a history of mutual respect that makes a gentle private conversation likely to work? Or is this part of a pattern requiring stronger action? Consider the organizational culture. Will speaking up be respected or seen as petty? Does the organization value truth-telling or smooth relationships? Weigh your own emotional state. Are you angry in a way that will make you respond more harshly than the situation warrants? Or is your anger appropriate, giving you the energy to address genuine injustice? Practical wisdom synthesizes all this into a clear sense of what to do. Maybe it says, address it privately first, calmly but directly, giving your colleague a chance to correct it themselves, but be prepared to escalate if they don't. Or maybe it says, this is minor, let it go, not every battle needs fighting. Or maybe it says, this requires immediate public correction because silence would mislead important people. There's no formula that determines the answer. Two people with practical wisdom might reach different conclusions depending on their particular knowledge of the people and context involved, but both would be exercising genuine practical wisdom in their perception and reasoning. Now notice something important about the relationship between practical wisdom and happiness. Remember, eudaimonia is activity in accordance with virtue, but you can't reliably act in accordance with virtue without practical wisdom. The well-intentioned person who lacks phronesis will frequently choose wrongly, missing the mean, pursuing apparent goods rather than real ones, causing harm despite good intentions. So practical wisdom is essential for flourishing. It's the intellectual virtue that enables all the moral virtues to operate correctly. Without it, courage becomes recklessness or cowardice, generosity becomes wastefulness or stinginess, honesty becomes brutal tactlessness or deceptive flattery. Practical wisdom is what transforms good intentions into good actions, moral principles into ethical life. But Aristotle recognizes something else. Practical wisdom can't be taught directly. You can teach someone geometry by proving theorems, you can teach them physics by explaining laws of nature, but you can't teach them practical wisdom the same way. Why? Because practical wisdom is about particulars, and particulars can't be captured in universal rules. Instead, practical wisdom is cultivated through three methods. First, experience. Face many situations, try various responses, observe what works, learn from mistakes. The person with practical wisdom has seen enough cases to recognize patterns, understand consequences, predict outcomes. Second, imitation. Learn from people who already have practical wisdom. Watch how they handle difficult situations. Ask them for advice. Model your responses on theirs until you develop your own judgment. Just as apprentices learn crafts from masters, moral learners develop phronesis by observing and imitating the spoudios. Third, habituation in virtue. Practical wisdom and moral virtue develop together. As you practice acting virtuously, you gradually see situations more clearly, judge more reliably, understand what virtue requires. Your character formation enhances your perception and reasoning. This long development explains why Aristotle thinks young people can't have practical wisdom. Not because they're stupid, but because they lack experience. They haven't faced enough situations, haven't learned from enough mistakes, haven't had time to develop the perceptual sensitivity that phronesis requires. This is also why the young can be skilled at mathematics or chess, but not at ethical reasoning. The former depend on abilities they already possess. The latter requires experience they haven't yet accumulated. The implication is humbling. You can't shortcut the development of practical wisdom. You can't read a book on ethics and suddenly possess phronesis. You must live, act, experience, reflect, learn, grow. It takes years, decades, a lifetime. The development of practical wisdom is the work of a complete life. But here's the hopeful part. The development is possible. You can become someone with practical wisdom through sustained effort over time. And as you develop it, making good choices becomes easier, more natural, more reliable. Eventually you become the person others turn to for ethical advice, the one who sees clearly when others are confused, who knows what to do when situations are complex. This is moral expertise, and like any expertise, it transforms how you experience the world. The expert musician hears nuances in performances others miss. The expert chef tastes subtleties others overlook. The person with practical wisdom perceives ethical dimensions of situations others don't notice, sees possibilities for action others don't recognize, understands consequences others don't anticipate. And this expertise serves eudaimonia directly. It enables you to act excellently, to exercise virtue reliably, to navigate life's complexities without constantly stumbling. Practical wisdom makes flourishing possible by giving you the tools to live well consistently over time. But how does this development happen? How do we actually become virtuous? This brings us to one of Aristotle's most important psychological insights. We are not born virtuous or vicious. Human infants are born with capacities for virtue, with the raw material, but not with virtue itself. A child can become courageous or cowardly, generous or stingy, just or unjust. Which they become depends on their formation. This formation happens through habituation, through repeated practice, through the gradual shaping of character. We become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, courageous by doing courageous acts. The famous analogy, we learn to play the harp by playing it, we become builders by building, we become good by doing good. But this raises an obvious question, one that puzzled commentators for centuries. If we become virtuous by acting virtuously, how do we perform the first virtuous acts before we're virtuous? It seems impossible, like saying you learn to swim by swimming, but how can you swim before you know how to swim? Aristotle's answer involves distinguishing stages of moral development. In childhood, we act virtuously through external guidance. Parents and teachers tell us what to do. We obey rules we don't yet fully understand. We imitate people we respect. We follow social conventions. At this stage, we're doing virtuous acts without having virtue as a settled disposition. This childhood formation is crucial. Through it, we develop the right emotional responses. We learn to take pleasure in noble actions and pain in shameful ones. Our desires begin aligning with what's genuinely good. We build the foundation on which virtue will eventually stand. As we mature and our rational capacities develop, we begin understanding why these rules exist, what purposes they serve. We internalize the principles rather than just following external commands. We start choosing virtuous acts for their own sake, because we recognize them as good, not merely because authority figures say so. Eventually, for those who successfully develop, virtue becomes a settled hexis, a stable disposition. Now we spontaneously perceive what situations require. We feel appropriate emotions and perform appropriate actions without constant deliberation. The struggle diminishes. Virtuous action flows naturally from who we've become. This is true virtue, choosing virtuous acts for their own sake, from a stable character with the right emotions and motivations. It's qualitatively different from simply performing the same external behaviors out of fear of punishment or hope for reward. But the transition between stages isn't always smooth. Many people get stuck in intermediate states, understanding intellectually what they should do, but finding themselves unable to do it consistently. Aristotle has a name for this frustrating condition, acrasia, usually translated as weakness of will or incontinence. The person with acrasia knows what's right. They genuinely believe they should exercise, control their temper, resist the extra dessert, do the work they've been avoiding. But when the moment comes, they act against their better judgment. They do what they know they shouldn't and immediately regret it. This phenomenon puzzled Greek philosophers. How is acrasia possible? If you truly know what's good, why would you choose what's bad? Socrates had argued that acrasia is impossible. If you choose badly, you must not really know what's good. What looks like choosing bad while knowing good is actually not knowing at all. Aristotle disagrees. Acrasia is real. People genuinely do act against their knowledge. But how? His explanation involves distinguishing different ways of having knowledge. You can know something in an abstract, theoretical way without that knowledge being active and operative in your current situation. Like the drunk person who can recite moral principles but can't apply them to their own behavior right now. When desire overwhelms reason, your knowledge becomes merely potential rather than actual. You have the information stored somewhere but can't access it effectively. Your emotions or appetites override your rational judgment in the moment. Afterwards, when desire subsides, your knowledge becomes active again, and you wonder how you could have acted so foolishly. The person with complete virtue doesn't face this problem because their emotions and reason are aligned. They don't just know intellectually what's good, they desire it emotionally. Their appetites have been shaped through habituation to want what's genuinely worth wanting, so they don't experience the internal conflict that characterizes acrasia. This explains why moral formation must start young, before reason fully develops. If you wait until someone is an adult to start instilling virtue, their emotional responses are already set. They can understand intellectually why virtue matters, but their desires pull in opposite directions. Achieving virtue becomes much harder, maybe impossible. But this raises troubling questions. If character formation depends on childhood habituation, Does that mean people who had bad upbringings are doomed? Can someone with vicious character ever reform? Or is virtue available only to those lucky enough to receive proper early training? Aristotle is somewhat pessimistic here. He thinks character change is very difficult once dispositions are set. The person whose appetites were poorly formed in youth will struggle to achieve virtue later. Not impossible, but requiring tremendous sustained effort, working against ingrained patterns, fighting one's own habituated responses. This is one reason why Aristotle emphasizes the importance of good laws and proper education. Society has responsibility to raise children well, to instill virtue in the young, to create conditions that enable character formation. The person with proper upbringing has a massive advantage in achieving eudaimonia. Those denied this advantage face much steeper paths. But even with good upbringing, moral development continues throughout life. You don't achieve complete virtue at age 20 and then simply maintain it. Rather, virtue deepens and matures through continued experience and reflection. The courage of a young soldier differs from the courage of a seasoned leader. The justice of an apprentice judge differs from the justice of a wise elder. Practical wisdom develops gradually as you face new situations, learn from mistakes, refine your judgment. This means moral development is lifelong work. You never reach a point where you can relax, where virtue is so secure you need not attend to it anymore. Until your complete life ends, the project of becoming excellent continues. But here's the encouraging part. Progress is genuinely possible at any stage, even if you start with disadvantages, even if your character formation was poor, even if you've made countless mistakes, you can still move toward virtue. Maybe you won't achieve the complete virtue of someone with every advantage, but you can become better than you were, more virtuous than you are, closer to excellence than you started. The path requires honesty about your current state, clear vision of where you want to go, sustained effort in practicing virtue, patience with setbacks, and perhaps most importantly, surrounding yourself with virtuous people who model excellence and support your development. Because you can't become virtuous alone. We are social creatures, shaped by our communities, influenced by those around us. The company we keep forms our character as surely as our own choices do. This brings us to one of the most beautiful aspects of Aristotle's ethics, his account of friendship. No one, Aristotle says, would choose to live without friends, even if he had all other goods. Not wealth, not honor, not pleasure, not even virtue itself could make a life good without friendship. Friendship is not optional for eudaimonia, but essential. Not an extra pleasure, but a necessary component of human flourishing. The Greek word philia, translated as friendship, has broader scope than our English word. It includes family affection, romantic love, civic bonds, collegial relationships, and what we'd call friendship in the narrow sense. Aristotle examines all these forms, but he's most interested in what he calls complete or perfect friendship, the highest form of human relationship. To understand complete friendship, we must distinguish it from two lesser forms. First, friendships of utility. These relationships exist because each person is useful to the other. Business partners, professional networks, neighbors who help each other, colleagues who collaborate, all exemplify friendships of utility. Nothing wrong with such relationships, but they're inherently fragile. When the usefulness ends, the friendship dissolves. Second, friendships of pleasure. These relationships exist because each person enjoys the other's company. Drinking buddies, hobby companions, people you have fun with, romantic relationships based primarily on physical attraction, all exemplify friendships of pleasure. Again, nothing wrong with them, but they're conditional. When you no longer find each other pleasant, when tastes change or circumstances shift, the friendship fades. Both utility friendships and pleasure friendships are real friendships in Aristotle's view. They involve genuine affection, though in a qualified way. But they're incomplete, instrumental, based on what each person gets from the other rather than on who the other person is. Complete friendship is different. It exists between good people who are similar in virtue. Each loves the other for who they are, not for what they provide. Each wishes good for the other's sake, not as means to their own benefit. The foundation is mutual recognition of each other's excellence of character. Such friendship requires several conditions. First, both people must be virtuous. Complete friendship can exist only between good people because only good people can consistently will genuine good for others. The vicious person is too focused on their own gratification to truly care about another's well-being as an end in itself. Second, they must recognize each other's virtue. You can't be friends with someone you don't know well enough to appreciate their character. Complete friendship requires intimacy, time spent together, shared experiences that reveal who each person truly is. Third, they must wish each other well for each other's sake, not for what the friendship does for themselves. This is the hardest condition to understand, because good friends do benefit from friendship. But in complete friendship, you care about your friend's good as an end, not merely as means to your own happiness. This creates an interesting philosophical puzzle. Aristotle says, the friend is another self. In loving your friend, you extend to them the appropriate self-love you have for yourself. But how is this possible? How can I love another person's good as much as my own? Doesn't this violate basic egoism? Aristotle's answer reveals something profound about human identity. We are not atomic individuals sealed off from others, fundamentally separate. Rather, our good is essentially social. When my friend flourishes, my own life is enriched. When they suffer, I am diminished. Not because I'm using them for my benefit, but because our lives are genuinely interconnected. Their eudaimonia becomes part of my eudaimonia. Think of what this means. Complete friendship isn't an addition to an already complete life, a nice bonus if you can get it. It's constitutive of eudaimonia itself. The solitary person, no matter how virtuous or intelligent or accomplished, cannot achieve complete flourishing. We need friends not as instruments for other goods, but as essential components of living well. Why? Several reasons. First, friends enable our own virtue. We become better people through association with good people. Their example inspires us. Their feedback corrects us. Their expectations hold us accountable. Trying to become virtuous alone is extraordinarily difficult. With virtuous friends, the path becomes clearer and more achievable. Second, friends provide the context for exercising many virtues. Justice finds its highest expression in relationships between equals. Generosity manifests most beautifully in giving to friends. Even courage and temperance are strengthened by acting together with others who share our commitment to excellence. Virtue practiced with friends becomes more complete than virtue practiced alone. Third, friends enhance our understanding. Through conversation, we clarify our thoughts, test our ideas, see things from new perspectives. The friend acts as mirror and lens, reflecting back to us aspects of ourselves we might not perceive, focusing our attention on truths we might overlook. Philosophical understanding deepens through dialogue with friends. Fourth, friends multiply our joys and divide our sorrows. Achievements feel more meaningful when celebrated together. Difficulties seem more bearable when faced with support. This isn't merely psychological comfort, though it's that too. It's about the amplification of good and the distribution of burden that complete friendship provides. Fifth, and perhaps most profoundly, friends provide someone to be excellent for. The virtuous person wants to act excellently, but excellence requires context, requires others who recognize and appreciate it, requires shared commitment to what's genuinely good. Friends create the space where virtue can be fully expressed and appropriately valued, but complete friendship is rare. Why? Because it requires virtue in both parties, and virtue itself is rare, because it requires time and intimacy, and most people lack the opportunity for deep connection with many others, because it requires reciprocity of affection and recognition, and finding someone who both appreciates your virtue and whom you appreciate is uncommon. Aristotle thinks you can have only a few complete friendships, not because you should limit them artificially, but because the conditions make having many impossible. You simply don't have time for intimate relationship with dozens of people. You can't share life deeply enough with large numbers to achieve the recognition and reciprocity that complete friendship requires. This doesn't mean you shouldn't have utility friendships or pleasure friendships with many people. Those relationships serve important functions and enrich life. But the deepest form of friendship, the kind that's essential to eudaimonia, can exist with only a handful of people at most. What do friends do together? Share virtuous activities, Aristotle says, not merely spend time in each other's presence, but engage in excellent activity together, study philosophy together, work for justice together, pursue understanding together, raise children together, build communities together. The content matters less than the shared commitment to excellence. This is why Aristotle emphasizes that friends must spend time together. Friendship isn't maintained by goodwill from a distance. You must actually live significant parts of your life with your friends, engaging in shared activity, creating common history. The modern challenge of maintaining friendships across great distances would have seemed to Aristotle to threaten friendship's very possibility. But what about relationships where one person is clearly superior in virtue or wisdom or social position? Can friendship exist between unequals? Aristotle's answer is nuanced. Complete friendship requires equality in the relevant sense. Both people must be virtuous and recognize each other as such. But this doesn't mean equality in every respect. The philosopher can be friends with the student if the student has enough virtue to appreciate excellence and enough wisdom to recognize it in the teacher. The parent can be friends with the adult child if mutual respect and recognition exist. The ruler can be friends with the citizen if both are committed to justice and the common good. What matters is that each receives from the relationship in proportion to what they contribute. Not mathematical equality, but proportionate equality. The student receives more wisdom, the teacher receives more honor, the child receives more care, the parent receives more gratitude, the citizen receives more protection, the ruler receives more support. As long as these proportionate exchanges occur with appropriate reciprocity, friendship can exist even between unequals. This understanding of friendship connects to Aristotle's politics, a topic we'll explore more fully. For now, note that he thinks political communities require something like friendship to function well. Not that all citizens must be close personal friends, but that civic bonds share something with friendship structure: mutual goodwill, shared commitment to common good, recognition of each other as valuable members of the community. The best city-states, Aristotle argues, cultivate this civic friendship or concord. Citizens care about each other's well-being, not just instrumentally, but as ends in themselves. They deliberate together about the common good rather than competing for purely private interests. They create conditions where everyone can flourish rather than some thriving at others' expense. This is one reason why excessive inequality threatens political health. When gaps between rich and poor become too wide, civic friendship becomes impossible. The rich can't see the poor as similar in virtue because the poor lack opportunities to develop virtue. The poor can't recognize themselves in the rich because their lives are too different. Political conflict replaces mutual goodwill, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before exploring politics, we need to complete our understanding of Aristotle's account of eudaimonia. Because there's one more component we haven't yet addressed, one that complicates everything we've said so far. Remember, Aristotle defined eudaimonia as activity of soul in accordance with virtue over a complete life. We've explored virtue extensively, examined practical wisdom, investigated moral development. But there's an intellectual component to eudaimonia we've barely mentioned: the life of contemplation. In Book 10 of the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle makes a surprising claim. The happiest life, he says, is the contemplative life, the life devoted to philosophy and understanding for their own sake. Not the life of moral virtue, not the life of political engagement, but the life of theoria, of intellectual contemplation of truth. This seems to contradict everything that came before. After spending 9 books discussing moral virtue, practical wisdom, action in the world, suddenly Aristotle elevates a life of pure thought above everything else. What's going on? The contemplative life deserves its place as highest eudaimonia, Aristotle argues, because it exercises the highest part of human nature, the intellect. While moral virtue involves our emotions, our relationships with others, our bodily nature, contemplation is purely intellectual. It engages reason at its purest, understanding reality for the sake of understanding itself. Think about what happens in contemplation. You study mathematics, working through proofs, understanding necessary relationships. You investigate the structure of reality, examining the causes that explain why things are as they are. You explore philosophical questions about knowledge, being, goodness. In all of this, you're exercising theoretical wisdom, Sophia, the intellectual virtue that grasps fundamental truths. What makes this activity so excellent? Several factors. First, it's the most self-sufficient activity. Moral virtue requires other people. Politics requires a community. Even practical wisdom needs situations to navigate. But contemplation can be pursued alone. Give a philosopher books and time to think, and they can engage in the highest activity human beings are capable of. Second, it's the most continuous activity. You can't be courageous all the time, because danger doesn't always threaten. You can't be generous constantly because opportunities for giving are limited. But you can contemplate for extended periods, hours on end, returning to it day after day. The contemplative life can fill your waking hours in a way the active life cannot. Third, it's the most pleasant activity, at least for those capable of it. The pleasures of understanding, of intellectual discovery, of grasping truth, surpass bodily pleasures in intensity and duration. They don't depend on external circumstances or physical conditions. They don't lead to satiety or regret. Once you've tasted the pleasure of philosophical understanding, other pleasures pale by comparison. Fourth, contemplation is loved for itself, not for any consequence. We contemplate because understanding is intrinsically worthwhile, not because it leads to something else. This makes it the most final activity, the one that best fits the definition of ultimate good pursued for its own sake. Finally, and most importantly, contemplation is the most godlike activity available to humans. The gods, Aristotle argues, engage in eternal contemplation. They think about thinking itself, understanding the highest truths in perfect actuality. They don't need moral virtue because they face no challenges requiring courage, no appetites requiring temperance, no others requiring justice. Their activity is pure contemplation. When we contemplate, we participate in divine activity. We transcend, however briefly, our animal nature. We rise above the bodily and emotional aspects of human life to engage in the purely intellectual activity that constitutes divine existence. In contemplation, we become most truly ourselves precisely by becoming most like God. This vision of the contemplative life raises many questions. Is Aristotle suggesting we should all become philosophers, abandoning practical life for pure study? Is he contradicting his earlier emphasis on moral virtue and political engagement? Or is there a way to integrate contemplation with the active life? Aristotle is aware of these tensions. He acknowledges that the contemplative life is too high for man. We're not pure intellects, but embodied creatures with physical needs, emotional nature, social dependencies. We can't sustain contemplation continuously. We need food, sleep, relationships, engagement with the world. The purely contemplative life is an ideal we can approximate but never fully achieve. Moreover, contemplation requires favorable external conditions. You need leisure, freedom from pressing material concerns, education, books, perhaps colleagues to discuss ideas with. The philosopher needs a supportive community that allows them to withdraw from practical affairs. Not everyone has access to these conditions. The contemplative life, like all forms of eudaimonia, requires good fortune. But here's Aristotle's nuanced position. The contemplative life is the highest form of eudaimonia, the most divine, the most complete expression of human nature at its best. But the life of moral and political virtue constitutes a secondary form of eudaimonia, genuinely excellent, though less perfect than contemplation. Most people will pursue this secondary happiness, engaging in virtuous action in the world, forming friendships, participating in political community, exercising practical wisdom in navigating life's challenges. This is genuinely good, genuinely fulfilling, genuinely a form of flourishing. It's just not the absolute peak of what human beings are capable of. The best life, then, might combine both. Virtuous action providing the foundation and context, contemplation providing moments of highest activity. You engage in politics or profession or family life, exercising moral virtues, developing practical wisdom, forming friendships. But you also make time for study, for understanding, for the intellectual activity that lifts you beyond immediate concerns into timeless truth. This mixed life fits most people better than either pure contemplation or pure action, and it makes sense of the relationship between moral and intellectual virtue. Moral virtue, creates the stable character and organized life that makes sustained contemplation possible. Practical wisdom ensures you exercise moral virtue correctly. Contemplation, in turn, enriches your active life with perspective, meaning, connection to what's eternal. For someone living in the modern world, far from ancient Athens, what does this mean practically? How do we cultivate the contemplative dimension of flourishing alongside the active dimension? Perhaps it means reading philosophy, engaging seriously with ideas, thinking about fundamental questions rather than only immediate concerns. Perhaps it means studying mathematics, science, history, any discipline that expands understanding. Perhaps it means appreciating art, music, literature, the cultural achievements that invite contemplation of beauty and meaning. Perhaps it simply means making space in your life for thinking, for wondering, for pursuing understanding because understanding matters, not because it serves some practical purpose. Resisting the constant pressure toward productivity and utility. Valuing knowledge for its own sake rather than only for what it enables you to do. The contemplative life in this sense isn't restricted to professional philosophers. Anyone can pursue understanding. Anyone can exercise theoretical reason. Anyone can participate in the intellectual activity that Aristotle sees as highest human activity. The question is whether we make room for it, whether we value it enough to dedicate time and attention to it. And there's something deeply consoling about Aristotle's elevation of the contemplative life. It suggests that human flourishing isn't reducible to success in career, relationships, pleasures, achievements. Even if all those go well, life lacks something essential without the intellectual dimension, without engagement with truth for its own sake, without the activity of understanding. Conversely, even if practical life is frustrating, even if your circumstances limit your ability to exercise moral virtue fully, even if illness or poverty or bad fortune constrain your options, you can still engage in contemplation. You can still think, learn, understand. This highest form of human activity remains available even when others are foreclosed. But contemplation alone isn't enough. We're embodied social creatures, not disembodied minds. We need the full life, moral virtue, giving character, practical wisdom guiding action, friends providing relationship, community creating context, and woven through it all, moments of contemplation lifting us beyond immediate concerns into timeless truth. This complete vision of eudaimonia brings us finally to politics. Because the good life for individuals can't be separated from the good life of communities. We are political animals, Aristotle famously says. Our nature is to live in cities, to participate in collective self-governance, to pursue common goods together. Understanding human flourishing requires understanding political community. The phrase political animal needs careful interpretation. Aristotle doesn't just mean we happen to live in groups, or that political organization is useful. He means we're naturally, essentially, political. Our distinctive human capacity for reason manifests not just in individual thought, but in collective deliberation about justice and the good. Speech isn't merely for indicating pleasure and pain like animal sounds. It's for discussing what's advantageous and just, examining together what we should do and how we should live. The city-state, the polis, exists for the sake of eudaimonia, not merely for survival, though it provides security, not merely for prosperity, though it enables economic exchange. The political community's ultimate purpose is to create conditions where citizens can flourish, where human beings can achieve their proper excellence. This means politics isn't a separate sphere from ethics. The question, how should I live, and the question, how should we organize our community, are intimately connected. My ability to develop virtue depends partly on the laws and institutions of my community. The city's success depends partly on the character of its citizens. Ethics and politics form one continuous inquiry into human good. What makes a political community good? Aristotle's answer, one that promotes the common good rather than serving the private interests of rulers. The good forms of government, whether monarchy or aristocracy or polity, aim at what benefits all citizens. The corrupted forms, whether tyranny or oligarchy or democracy in the negative sense, serve only those who rule. But what is the common good? not just aggregate private goods, not simply the sum of individual interests. The common good is the shared conditions that enable all citizens to flourish, good laws that habituate virtue, just institutions that treat citizens fairly, educational systems that develop character and intellect, economic arrangements that provide necessary material conditions, the entire social architecture that makes eudaimonia possible. This is why Aristotle emphasizes the importance of law. Laws aren't merely coercive restrictions on freedom. Properly crafted, they're instruments of moral education, habituating citizens to virtue from youth. The child who grows up in a well-governed city learns to act justly through following just laws, develops courage through proper military training, cultivates temperance through social norms around pleasure and self-control. Bad laws have the opposite effect. They corrupt character, teach vice, make virtue difficult or impossible. The city with unjust institutions forms unjust citizens. The community organized around private gain breeds selfish individuals. This is why choosing good government matters so much. It determines not just material prosperity, but the character of those who live under it. Aristotle's analysis of constitutions examines how different political arrangements promote or undermine eudaimonia. Monarchy, ruled by one excellent person, can be excellent if that ruler possesses virtue and practical wisdom and genuinely cares about the common good. But it easily corrupts into tyranny when the ruler pursues private interest. Aristocracy, ruled by the few best, works well when those few are truly virtuous and wise, but it degenerates into oligarchy when the few wealthy rule for their own benefit rather than the common good. Polity, ruled by the many, succeeds when citizens are educated, virtuous, and deliberate together about what's just. But it becomes mere democracy in Aristotle's negative sense when the poor many pursue their class interest against the wealthy few. Which constitution is best? Aristotle is pragmatic. The best in theory is ruled by the perfectly virtuous person or persons, but such people are rare. In practice, a mixed constitution that combines elements of oligarchy and democracy, that gives both wealthy and poor a voice while preventing either from dominating, tends to be most stable and most conducive to the common good. This mixed constitution, polity, works best in cities with a large middle class. Why? Because the middle class moderates between extremes. Not so wealthy, they become arrogant and disconnected from common concerns. Not so poor, they become envious and desperate. They have enough to live decently, but not enough to corrupt. They're invested in stability, but open to gradual improvement. The vision is remarkably democratic for its time, though still limited by Greek prejudices. Aristotle thinks citizenship should be relatively widespread, that many should participate in deliberation about the common good, that rotation in offices prevents concentration of power. The good city encourages active participation rather than passive subjection. But his vision remains exclusionary in ways we must reject. He defended slavery as natural, argued that some humans are suited only to serve others, justified exploitation of those he considered inferior. This is morally abhorrent, contradicted by what we now know about human equality and universal dignity. Similarly, Aristotle excluded women from citizenship, considered them naturally subordinate to men, denied them the opportunity for full development of rational capacities. Again, this is indefensible, rooted in the prejudices of his culture rather than sound reasoning. And his view that Greeks were naturally superior to barbarians, that non-Greeks existed to be ruled by Greeks, reflects a cultural chauvinism we must unequivocally reject. These errors matter. They're not incidental features we can ignore while accepting the rest of Aristotle's politics. They reveal how even brilliant philosophers can be limited by their historical circumstances, how unquestioned assumptions can corrupt otherwise sound reasoning, how we must always read critically rather than accepting authority blindly. But we can learn from Aristotle's political insights while rejecting his prejudices. The core idea remains valuable. Political communities exist to enable human flourishing. Good government creates conditions for citizens to develop virtue and exercise it excellently. Justice requires distributing benefits and burdens fairly. Citizens should participate actively in collective self-governance. Applied to contemporary politics, these principles suggest questions we should ask about any society. Do our laws and institutions promote character development? Do economic arrangements enable most people to acquire the education and resources necessary for flourishing? Do political structures encourage active participation or create apathy? Does the distribution of wealth and power allow for civic friendship? Or does excessive inequality fracture community? Aristotle would likely critique contemporary democracies for failing to educate citizens in virtue, for allowing wealth to corrupt political processes, for fragmenting civic identity through excessive individualism. But he would also recognize the expansion of citizenship beyond his limited vision, the rejection of slavery and subjugation, the opportunity for more people to develop their capacities. The task in any era is to structure communities to promote eudaimonia as widely as possible, not to guarantee happiness, which depends partly on individual effort and choice, but to create conditions where pursuing excellence is possible, where virtue is encouraged, where people have genuine opportunities to flourish. This requires attention to multiple dimensions: material, adequate resources, economic opportunity, security from violence and deprivation, educational, schools that develop both moral and intellectual virtues prepare people for active citizenship. Social, institutions that bring people together across differences, create opportunities for civic friendship. Legal, just laws that treat people fairly, habituate virtue, protect rights. No society perfectly achieves these conditions. But the question isn't perfection, but direction. Are we moving toward or away from arrangements that enable widespread flourishing? Are our policies conducive to virtue development or corrosive of character? Do our institutions promote common good or serve only narrow interests? These questions remain as urgent today as in Aristotle's Athens, perhaps more so, given our greater power, our global interconnection, our capacity for both tremendous good and tremendous harm. The ancient philosophers' insistence that politics matters morally, that political arrangements shape character, that communities bear responsibility for creating conditions that enable flourishing, speaks directly to our contemporary challenges. But politics and ethics together don't exhaust Aristotle's philosophy. He developed comprehensive accounts of knowledge, logic, metaphysics, biology. The intellectual virtues he discusses aren't limited to practical wisdom. Understanding his full vision of human excellence requires examining the life of mind in multiple dimensions. Aristotle distinguishes 5 intellectual virtues, 5 excellences of thinking that human beings can develop. We've explored practical wisdom extensively, but there are 4 others, each with its characteristic domain and method. Scientific knowledge, episteme, grasps universal necessary truths through demonstration. It's the knowledge you have when you understand not just that something is so, but why it must be so. Mathematical. Proofs exemplify episteme. You don't just see that the theorem is true, you understand why it couldn't be otherwise, following logical necessity from axioms to conclusion. Intuitive reason, nous, grasps first principles directly. These are the starting points for reasoning, the axioms and assumptions that demonstrations build on. They can't themselves be proven, because all proof depends on them. But they're not arbitrary. No perceives them as self-evident truths, foundations that require no further justification because nothing could be more certain. Together, episteme and nous constitute theoretical wisdom, Sophia. The person with Sophia both grasps first principles through intuitive reason and understands what follows from them through scientific knowledge. They have systematic understanding of reality's fundamental structure. This is the highest intellectual virtue, the one exercised in contemplation, the peak of human cognitive achievement. Practical wisdom, phronesis, we've already examined. Its excellence in deliberating about what conduces to living well, about how to act in particular situations to achieve good ends. Unlike theoretical wisdom, which grasps unchanging truths, practical wisdom deals with contingent matters, things that could be otherwise, situations requiring judgment and choice. Craft knowledge, techne, is excellence in making or producing things. The carpenter has techne regarding construction, the chef regarding cooking, the physician regarding healing. Like practical wisdom, techne deals with variable matters, things that depend on human choice and skill. But unlike practical wisdom, which aims at action itself, techne aims at producing some external product. These 5 intellectual virtues correspond to different ways reason engages with reality. Theoretical wisdom grasps what's necessarily so. Practical wisdom discerns what should be done. Craft knowledge produces what's useful or beautiful. Each is valuable. Each develops different capacities. Each contributes to complete human excellence. But they're not equally valuable. Aristotle ranks them, considering theoretical wisdom highest because it grasps the most important truths, deals with what's most divine, exercises reason at its purest. Practical wisdom comes next, enabling the excellent action that constitutes moral virtue. Craft knowledge is valuable but lower, concerned with mere production rather than action or understanding. This hierarchy reflects Aristotle's metaphysics, his understanding of reality's structure. At the top is the unmoved mover, pure actuality, thought thinking itself, the divine principle that makes all motion and change possible. Human theoretical wisdom participates in this divine intellection, understanding the unchanging principles that govern reality. Below the divine comes the realm of nature, studied by natural philosophy and biology. Here Aristotle spent enormous energy observing animals, categorizing species, investigating life's principles. The natural world has its own structures and purposes, its own wisdom to discover. Further down is the realm of human action, governed by practical wisdom, the sphere of ethics and politics, where we create good lives and communities through choice and habituation. At the bottom is the realm of production, where craft knowledge operates, making useful objects and beautiful artifacts. Each domain requires appropriate intellectual virtue. You can't understand mathematics through practical wisdom or determine ethical action through theoretical wisdom. Each type of knowledge has its proper sphere and method, but all contribute to eudaimonia. The complete life includes all the intellectual virtues operating in their proper domains. Theoretical wisdom in contemplation of truth, practical wisdom in living well, scientific knowledge in systematic understanding, intuitive reason in grasping principles, even craft knowledge in making useful and beautiful things. This comprehensive vision of intellectual excellence reminds us that human flourishing involves the full development of our rational capacities in all directions. Not just moral virtue, not just practical success, not just theoretical understanding, but the complete cultivation of mind in its various operations. For someone reading Aristotle today, this suggests the value of broad education. Learn mathematics to develop scientific reasoning, study philosophy to cultivate theoretical wisdom, engage in ethics to develop practical wisdom, master some craft to develop productive skill, exercise intuitive reason by examining foundational assumptions. Each form of learning develops different capacities, trains different aspects of intellect, contributes distinctively to the life of mind. The educated person isn't narrowly specialized but broadly cultivated, able to think well across multiple domains. But intellectual virtues alone don't constitute eudaimonia. We must return to the complete picture Aristotle paints, integrating all the elements we've explored into a coherent vision of human flourishing. The Aristotelian good life combines multiple components, all necessary, working together. It requires moral virtue, the settled dispositions that enable excellent action. It requires practical wisdom, the judgment that applies virtue appropriately in particular situations. It requires adequate external goods, the material conditions that make sustained excellent activity possible. It requires friendship, the relationships that give life meaning and provide context for virtue. It requires political community, the social structures that enable and support flourishing. And it includes intellectual virtue, especially the contemplative activity that exercises our highest capacities. This is a demanding vision. Flourishing isn't easy, isn't guaranteed, isn't achieved through following simple formulas. It requires sustained effort over a complete life, favorable circumstances, good fortune, proper formation from youth, supportive community, intellectual development, and moral cultivation. But it's also an encouraging vision, because it suggests human beings are capable of genuine excellence, that we can develop noble character, that life can be deeply meaningful when lived well. The possibility of eudaimonia, however difficult to achieve, remains genuinely open to us. What would an Aristotelian life look like in practice? Let's sketch a day in such a life, recognizing that details vary with circumstances, that there's no single correct way to live excellently, but that certain patterns characterize flourishing. You wake with a sense of purpose, not dread. Your life has direction, aims at something genuinely worthwhile, allows you to exercise capacities you've developed through sustained effort. You've habituated yourself to rising at a reasonable hour, neither sleeping excessively nor depriving yourself of necessary rest. Morning offers time for contemplation. Perhaps you read philosophy, engaging seriously with ideas. Perhaps you study something that exercises theoretical reason, mathematics, history, science. Perhaps you simply think, reflecting on fundamental questions, exercising mind for its own sake. This isn't preparation for something else but valuable activity itself. Work occupies much of your day. Not any work, but work that allows exercise of excellence. If you're fortunate, you've found a role that uses your distinctive abilities, contributes to common good, allows you to develop craft or intellectual or leadership skills. If not, you're working to change circumstances, or at least finding ways to exercise virtue within constraints. You approach work with practical wisdom, discerning what each situation requires, finding the mean between extremes, acting virtuously even in difficult circumstances, courage when confronting problems, temperance in managing success, justice in dealing with colleagues, generosity in helping others. Meals are occasions for both nourishment and social connection. You eat with temperance, enjoying food without excess. If possible, you share meals with friends or family, the conversation enriching the physical sustenance. You're present to those you're with, not distracted, not checking devices, but engaged in genuine human interaction. Afternoon continues productive activity, whether work or household responsibilities or civic engagement. You're contributing something, exercising capacities, participating in common life rather than merely consuming or withdrawing. Evening brings relaxation, but not mere passivity. Perhaps physical exercise, maintaining health through appropriate activity, perhaps cultural engagement, attending to art or music or literature, perhaps social time with friends, the complete friendship based on mutual virtue that Aristotle values so highly. Some evenings involve civic participation. You attend community meetings, engage in local politics, contribute to collective deliberation about common good. Not because it's always pleasant, but because political engagement is part of human excellence, part of our nature as political animals. Before sleep, time for reflection. You review the day, considering where you acted well and where you fell short, learning from mistakes, resolving to do better tomorrow. Not harsh self-criticism, but honest assessment aimed at continued growth in virtue. Throughout all this, your emotions are properly ordered. You feel fear when danger genuinely threatens but aren't paralyzed by anxiety. You experience anger at real injustice but aren't ruled by rage. You enjoy pleasures appropriately but aren't enslaved by appetites. Your emotional responses have been shaped through habituation to align with reason. Your relationships are structured appropriately. Family bonds combining natural affection with justice. Friendships of different types. Utility friendships with colleagues, pleasure friendships with companions, complete friendships with virtuous equals, all maintained through attention, time, reciprocal goodwill. You live in a community that enables your flourishing, laws that promote virtue, institutions that provide opportunities, economic arrangements that allow for decent material conditions, political structures that invite participation. Or if your community fails in these ways, you're working for improvement while doing your best under current circumstances. Your character is relatively stable. The virtues you've developed through years of habituation have become second nature. You spontaneously respond appropriately to situations. This doesn't mean you never struggle, never face temptation, never make mistakes. But the overall pattern is one of excellent activity flowing naturally from excellent character. This is what eudaimonia looks like in daily life. Not constant ecstasy, not freedom from all problems, not perfect circumstances, but meaningful activity, virtuous character, genuine relationships, intellectual engagement, political participation, proper emotional responses, all working together over time to constitute a flourishing human life. Of course, Real life is messier than this sketch. External circumstances constrain us. Bad fortune strikes. We face situations where no clearly virtuous response exists. We make mistakes, harm people we care about, fall short of our ideals. We experience periods of despair, doubt, confusion. Aristotle acknowledges all this. His vision of eudaimonia is realistic, not utopian. He knows flourishing is vulnerable to fortune, that tragedy can strike even the virtuous, that maintaining excellence over a complete life is extremely difficult. But the vision remains worth pursuing, even if we never perfectly achieve it, even if circumstances prevent full flourishing, we can still move in that direction. We can still develop virtue, cultivate practical wisdom, form genuine friendships, engage in contemplation, participate in political community. We can still live better than we currently do, more excellently than we have been. And there's something deeply hopeful about Aristotle's insistence that eudaimonia depends primarily on what's within our control. Not entirely, not exclusively, but primarily. We can't control whether we're born into wealth or poverty, whether we're naturally intelligent or beautiful, whether fortune smiles or frowns, but we can control to a significant extent the development of our character. We can practice virtue, we can cultivate practical wisdom, we can choose friends wisely, we can engage seriously with ideas. These choices, repeated over years, compound into character. And character, more than circumstances, determines whether we flourish. The person with excellent character bears misfortune nobly. The person with vicious character squanders good fortune. External goods matter, but character matters more. This is why Aristotle's ethics remains relevant 23 centuries after he first lectured in the Lyceum. The question he posed to young Alexander, what does it mean to live well, remains our question. The answer he developed through decades of observation, analysis and reflection, excellence of character and intellect exercised over a complete life, still illuminates the path toward human flourishing. We can reject his prejudices, update his science, question his metaphysics, but his core psychological insights, his analysis of virtue and practical wisdom, his understanding of friendship and community, his vision of happiness as activity rather than feeling, all remain profoundly true to human experience. And there's something uniquely valuable about Aristotle's approach. Unlike moralists who offer rigid rules, he acknowledges the flexibility required for ethical living. Unlike relativists who claim there are no objective standards, he identifies genuine excellences rooted in human nature. Unlike abstract theorists who ignore psychology, he attends carefully to how character actually forms. Unlike pessimists who see virtue as impossible, he insists it's achievable though difficult. His philosophy is at once demanding and encouraging, realistic and idealistic, rigorous and humane. It challenges us to become better while acknowledging our limitations. It sets a high standard while insisting the standard is achievable. It takes human excellence seriously while recognizing we're complex creatures with bodies, emotions, relationships, not just pure intellects. As you settle into sleep, consider what Aristotle offers you. Not a simple formula for happiness, not a guarantee of success, not an easy path, but a comprehensive vision of human flourishing, a map of the territory you must cross, a companion for the journey toward excellence. He reminds you that happiness is something you do, not something that happens to you. That virtue is achievable through practice, not an inborn trait. That wisdom develops through experience, not just study. That friendship is essential, not optional. That community matters, not just individual achievement. That contemplation enriches life, not just practical success. He invites you to ask, what virtues am I cultivating? What habits am I forming? What is my character becoming through my repeated choices? Do I act courageously when courage is needed? Do I moderate pleasures appropriately? Do I give generously but wisely? Do I develop practical wisdom through attention to experience? He challenges you to examine, who are my friends? Do I have genuine friendships based on mutual recognition of virtue, or only relationships of utility and pleasure? Am I the kind of person capable of complete friendship? Am I someone others would want as a friend? He questions you. How do I spend my time? Is my life filled with excellent activity? Do I exercise my rational capacities? Do I engage in contemplation, pursuing understanding for its own sake? Or do I merely follow pleasures, pursue wealth, seek honours that ring hollow? He asks you, what kind of community do I help create? Do I participate in political life? Do I work for justice and the common good? Do I contribute to conditions that enable others to flourish? Or do I withdraw into private concerns, ignoring civic responsibilities? Most fundamentally, he poses the question that started our evening together. What does it mean for me to live well? What would flourishing look like for someone with my capacities, circumstances, opportunities? How do I move from where I am toward genuine excellence? These are not questions to answer tonight, here in the quiet dark. They're questions for a lifetime. Questions that each day presents anew. Questions that require continuous attention and reflection and choice, but asking them, taking them seriously, letting them guide your decisions, this itself moves you toward the eudaimonia Aristotle describes. The ancient world Aristotle inhabited is long gone. The city-states have fallen. The gods he referenced no longer command worship. The scientific theories he proposed have been superseded. The social structures he took for granted have collapsed. But the questions remain. The capacity for virtue persists. The possibility of practical wisdom endures. The need for friendship continues. The desire for understanding burns as bright. The project of becoming excellent, of living well, of achieving eudaimonia, this remains the human project, as urgent now as when Aristotle walked through the Lyceum's covered pathways discussing it with his students. His answers aren't final. Each generation must adapt his insights to new circumstances, reject his errors, develop his principles in new directions. But his approach, beginning with human nature, examining actual experience, building systematic understanding, connecting ethics to politics, integrating thought and action, this remains a model for thinking seriously about how to live. And his conclusion, that human beings are capable of genuine excellence, that flourishing is possible through cultivation of virtue and wisdom, that happiness consists in excellent rational activity over a complete life. This remains a vision worth pursuing, worth striving toward, worth letting guide our choices even when fully achieving it proves impossible. As sleep approaches, carrying you from conscious thought into the mysterious realm of dreams, let these ideas settle into that deeper part of yourself where wisdom takes root. The questions Aristotle posed, the virtues he described, the vision of flourishing he articulated, these aren't merely theoretical constructs, but invitations to transformation. Tomorrow, when you wake, the same choice will face you that faces everyone every day. What kind of person will I become through my choices today? Will I move toward virtue or away from it? Will I exercise practical wisdom or act thoughtlessly? Will I engage in excellent activity or merely pass time? The Aristotelian path doesn't promise ease. It demands sustained effort, patient practice, honest self-examination, courage to change. But it promises something more valuable than ease, the possibility of living excellently, of developing genuine virtue, of achieving the kind of flourishing that makes life deeply meaningful. You are not doomed to remain as you are. Character can be reformed, though with difficulty. Practical wisdom can be cultivated, though it takes years. Virtue can be achieved, though it requires practice. Eudaimonia is possible, though it demands everything. The philosopher who taught the greatest conqueror, who founded the systematic study of virtue, who mapped the territory of human excellence with unprecedented precision, offers you the same challenge he offered young Alexander in that sunlit garden at Mieza. Choose to live well, develop your capacities, cultivate virtue, exercise practical wisdom, form genuine friendships, engage in contemplation, participate in community, make your life an expression of excellence. This is what it means to flourish as a human being. This is the path to eudaimonia. This is Aristotle's answer to the question of how we should live. And now, as the gentle rhythm of philosophy gives way to the gentle rhythm of sleep, as conscious thought dissolves into dreams, as the day's activities transform into night's rest, remember that even in sleep you participate in the natural rhythms Aristotle studied. the patterns that govern all embodied existence. Your body repairs itself while you rest, following principles Aristotle investigated in his biological works. Your mind processes experience, consolidating memories, preparing for tomorrow's choices. Your character continues its slow formation, shaped by today's decisions, ready to face tomorrow's opportunities for virtue or vice. Sleep well, knowing that the project of becoming excellent continues even in rest, that the possibility of eudaimonia awaits tomorrow, that Aristotle's wisdom remains available whenever you need it, that the question of how to live well is always worth asking. If you found value in this exploration of ancient wisdom, if Aristotle's vision of human flourishing speaks to your own yearning for a meaningful life, please consider subscribing and liking to support this channel. Your presence here helps these ideas reach others who seek to live excellently. Thank you for spending this time exploring the philosophy that has guided humanity's noblest aspirations for 23 centuries. Sweet dreams, fellow traveller on the path toward virtue. May you wake tomorrow ready to continue the endless, worthwhile work of becoming who you're capable of being. The journey toward eudaimonia continues with your next choice, your next action, your next opportunity to exercise excellent rational activity. Aristotle believed we are made for flourishing. Tonight, as you rest, trust that this is true, and tomorrow, through your choices, prove it.
Imagine this, Baghdad. The year 1091, the most powerful city on earth, a place where knowledge flows like water, where libraries tower higher than palaces, where scholars debate in marble halls that echo with the voices of genius, and at the center of it all, sitting on the intellectual throne of the Islamic world, are the philosophers. Not just any philosophers. These are men who believe they've cracked the code, men who think they've unlocked the secrets of existence itself, men who claim to know God's mind through pure reason alone. Their names, you might not recognize them today, but in the 11th century, they were superstars. Al-Farabi, the second, teacher, they called him. Second only to Aristotle himself, Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, a man who wrote over 400 books, a genius who mastered medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy before he turned 21. These weren't just smart men, they were legends, rock stars of the mind. And they had built something extraordinary, an empire of thought. For nearly 400 years, their system had stood unshaken, a grand intellectual cathedral built on Greek foundations. Plato and Aristotle filtered through, Islamic civilization refined into something even more powerful. They promised something irresistible, certainty, not the messy, complicated certainty of faith, not the uncertain certainty of religious experience. No, they offered mathematical certainty, logical certainty, the kind of knowing that couldn't be questioned, the kind of truth that stood independent of culture, of time, of even God himself. Think about that for a moment. These philosophers claimed they could prove the nature of reality through reason alone. They could demonstrate how the universe worked. They could explain the divine. They could map the soul, all without revelation, all without prophets, all without scripture, just pure, cold, beautiful logic. And people believed them. The educated, elite of the Islamic world hung on their every word. Their books were copied and studied in every major city. Their ideas shaped how people understood everything: medicine, law, theology, politics. The philosophers had become the ultimate authority. But here's what made them truly dangerous. It wasn't just what they said, it was how certain they were when they said it. They didn't present their ideas as theories, as possibilities, as best guesses about the nature of things. They presented them as facts, necessary truths that couldn't possibly be otherwise. Take their view of God, for example. The philosophers had it all figured out. God was the necessary being, the unmoved mover, the first cause from which everything else flowed in a perfect, eternal chain of existence. Beautiful, right? Elegant, sophisticated, intellectually satisfying. But here's the problem. Their God was a mathematician's God, a logician's God, a God who operated according to eternal, unchangeable laws that even he couldn't break. Their God didn't really create the universe. Not in the way you and I think of creation. No, the universe just sort of emanated from him, like light from the sun, eternally, necessarily, without choice, without will, without any personal involvement. Their God didn't know you, not individually, not personally. He knew universals, categories, the general principles of things, but your specific pain, your particular joy, your individual struggles, those were beneath divine knowledge, too small, too contingent, too unimportant. And miracles, prophets, divine intervention in human affairs, the philosophers smiled at such primitive notions. Everything happened according to natural law, unbreakable causal chains that stretched from eternity past to eternity future. There was no room for the supernatural, no space for the miraculous, no possibility of God reaching down into his creation to change things. The universe was a perfect machine, and the philosophers had figured out how it worked. Now you might be thinking, so what? Why does this matter? Here's why. Because at the time, this wasn't just philosophy. This was the foundation of everything. If the philosophers were right, then huge chunks of Islamic belief made no sense. Prayer. Why pray to a God who can't hear your specific words? Prophecy. Why would God send messengers if he already set everything in motion eternally? The afterlife? How could there be bodily resurrection in a universe governed by unbreakable natural laws? Free will. How could humans make real choices in a cosmos where every event necessarily follows from the one before? The philosophers had built a system so tight, so logically coherent, so seemingly unassailable, that it threatened to swallow religion whole. And they knew it. They didn't see this as a problem. They saw it as progress. Religion, they whispered, in their private circles was for the masses, the uneducated, the simple-minded who needed stories and rituals to keep them in line. But for the intellectual elite, for the truly enlightened, philosophy was the real path to truth. Everything else was just useful fiction. Imagine living in that world. Imagine being a young scholar, training in the great institutions of Baghdad, learning from the best minds of your generation, and slowly realizing that the philosophy you're learning, the system everyone praises, the intellectual tradition everyone reveres, quietly undermines everything you believe in. That was the world of the 11th century. Philosophy sat on its throne, unchallenged, unquestioned, seemingly unquestionable. Its authority was absolute. Its confidence was total. Its certainty was complete. The philosophers had won, or so they thought. Because somewhere in that world, a man was beginning to ask dangerous questions. Questions that would shake the throne of knowledge to its foundations. Questions that would expose cracks in the seemingly perfect edifice. Questions that would launch the most devastating intellectual assault the philosophical tradition had ever faced. His name was Abu Hamid Muhammad ibn Muhammad al-Ghazali, and he was about to start a war, not with swords, not with armies, with something far more dangerous. With doubt, the philosophers had built their empire on the promise of certainty, on the claim that reason alone could deliver absolute truth. But what if that certainty was an illusion? What if the foundations weren't as solid as they appeared? What if the throne of knowledge was built on sand? Al-Ghazali was about to find out, and when he did, nothing would ever be the same. The stage is set. The players are in position. The greatest intellectual drama of the medieval world is about to begin. A drama of ideas, yes, but also of crisis, of personal anguish, of a brilliant mind turning against itself, because this wasn't going to be a detached, academic exercise. This was going to be personal, Al-Ghazali wasn't just going to critique the philosophers from the outside, he was going to demolish them from within. He knew their arguments better than they did. He had mastered their logic. He had climbed to the very peak of their system. And from that height, he could see what no one else could see: the fatal flaws, the hidden contradictions, the unexamined assumptions, the cracks in the throne. But seeing them would cost him everything: his career, his reputation, his peace of mind. Because once you start questioning certainty itself, there's no safe place to stand. Once you begin doubting the foundations, the entire structure becomes unstable, including the ground beneath your own feet. Philosophers promised a path to unshakable truth. Al-Ghazali was about to discover that the only thing certain in this world is uncertainty itself, and that realization would nearly destroy him. But first, he had to climb their ladder, master their system, become one of them. Only then could he bring it all crashing down. The throne of knowledge stood tall and proud in 1091. By the time Al-Ghazali was done, it would never stand quite so tall again. This is his story. This is the story of the man who broke philosophy, and it begins with a simple, terrifying question. A question he couldn't shake. A question that kept him awake at night. A question that would haunt him for years. How do I know that I know? Such a small question. Such devastating consequences. There's a moment that comes to every brilliant mind. A moment when everything changes. When the fortress of certainty you've built around yourself suddenly feels less like protection and more like a prison. For Al-Ghazali, that moment came at the height of his power. The year was 1095. He was 37 years old, and he was untouchable. The most celebrated professor at the Nizamiya College in Baghdad. The most prestigious academic institution in the world. Students traveled for months just to sit in his lectures. Scholars quoted his books from memory. Rulers sought his advice. He had mastered every field of knowledge available: jurisprudence, theology, logic, philosophy. He could debate any scholar on any topic and win. He had everything a medieval intellectual could dream of: fame, respect, security, authority. But something was wrong, terribly wrong. It started small, a whisper at the edge of his mind. A question that appeared during a lecture, uninvited. A doubt that crept in while he was writing, unexpected. At first, he brushed it away. He was Al-Ghazali, the proof of Islam, the renewer of faith. Doubt was for lesser minds, for students still learning, for people who hadn't yet mastered the art of reasoning. Not for him, but the whisper wouldn't leave. It grew louder, more insistent, more impossible to ignore, and the question it kept asking was devastatingly simple. How do you know? Not how do you know this particular fact or that specific argument, but how do you know anything at all? How do you know that your senses are telling you the truth? How do you know that your reasoning is valid? How do you know that what you call knowledge isn't just elaborate self-deception? These weren't new questions, of course. Philosophers had played with skepticism before, as intellectual exercises, as thought experiments to sharpen their logical tools. But this was different. This wasn't a game. For Al-Ghazali, these questions became visceral, urgent, inescapable. He would stand before his students, delivering brilliant lectures on Islamic law, and in the back of his mind, a voice would whisper, "But how do you know any of this is true?" He would write treatises defending orthodox theology against philosophical attacks, and the voice would ask, "But what makes your theology any more certain than their philosophy?" He would cite authorities, hadith, Quranic verses, logical proofs, and the voice would push back. "But how do you know your interpretation is correct? How do you know your logic isn't flawed? How do you know anything?" This is what intellectual crisis actually feels like, not like a dramatic moment of revelation, not like suddenly seeing the truth, more like drowning in slow motion, like watching the ground beneath you turn to quicksand, like feeling the walls of your mind close in. Al-Ghazali later described it as a sickness, a disease of the soul that spread through every part of his being. He couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't teach without feeling like a fraud. Because, here's what he realized. All his life, he had been in the business of certainty. As a jurist, he issued legal rulings. This is permissible. That is forbidden. These are definitive judgments backed by divine law. As a theologian, he defended religious truth. God is like this. Reality works like that. These are facts about existence itself. As a professor, he transmitted knowledge. Learn this, master that, build your understanding on these foundations. His entire career was built on the assumption that certain knowledge was possible, that you could know things for sure, that truth was accessible, that the human mind could grasp reality. But now that assumption was crumbling, and it all started with sense perception, Al-Ghazali began asking himself, why do I trust my senses? Sure, they usually seem reliable. I see a table, I touch it, it's solid, it's there. But I also dream, and in dreams, I'm absolutely convinced that what I'm experiencing is real. I see dream tables, I touch dream walls, I have dream conversations, and in the dream, it all feels completely certain. It's only when I wake up that I realize none of that was real. So here's the terrifying question. How do I know I'm not dreaming right now? How do I know that everything I call waking life isn't just another dream, a longer dream, a more consistent dream, but still a dream? You might say, but when you wake up, you can distinguish dream from reality. Can you though? Or do you just have another experience, another set of sensations that you've learned to call waking up? Maybe there's another level of consciousness beyond this one, a higher waking state. And when you reach it, you'll look back on everything you called real life the way you now look back on dreams, as illusions, as phantoms, as experiences that felt certain but weren't. Al-Ghazali sat with this possibility, and it shook him. But it got worse. Because even if you accept your senses as basically reliable, there's still reason. Logic. Rational thought, the tool philosophers swore by. The instrument that supposedly gave absolute certainty. Al-Ghazali had spent decades mastering logic. He knew every rule, every form of valid inference, every technique of reasoning. He was a master logician, and now he was asking, but why should I trust logic? Think about it. When you make a logical argument, you're relying on certain principles. The law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. You assume that if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. But why? Because it's self-evident, philosophers would say. Because to deny it leads to absurdity. But who decides what's self-evident? Your mind does, and how do you know your mind is reliable? You can't use logic to prove logic works. That's circular reasoning. You can't use your mind to verify your mind is trustworthy. That's like asking a liar if he's lying. So what's left? Al-Ghazali realized he was trapped. Every foundation he tried to stand on turned out to rest on another. Assumption. And that assumption rested on another. And another. It was assumptions all the way down. No bedrock. No solid ground. No ultimate certainty. This wasn't just an intellectual problem. This was an existential crisis. Because Al-Ghazali had built his entire life on the belief that knowledge was possible, that truth was real, that you could be certain about important things. And now that belief was collapsing. He describes lying in bed for months, paralyzed by doubt, unable to work, unable to teach, unable to function. His colleagues were confused. His students were worried. His reputation was at stake. But he couldn't explain what was happening to him. How do you tell people, I'm not sure anything I've ever taught you is actually true? How do you say, I've lost faith in the very possibility of knowledge? You can't. So he suffered in silence. But here's where it gets really interesting. In the midst of this crisis, Al-Ghazali made a crucial observation. The same doubt that was destroying him was also destroying the philosophers' claims. Because the philosophers claimed certainty, absolute, unshakable certainty about the nature of reality. They said, through pure reason, we know that the universe is eternal. But how do they know? They said, through logical deduction, we know that God knows only universals. But how do they know? They said, through philosophical demonstration, we know that miracles are impossible. But how do they know? They were using the same tools Al-Ghazali now doubted. Sense perception, logical reasoning, rational inference. They were building their grand system on the same shaky foundations. But unlike Al-Ghazali, they hadn't questioned those foundations. They assumed reason was reliable. They assumed logic gave certainty. They assumed the human mind could grasp ultimate truths, without proof, without justification, without examining their own assumptions. And that was their fatal mistake. Because if you claim certainty, you better be able to prove you have it, and the philosophers couldn't. They just assumed they could know. They took it for granted. They built an empire of thought on an unexamined foundation. Al-Ghazali saw this now, saw it with a clarity born of personal suffering. He had been where they were, confident, certain, secure in his knowledge, and he had discovered that certainty was an illusion, a comforting lie we tell ourselves to avoid confronting the abyss of uncertainty beneath everything we think we know. This realization changed everything. Al-Ghazali wasn't going to critique the philosophers from a position of rival certainty. He wasn't going to say, your system is wrong and mine is right. He was going to do something far more devastating. He was going to show that their certainty was unjustified, that their claims to knowledge were baseless, that their entire edifice of thought rested on assumptions they couldn't defend. He was going to use doubt as a weapon, not to destroy knowledge entirely, not to embrace complete skepticism, but to demolish the philosophers' arrogance, their certainty, their claim to have figured it all out, because he had learned something in his crisis, something the philosophers in their confidence had missed. Uncertainty isn't weakness, it's honesty. Doubt isn't the enemy of truth. It's the beginning of wisdom, and the willingness to question everything, even your own mind, is the only real path to understanding. The philosophers had never done that. They had never truly doubted, never really questioned their foundations, never honestly asked, how do I know that I know? They had been too busy building their systems to examine the ground beneath them. Al-Ghazali had looked down, and he had seen the abyss. And from that abyss, he was going to launch his attack, not as a rival philosopher offering a competing system of certainty, but as someone who had been to the edge and back, someone who knew what the philosophers didn't. That certainty itself is the problem, that the claim to absolute knowledge is the original sin of philosophy, that you can't build a tower to heaven when you're standing on quicksand. He began to write. Slowly, at first, testing his thoughts, working through his arguments. The title came to him clearly. Tahafut al-Falasifa, the incoherence of the philosophers. Not the errors of the philosophers, not against the philosophers. The incoherence, the internal contradictions, the logical breakdowns, the places where their system fell apart under its own weight. He wasn't going to refute them with a rival system. He was going to show that their system refuted itself. This was going to be surgical, precise, devastating. He would take their own tools, their own logic, their own methods of reasoning, and turn them against the philosophers themselves. He would show that on their own terms, using their own standards, their conclusions didn't follow, that their certainty was unjustified, that their claims were incoherent, that the throne of knowledge they sat on was a house of cards. And when he was done, philosophy would never be the same. But this wasn't going to be easy, because to dismantle the philosophers, he first had to master them completely. He had to understand their system better than they did. see its weaknesses from the inside. He had to become one of them before he could destroy them, and that journey would take him to the darkest corners of thought, to questions that had no comfortable answers, to ideas that threatened everything he believed. He was about to catalogue 20 problems with philosophical thought, 20 cracks in the edifice, 20 reasons why certainty was impossible, 20 ways the philosophers had deceived themselves and everyone else. But we're going to focus on the big three. The three problems so devastating, so fundamental, so destructive to the philosophical worldview that Al-Ghazali declared them heresy, not just errors, not just mistakes, full-blown disbelief. Because these three ideas didn't just challenge philosophy, they challenged the very possibility of meaning, of purpose, of human dignity. They made the universe cold, mechanical, empty. And Al-Ghazali was going to show why they were wrong. The first problem, the eternity of the world. The second, God's knowledge of particulars. The third, the denial of bodily resurrection. Each one a battlefield, each one a crisis, each one a question that cuts to the heart of what it means to be human. And Al-Ghazali was ready for war. The whisper of doubt had become a battle cry. The personal crisis had become a philosophical weapon. The man who had lost, his certainty was about to take certainty away from everyone else. And in doing so, he would change the course of intellectual history. The throne of knowledge was about to be shaken, and Al-Ghazali was the one holding the hammer. Imagine you're an architect. You've been hired to inspect a magnificent building, a cathedral that stood for 400 years. Everyone says it's perfect, unshakable, a masterpiece of engineering. Your job? Find the flaws, not cosmetic issues, not minor cracks in the paint, structural problems, fatal weaknesses, the kind of flaws that mean the whole thing could come down. That's what Al-Ghazali was about to do to philosophy, but he wasn't going to be random about it. He wasn't going to just throw criticisms at the wall and see what stuck. He was methodical, strategic, surgical. He identified exactly 20 problems with the philosopher's system, 20 points where their logic broke down, where their certainty crumbled, where the edifice showed cracks. Why 20? Because that's how many it took to cover every major claim the philosophers made. About God, about the universe, about the soul, about causation, about knowledge itself. Each problem was a targeted strike at a specific pillar of their thought, and together, they brought the whole structure into question. Now, we could go through all 20, one by one, methodically. But that would take hours, and honestly, some of them are technical, philosophical inside baseball that only specialists care about. What we're going to do instead is focus on the approach, the method Al-Ghazali used, the strategy behind his attack, because understanding his method is more important than memorizing his arguments. It's what made his critique so devastating, so enduring, so impossible to dismiss. Here's what he didn't do. He didn't write a book saying, the philosophers are wrong because the Quran says so. That would have been easy, safe, expected, but it also would have been useless, because the philosophers didn't care what the Quran said. Not really. Oh, they paid lip service to it. They claimed their philosophy was compatible with revelation. But when push came to shove, when philosophy and scripture conflicted, philosophy won. Every time, they would reinterpret scripture to fit their conclusions, allegorize away any contradictions, explain away any tensions. The revealed text became clay in their hands, something to be molded to fit their preconceived rational system. So Al-Ghazali knew, quoting scripture at them wouldn't work. He needed to beat them at their own game. He needed to use their tools, their methods, their standards of proof. He needed to show that even by their own criteria, their system failed. This is what makes his approach brilliant. He essentially said, okay, philosophers, you claim logical certainty. You say your conclusions necessarily follow from rational premises. Let's test that. Let's take your arguments apart, step by step, premise by premise, inference by inference, and let's see if they actually hold up. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Al-Ghazali discovered something the philosophers had hidden even from themselves. Their arguments weren't as airtight as they claimed. Their logic had gaps. Their premises had holes. Their conclusions didn't necessarily follow. They had built an empire of thought on assumptions they never questioned, on inferences they never justified, on leaps of logic they never examined. And Al-Ghazali was about to expose every single one. Let me give you a sense of how this worked. Take one of the philosophers' favorite claims. They could prove God's existence through pure reason. Sounds good, right? Here's their argument, simplified. Everything that exists is either necessary or contingent. Either it must exist, or it could possibly not exist. The universe is full of contingent things. Things that might not have existed. You, me, this planet, this galaxy. Contingent things need a cause. Something that brought them into existence. But you can't have an infinite chain of contingent causes. That's logically impossible. So there must be a necessary being at the start of the chain. Something that exists by its own nature. Something uncaused. And that necessary being is God. Boom. Logical proof of God's existence. The philosophers were proud of this argument. They thought it was bulletproof. Al-Ghazali looked at it and said, "Really? Let's examine this more closely. First problem, why can't you have an infinite chain of causes?" The philosophers said, "Because that's absurd. You need a first cause." But why? Where's the logical proof that an infinite regress is impossible? They assumed it. They declared it. They found it intuitively obvious. But they never proved it. That's assumption number one. Second problem. Even if you need a first cause, why must it be God? Why not just an impersonal necessary being, a principle, a force, a quantum field? The philosophers jumped from "there must be something necessary" to "that something is God with all the attributes we claim." But that's a huge leap, and they never justified it. That's assumption number two. Third problem. This whole argument assumes causation, works the way they think it does. But what if causation itself is questionable? What if cause and effect aren't as straightforward as they seem? We'll come back to this later, but for now, just note, the entire argument rests on an assumption about causation. That's assumption number three. See what Al-Ghazali was doing? He wasn't saying, "Your conclusion is wrong." He was saying, "Your proof doesn't work. You claim logical certainty, but you're actually making multiple unproven assumptions. You're not proving anything. You're just asserting things and calling it proof." This is devastating, because the philosopher's whole appeal was certainty, rational demonstration, logical necessity. If their proofs don't actually prove anything, if they're just sophisticated-sounding assertions, then their entire project collapses. They're not doing something fundamentally different from theologians or mystics or prophets. They're just dressing up their assumptions in logical clothing and pretending it's knowledge. Al-Ghazali did this 20 times. 20 major philosophical claims. 20 supposedly airtight arguments. And in each case, he showed, the proof doesn't hold. The logic has gaps. The certainty is illusory. But here's where it gets really interesting. Al-Ghazali wasn't trying to prove the philosophers wrong about everything. That's not the point. The point was to show their certainty was unjustified. Maybe the universe is eternal. Maybe it's not. But you can't prove it through pure reason. Maybe God knows only universals. Maybe he knows particulars. But you can't demonstrate it logically. Maybe bodily resurrection is impossible. Maybe it's not. But you can't rule it out with philosophy. Al-Ghazali was attacking their epistemological arrogance. Their claim to have certain knowledge about things that by their nature transcend human reason. He was saying, you don't know as much as you think you know. And more importantly, you can't know it the way you claim to know it. The tools you're using, sense perception, logical inference, rational demonstration, they're not capable of giving you certainty about ultimate questions. You've overestimated what reason can do. This is a profound insight, because Al-Ghazali wasn't anti-reason. He wasn't saying logic is useless. He was saying, reason has limits. Logic has boundaries. There are questions the human mind simply can't answer with certainty, and the philosopher's mistake was thinking they could transcend those limits. They thought they could stand outside the universe and see it objectively, like God would see it. They thought they could grasp eternal truths with temporal minds, infinite realities with finite understanding. They thought they could know the unknowable, and Al-Ghazali was calling them out, not from religious prejudice, not from anti-intellectual bias, but from a deeper understanding of what knowledge actually is and what it isn't. Now here's what made this approach so powerful. Al-Ghazali wasn't just being negative. He wasn't just tearing things down. He was making space for other ways of knowing, other sources of truth, other paths to understanding. If reason can't give you certainty about God, maybe revelation can. If logic can't prove the nature of ultimate reality, maybe direct experience can. If philosophy can't answer the deepest questions, maybe mysticism can. This is why his critique mattered so much. It wasn't just about winning a debate with the philosophers, it was about reopening questions they had closed, reintroducing possibilities they had ruled out, showing that the universe is bigger, stranger, more mysterious than any philosophical system can capture. The philosophers had tried to fit reality into their logical categories. Al-Ghazali was showing that reality wouldn't fit, that there are aspects of existence that slip through the nets of rational analysis. That mystery isn't just what we haven't figured out yet. It's fundamental to what we are and where we are. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done, because among his 20 problems, 3 stood out. 3 issues so serious, so fundamental, so destructive to religious belief, that he couldn't just say, the proof is questionable. He had to go further. He had to say, if you believe these 3 things, you've crossed a line. You're not just philosophically mistaken, you're religiously deviant. You've abandoned beliefs so central to Islamic faith that you can't claim to be Muslim while holding them. This was serious. In Islamic intellectual history, calling someone's position heretical wasn't something you did lightly. It had legal consequences, social consequences. It could destroy careers and reputations. But Al-Ghazali felt he had no choice, because these 3 philosophical positions didn't just contradict scripture. They made religion meaningless. They made worship pointless. They made revelation unnecessary. If the philosophers were right about these 3 things, then Islam, as practiced by millions of believers, was built on a lie. Prayer became talking to yourself. Prophecy became delusion. The afterlife became fantasy. Al-Ghazali couldn't allow that to stand. So he drew a line in the sand. 20 problems with philosophy. Yes, the philosophers were wrong about many things, but 3 problems were in a different category. 3 positions were not just philosophical errors, they were religious disasters. The first, the eternity of the world. The philosophers claimed the universe has always existed. It didn't have a beginning. It won't have an end. It eternally emanates from God, the way light eternally emanates from the sun. Why did Al-Ghazali consider this heretical? Because if the world is eternal, then God didn't create it. Not in any meaningful sense. He didn't choose to bring it into being. He didn't will it to exist. He didn't make something from nothing. The universe just is, necessarily, eternally, without any real creative act on God's part. And if God didn't create, then what's his relationship to the universe? He becomes just another part of the cosmic machinery, not a creator, not a lord, not someone who acts, just the necessary being at the top of an eternal chain. This empties religion of meaning, because the whole point of worship is acknowledging that God made you, that you owe your existence to his choice, his will, his creative power. But if the universe is eternal, if God didn't really create, then what are you thanking him for? The second position, God's knowledge of particulars. The philosophers argued that God knows universals but not particulars. He knows humanity but not individual humans. He knows events but not specific events. He knows categories, principles, forms, but not you, not your choices, not your life. Why heretical? Because if God doesn't know particulars, then prayer is absurd. You're asking him for things he can't hear, confessing sins he can't perceive, seeking guidance he can't give. Your entire spiritual life becomes a conversation with yourself, and prophecy, revelation, divine guidance, all impossible. How can God send a specific message to a specific prophet at a specific time if he doesn't know specific things? How can there be divine law, divine judgment, divine mercy if God doesn't know what you individually do? The philosopher's position made God distant, abstract, irrelevant to human life. And Al-Ghazali said, that's not just wrong, that's a denial of what God is. The third position, the impossibility of bodily resurrection. The philosophers argued that after death, only the soul survives. The body decays and is gone forever. There's no bodily resurrection, no physical afterlife, no gathering of bodies on Judgment Day. Why did Al-Ghazali consider this heretical? Because bodily resurrection is explicitly promised in the Quran, repeatedly, in clear language. And more than that, it's central to the concept of justice. If there's no bodily resurrection, then people who suffered physical torture get no physical restoration. People who committed physical crimes receive no physical punishment. The body becomes irrelevant to justice, to reward, to accountability. And that makes this life meaningless. Do what you want to your body, to others' bodies. It doesn't matter, because the body is just temporary housing, something you shed like clothing. The philosopher's position made ethics cheap, made suffering meaningless, made justice incomplete. And Al-Ghazali couldn't accept that. These three positions, these three problems, they weren't just intellectual errors the philosophers made. They were fundamental challenges to the coherence of religious belief itself, and Al-Ghazali was going to dismantle them, one by one, step by step, systematically using their own tools against them, showing that their certainty was illusory. Their proofs were flawed, their conclusions didn't follow, but he was going to do more than that. He was going to show why these positions were emotionally, spiritually, existentially unlivable. Because this wasn't just an academic exercise. This was about meaning, about purpose, about whether the universe cares about you, about whether your choices matter, whether your prayers are heard, whether justice is real. The philosophers, in their quest for logical purity, had created a cold universe, a universe where God is distant, where humans are insignificant, where nothing ultimately matters. Al-Ghazali was about to warm it back up, not through sentiment, not through wishful thinking, but through rigorous philosophical argument, showing that the philosophers' cold universe wasn't logically necessary, that their conclusions didn't follow from their premises, that you could be just as rational, just as logical, just as philosophically rigorous, while believing in a God who acts, who knows, who cares. The 20 problems were the artillery barrage, softening up the philosophical defenses, showing weaknesses everywhere. But the 3 heretical positions, those were the main assault, the focused attack on the heart of the philosopher's system, and Al-Ghazali was ready. He had the arguments, he had the method, he had the motivation. He knew what was at stake, not just winning a debate, not just defending orthodoxy, but preserving the possibility of meaning in a universe that philosophy was threatening to make meaningless. The throne of knowledge was trembling, the cracks were showing, and Al-Ghazali was about to strike at the foundations. 3 devastating blows, 3 knockout punches, 3 final arguments, starting with the most fundamental question of all. Did the universe have a beginning, or has it always existed? The philosophers said, always existed. obviously. Necessarily, Al-Ghazali said. Prove it. And when they couldn't, he was going to show them why their position wasn't just unproven. It was incoherent. The battle was joined, and nothing would be the same after. Let me ask you a question. How long have you been alive? 20 years? 40? 60? However long it is, you can count it. It's a finite number. Now imagine someone asks you, how long has the universe existed? And you answer, forever. What does that even mean? This is where Al-Ghazali's first major battle with the philosophers began. Not with theology, not with scripture, but with a simple, devastating question about time itself. The philosophers were absolutely certain, unshakable in their conviction. The universe, they declared, is eternal. It has no beginning. It has no end. It has always existed and always will exist. This wasn't a guess. It wasn't speculation. It wasn't a working hypothesis. To them, it was a demonstrated truth, a logical necessity, something that couldn't possibly be otherwise. Their proof went something like this. God is eternal and unchanging, right? Everyone agrees on that. God is also perfect, complete, lacking nothing. So God's will is eternal and unchanging too. It doesn't fluctuate. It doesn't develop. It doesn't suddenly decide something new. Now here's the key move. If God eternally wills the universe to exist, then the universe must eternally exist. Because if the universe came into being at some point, in time, that would mean God's will changed. There was a moment when God wasn't creating, then suddenly he was creating. But that's impossible, because God doesn't change. Therefore, the universe must be eternal. It must have always been emanating from God's eternal will, like rays from the sun. The sun doesn't decide to shine. It shines eternally. And its light exists eternally as a result. Same with God and the universe. Elegant, right? Logical, seemingly airtight. The philosophers thought they'd solved one of the biggest questions in existence. Al-Ghazali read this argument and saw something they didn't. A catastrophe waiting to happen. Because if the universe is eternal, then God didn't create it. Not really. Oh sure, the philosophers would say, God is the cause of the universe, but that's not the same as creation. Creation means bringing something into existence that didn't exist before. Creation means choosing to make something, willing it to be, deciding that it should exist. But if the universe has always existed, if it's eternal, then there was never a moment of creation, never a choice, never a divine decision. The universe just is, has always been, will always be, and God's relationship to it becomes mechanical, automatic, impersonal, like the relationship between the sun and its light. The sun doesn't love its light, doesn't know its light, doesn't care about its light. The light just necessarily flows from the sun's nature. Is that really what we mean by God? A cosmic mechanism that necessarily produces a universe the way a fire necessarily produces heat? Al-Ghazali saw where this led. If God didn't choose to create, then he doesn't choose anything. If he doesn't choose, then he doesn't act. If he doesn't act, then he doesn't respond to prayers, doesn't send prophets, doesn't intervene in human affairs. He becomes the philosopher's abstraction, the unmoved mover, the distant principle, not the God of Abraham, not the God of Moses, not the God of Muhammad, not a God worth praying to. This was unacceptable. So, Al-Ghazali set out to demolish the philosopher's argument, and he started by asking the question they'd never properly considered. What does it actually mean for something to be eternal? The philosophers threw the word around like they understood it, eternal, infinite, without beginning or end. But Al-Ghazali pressed. Do you really know what you're talking about? Can you actually conceive of an infinite past? Think about it carefully. If the universe has existed forever, then an infinite amount of time has already passed. An infinite number of years. An infinite number of days. an infinite number of moments. But here's the problem. You can't traverse an infinite distance, by definition. If something is infinite, you can never reach the end of it. So how did we get to today? If an infinite amount of time had to pass before we arrived at this moment, we should never have arrived at this moment. Because you can't finish traveling through infinity, it's like saying, I started counting from negative infinity and I just reached zero. That's nonsense. You could never start from negative infinity. There's no starting point, and even if you could, you'd never finish counting up to zero, because infinity has no end. Same with time. If the past is infinite, then we could never have reached the present. But we did reach the present. We're in it right now. Therefore, the past can't be infinite. The universe must have had a beginning. This is what philosophers call the impossibility of traversing an actual infinite, and Al-Ghazali wielded it like a sword. The philosophers tried to respond. They said, but you're thinking about infinity wrong. Past infinity isn't like a distance you travel. It's just there, all at once. Al-Ghazali pushed back. Okay, let's try a different angle. Imagine the universe is eternal, like you say. That means the number of past days is infinite, right? But the number of past years is also infinite. Now here's my question. Are there more past days than past years? The philosophers hesitated. On one hand, obviously there are more days than years. 12 times more, roughly. On the other hand, both numbers are infinite, and infinity equals infinity. You can't have one infinity bigger than another infinity. That contradicts what infinity means. So which is it? Are there more past days than past years? Or are they equal? If you say there are more days, you're admitting that one infinity can be bigger than another, which is absurd. If you say they're equal, you're admitting that 12 days equals 1 year, which is also absurd. Either way, you're trapped. This is the problem with treating infinity as if it's just a really big number. It's not. Infinity doesn't behave like numbers behave. You can't do arithmetic with it. You can't compare infinities. You can't traverse them. So when you say the past is infinite, you're not actually saying something coherent. You're using a word that sounds profound, but actually refers to nothing you can meaningfully conceive. The philosophers squirmed. They tried another defense. Okay, but here's the thing. God is outside of time. He's eternal in a different sense. So when God creates the universe, he's not doing it at a point in time. He's doing it eternally. The universe doesn't have a beginning in time because time itself is part of the universe. Al-Ghazali smiled at this. So you're admitting the universe has a beginning? That it's not eternal after all? Because if time is part of the universe, and the universe came from God, then the universe began to exist. You're just saying it began, to exist with time rather than in time. But either way, it began. It's not eternal. You've conceded my point while trying to argue against it. The philosophers realized they were in trouble. Every defense they mounted created new problems. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done. He had another angle of attack, an even more devastating one. He said, let's grant for a moment that the universe could be eternal. Just for argument's sake. Let's imagine an infinite past actually makes sense. Even so, I can show you that it's not necessary. That God could have created the universe at any point in time. And if it's not necessary for the universe to be eternal, then your whole argument collapses. Here's how this worked. The philosophers claimed God's eternal will necessitates an eternal universe. But Al-Ghazali asked, why? Why couldn't God eternally will to create the universe at a specific moment? Think about it. You can decide today to do something tomorrow. Your decision is made today, but the action happens tomorrow. Your will exists at one time. The effect of your will exists at another time. So why couldn't God's eternal will produce a temporally originated universe? God could eternally intend, let the universe begin at moment X. That intention is eternal, unchanging, always part of God's will. But the universe itself still has a beginning. still comes into existence at a specific point. The philosophers said, but that means God's will has to wait, and God doesn't wait. Al-Ghazali countered, no, you're confusing God's will with God's action. God can will something eternally and actualize it temporally. Your problem is you've collapsed will and action into the same thing, but they're not the same, even for God. This was brilliant, because Al-Ghazali was using the philosophers' own distinction against them. They loved talking about God's essence versus God's attributes, God's knowledge versus God's action. Fine, apply that here. God's will can be eternal, but God's creative act can be temporal. No contradiction, no problem. No necessary eternal universe. The philosophers were backed into a corner, but they had one last card to play. They said, if the universe began, you have to explain why it began when it did and not earlier or later. If God could have created the universe at any point, why this point? What changed? Without a reason for the specific timing, creation becomes arbitrary, random, which is unworthy of God. This was their trump card, the principle of sufficient reason. Everything needs a reason, a cause, an explanation for why it is the way it is. If the universe began at moment X rather than moment Y, there must be a reason. But if God is eternal and unchanging, there can't be a reason for one moment over another. All moments are equal to God. So, either the universe is eternal, or creation is arbitrary. Pick your poison. Al-Ghazali looked at this argument and laughed, not because it was bad, but because it was so revealing. The philosophers were demanding that God conform to their philosophical principles. They were saying, God must have a reason for everything he does, and that reason must be accessible to human understanding. But why? Who says God needs to justify his choices to philosophers? Who says divine wisdom has to make sense according to human logic? The philosophers had forgotten something crucial. God is not like us. His knowledge is not like our knowledge. His will is not like our will. His reasons are not like our reasons. To demand that God provide a philosophical explanation for why he created when he did is to put philosophy above God. It's to say, God, you can only act in ways we can understand, ways that fit our logical frameworks, ways that satisfy our principle of sufficient reason. But that's backwards. God is the source of reason, not bound by it. God is the ground of logic, not subject to it. If God chooses to create at a particular moment for reasons known only to him, that's his prerogative. You don't get to say, that's arbitrary, therefore impossible. You're not in a position to judge. This was the deeper issue Al-Ghazali exposed. The philosophers had made reason into a god. They had elevated logical principles to the status of eternal, necessary truths that even God must obey. But that's idolatry. Not of statues or images, but of the human intellect. They had said, if we can't understand it, it can't be true. If our logic can't accommodate it, it can't be real. If our philosophy can't explain it, it can't exist. That's the ultimate arrogance. And Al-Ghazali was calling it out. The universe doesn't owe you an explanation. God doesn't owe you an explanation. Your inability to understand something doesn't make it false. Your inability to fit it into your system doesn't make it impossible. Reality is bigger than your categories. Mystery is deeper than your logic. And God is more than your philosophy can contain. This was the heart of Al-Ghazali's critique, not just of the eternal universe claim, but of the entire philosophical project. The philosophers thought they could master reality through reason. They thought they could deduce the nature of existence from first principles. They thought they could figure out God's mind by clever arguments. Al-Ghazali showed them they couldn't. Not because reason is useless. Not because logic doesn't matter, but because reason has limits. Logic has boundaries. Philosophy has a proper scope, and questions about God's creative will lie beyond that scope. You can't prove the universe is eternal. You can't prove it had a beginning, not through pure philosophy, not with certainty. The most you can say is, both are possible, both are conceivable. Neither leads to logical contradiction. So if you're going to choose between them, you need something other than philosophy to decide. Revelation, maybe. Faith. Direct experience of the divine. But not philosophical demonstration. Because philosophical demonstration can't get you there. The philosophers' certainty about an eternal universe was fake, built on assumptions they never questioned, on principles they never justified, on logic they never tested. Al-Ghazali tested it, and it broke. The first pillar of their system was crumbling. The universe didn't have to be eternal. God could have created it in time, and if God created it in time, then God chose. God acted. God willed something specific, which means God is not. The impersonal principle the philosophers described. God is personal, active, engaged with his creation. The kind of God who might send prophets, who might hear prayers, who might care about individual human beings. The door the philosophers had closed was opening again, and Al-Ghazali was just getting started. Because if the philosophers were wrong about the eternity of the universe, maybe they were wrong about God's knowledge too. Maybe God doesn't just know universals. Maybe he knows you, specifically, individually, completely. That's where we're going next. To the most personal question of all. Does God see you? The philosophers said no. Al-Ghazali was about to prove them wrong. And when he did, the entire cold, mechanical universe they'd built would start to feel warm again. Close your eyes for a moment. Think about the most painful experience of your life. Maybe it was losing someone you loved. Maybe it was a betrayal. Maybe it was a moment of crushing failure. Whatever it was, you felt it. You lived through it. It was real. Now imagine someone telling you, God doesn't know about that. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's ignoring you, but because he literally cannot know individual, specific events. He knows about suffering in general, but not your suffering. He knows about loss as a concept, but not your loss. He knows the universal category of human pain, but not the particular agony you felt on that specific day. How would that make you feel? This is what the philosophers were claiming. And it's the second major battleground where Al-Ghazali decided, this isn't just wrong. This is heresy. Let me explain how the philosophers got here. It started, like so many bad ideas, from something. That sounds reasonable. They said, God is perfect, right? Unchanging, eternal, beyond time. So God's knowledge must also be perfect, unchanging, and eternal. God can't learn new things, can't discover facts he didn't know before, can't be surprised by events. So far, most theologians would agree. But then, the philosophers made a fatal move. They said, if God's knowledge is unchanging, then God can only know unchanging things. Things that are eternally true, always the same, never in flux. And what are those things? Universals, essences, eternal forms. God knows humanity as an eternal essence, but not individual humans who are born and die. God knows motion as a principle, but not specific movements happening at specific times. God knows existence as a concept, but not particular existence that come and go. In philosophical jargon, they were saying, God knows universals but not particulars. Let that sink in for a moment. According to the philosophers, God doesn't know what you had for breakfast this morning, the specific words you spoke to your friend yesterday, the exact thought running through your mind right now, the particular choice you're about to make. Not because these things are hidden from him, but because they're beneath his type of knowledge. God's knowledge is too lofty, too eternal, too perfect to concern itself with the messy, changing, temporary details of individual existence. He knows the forms, the patterns, the eternal truths, but the specific instances, the individual cases, the particular moments, those are irrelevant to divine knowledge. The philosophers thought this made God more perfect, more transcendent, more sublime, more worthy of worship. They thought they were honoring God by elevating his knowledge above mundane particulars. Al-Ghazali saw it differently. He saw a God who was essentially blind, a God who couldn't see you, couldn't hear you, couldn't know you. A God who was, for all practical purposes, absent from your life. And he was horrified. Because if God doesn't know particulars, then everything falls apart. Everything that makes religion meaningful. Everything that makes worship possible. Everything that connects the divine to the human. Let's walk through the implications step by step. First, prayer becomes absurd. You bow down 5 times a day. You ask God for help. You confess your sins. You seek guidance. But according to the philosophers, God doesn't hear any of it, not because he's ignoring you, but because your specific prayer at that specific moment is a particular event. And God doesn't know particular events. He knows prayer as a universal concept, but not your prayer. He knows petitioning as a general phenomenon, but not your petition. So who are you talking to? Nobody. You're going through motions in a universe where the divine can't perceive your actions. Prayer becomes cosmic theatre, a ritual you perform for yourself because the audience you think you're addressing isn't watching. Second, prophecy becomes impossible. How does God send a message to a specific prophet at a specific time if he doesn't know specific times or specific prophets? Muhammad receives revelation in a cave. Moses hears God at a burning bush. Jesus is born in Bethlehem. These are particular events, specific moments, individual occurrences. But if God doesn't know particulars, he can't initiate these events. He can't choose a particular person, can't speak at a particular moment, can't intervene in particular circumstances. The philosophers tried to get around this. They said, well, divine knowledge sort of overflows into the world, and prophets are people whose souls are aligned to receive this overflow. But that's not prophecy. That's cosmic coincidence. That's not God choosing to speak. That's just some humans being naturally tuned to pick up signals that are always broadcasting. It's like saying God didn't send the Quran to Muhammad. Muhammad just happened to receive it because he was in the right mental frequency. That's not revelation. That's reception. Third, divine justice becomes meaningless. If God doesn't know what you specifically did, how can he judge you? How can there be a day of reckoning if God doesn't know your particular actions? He knows sinning as a category, but not the sins you committed. He knows righteousness as an ideal, but not the righteous choices you made. How do you reward or punish people based on things you don't know they did? The philosophers had an answer for this too. They said, your soul carries the effects of your actions. God sees the state of your soul, but that's backwards. That means God doesn't judge your actions. He just observes their accumulated effect on your soul. It's like saying a teacher doesn't grade your test. She just looks at how smart you became after taking it. That's not justice. That's just observing outcomes. Fourth, the entire concept of divine care evaporates. When the Quran says God is closer to you than your jugular vein, what does that mean if God doesn't know you exist? When it says he knows what's in your hearts, is that a lie? When it says he responds to those who call on him, is that false advertising? The philosophers were forced to reinterpret all these passages. They said, these verses speak metaphorically for the common people. But the real truth is more abstract. In other words, Scripture lies to the masses because they can't handle the truth. The truth that God doesn't actually know you, doesn't actually care about you, doesn't actually engage with your life. He's just the eternal principle at the top of the cosmic hierarchy. majestic, perfect, sublime, and utterly, completely indifferent to your existence. This is what Al-Ghazali couldn't stomach. Not because it hurt his feelings, not because it was emotionally unsatisfying, but because it made religion incoherent. If the philosophers were right, then the entire Islamic tradition was built on a mistake. Billions of prayers offered to a God who couldn't hear them. Prophets claiming messages from a God who couldn't send them. Believers expecting judgment from a God who didn't know what they'd done. It was all theatre, all illusion, all a massive collective delusion. Al-Ghazali said, "No, this ends here," and he began his counterattack. First, he went after their logic. The philosophers claimed God's knowledge must be unchanging, therefore he can only know unchanging things. But Al-Ghazali asked, why does unchanging knowledge require unchanging objects? Can't you have unchanging knowledge of changing things? Think about it. If God knows eternally that Muhammad will be born in 570 CE, that knowledge doesn't change. It's always true, always part of God's eternal knowledge. The event itself is temporal, happens at a specific time. But the knowledge of it can be eternal. God doesn't learn that Muhammad was born when it happens. He always knew it would happen. His knowledge is unchanging, even though the event is temporal. So the philosopher's argument doesn't work. You can have eternal, unchanging divine knowledge of particular changing events. No contradiction, no problem. Second, Al-Ghazali attacked their conception of perfection. The philosophers said knowing particulars would make God imperfect. But Al-Ghazali flipped it. Is it more perfect to know everything or to know only some things? Obviously, knowing everything is more perfect. So a God who knows both universals and particulars is more perfect than a God who knows only universals. The philosophers were actually diminishing God's perfection by limiting his knowledge. They thought they were elevating him, but they were actually reducing him, making him less than all-knowing, less than omniscient, less than perfect. Their perfect God was actually deficient. Third, Al-Ghazali went after the very distinction between universals and particulars. He said, this distinction is something humans make. It's how we organize our thoughts. But why assume God thinks like we think? Why assume God's knowledge is divided into categories the way ours is? Maybe to God, there is no difference between universal and particular. Maybe he knows everything in a way we can't comprehend, a way that transcends our categories. The philosophers had committed the sin they always accused others of. They had anthropomorphized God, not by giving him a body, but by giving him a human-like mind, by assuming his knowledge works like their knowledge, just bigger, just more perfect. But what if God's knowledge is radically different from human knowledge? What if it's not just quantitatively greater, but qualitatively other? Then all their reasoning about what God must or must not know falls apart, because they're reasoning from false assumptions about the nature of divine knowledge. Fourth, Al-Ghazali pointed to the absurd consequences. If God doesn't know particulars, does he know himself? After all, God is a particular being, not a universal concept. There's only one God, one specific, unique, particular divine reality. So if God can only know universals, can he not know himself? The philosophers squirmed at this. Some said, God is an exception. He knows himself even, though he's particular. But Al-Ghazali pounced. So particulars can be known by God. You just admitted it. If God can know one particular, himself, why not other particulars? Your rule about God only knowing universals has a huge exception, which means it's not really a rule. Others said, God isn't particular. He's beyond the universal particular distinction. Fine, Al-Ghazali said. Then why can't his knowledge also be beyond that distinction? Why can't he know in a way that includes both universals and particulars? Every defense the philosophers mounted created new problems. They were trapped, contradicting themselves. tying themselves in logical knots. Fifth, and most devastatingly, Al-Ghazali showed that their position made prediction impossible. The philosophers believed in astrology, in reading the stars to predict future events. But how can you predict a particular future event if God doesn't know particular events? If the cosmos is governed by divine knowledge, and divine knowledge doesn't include particulars, then particular events aren't part of the cosmic order. They're just random, unpredictable, outside the scope of rational understanding. But the philosophers wanted it both ways. They wanted a rationally ordered universe where everything follows from divine knowledge, but they also wanted to limit divine knowledge to universals. You can't have both. Either the universe is rationally ordered down to its particulars, in which case God must know those particulars, or God doesn't know particulars, in which case the universe is ultimately chaotic and unpredictable at the level of individual events. The philosophers were caught in a contradiction of their own making. Al-Ghazali exposed it mercilessly. But beyond all the logical arguments, Al-Ghazali made a deeper point. A point about what kind of universe we live in. The philosopher's universe was cold, mechanical, indifferent, a universe where the divine principle churns out existence according to eternal laws, but doesn't see you, doesn't know you, doesn't care about you. You're just a particular instantiation of universal forms, a temporary configuration of matter, a fleeting pattern in the cosmic dance. You matter to yourself, maybe to other people, but not to God, because to God, you're not even visible. Al-Ghazali asked, is that the universe you want to live in? More importantly, is that the universe we actually live in? Because your experience suggests otherwise. You feel seen. You feel known. You feel like your choices matter to something beyond yourself. When you pray, you sense a response. When you seek guidance, you find it. When you suffer, you feel held. Maybe that's all illusion. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Or maybe the philosophers are wrong. Maybe God does know particulars, does see individuals, does care about specific people. Maybe the universe is warmer than the philosophers imagined. Maybe you matter more than their system allows. This was the choice Al-Ghazali presented, not as a logical proof, not as a philosophical demonstration, but as an existential question. Which universe do you actually live in? The cold universe of the philosophers, where God is distant and unknowing, or a universe where God sees you, where your prayers are heard, where your life matters? You can't prove it either way through philosophy, but you can look at your experience. You can examine your life. You can trust your intuition. And most people, when they're honest, know which universe feels real. The philosophers had built an impressive system, but they'd built it at the cost of making religion meaningless and human, life insignificant. Al-Ghazali tore it down, not with wishful thinking, not with sentimental appeals, but with rigorous philosophical argument that showed their position was logically flawed and existentially unlivable. God knows particulars. He must. He can. He does. Your prayers are heard. Your actions are seen. Your life is known, not because Scripture says so, though it does, but because any other conclusion makes a mockery of divine perfection and reduces God to less than all-knowing. The philosopher's God was too small, too limited, too bound by human categories. Al-Ghazali's God was bigger, greater, more truly divine. The second pillar of philosophy was crumbling. But Al-Ghazali wasn't done, because the philosophers had one more devastating claim to answer. The most personal one of all, the claim about what happens when you die. You strike a match. It lights. Why? You probably think, because striking creates friction. Friction creates heat. Heat ignites the chemicals on the match head. Cause and effect. Simple, obvious, undeniable. But what if I told you that's not what's actually happening? What if the match lighting has nothing to do with you striking it? What if every time you think you're seeing cause and effect, you're actually witnessing something far stranger? Welcome to the most radical, most controversial, most mind-bending argument Al-Ghazali ever made. This is where he didn't just challenge the philosophers, he challenged reality itself, or at least, what you think reality is. Let's back up and understand what was at stake. The philosophers had built their entire system on causation. Everything in the universe, they claimed, operates according to necessary causal laws. Fire necessarily burns. Water necessarily flows downward. Heavy objects necessarily fall. These aren't just observations. They're ironclad natural laws. Laws that can't be broken, can't be suspended, can't be violated, not even by God. That last part is crucial. The philosophers believed in God. They weren't atheists, but their God was bound by the laws of nature he'd established. Or rather, the laws of nature flowed necessarily from God's nature. God couldn't make fire not burn, because fire burning is part of the eternal, necessary structure of reality. God couldn't make water flow upward, because gravity isn't a choice, it's a metaphysical necessity. God couldn't raise the dead, couldn't turn a staff into a snake, couldn't split the moon. Not because he's weak, but because these things violate causal laws, and causal laws are absolute. This is why the philosophers rejected miracles, not because they hadn't heard the stories, but because miracles are impossible. Logically, impossible. Metaphysically impossible. Causally impossible. If you accept that causes necessarily produce their effects, then you have to reject any story where a cause fails to produce its effect. Moses throws down his staff. Does it become a snake? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Staves don't become snakes. Jesus speaks to a dead man. Does he rise? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Dead tissue doesn't reanimate. Muhammad points to the moon. Does it split? The philosophers said, no, impossible. Celestial bodies don't split from verbal commands. These stories might be useful myths, inspiring, legends, metaphors for spiritual truths, but they're not literal history, because they violate causation, and nothing violates causation, not even God. Do you see the problem? If miracles are impossible, then prophecy is questionable. If prophets can't perform miracles, how do you know they're really sent by God? Anyone can claim divine authority. The miracle is supposed to be the proof. But if miracles don't happen, there's no proof, just claims, just stories, just legends that may or may not be true. The entire foundation of revealed religion rests on the possibility of divine intervention in the natural order. And the philosophers were saying, that's impossible. Nature is a closed system, governed by unbreakable laws. Operating according to necessary causal chains, God set it in motion. But he doesn't interfere, can't interfere, doesn't need to interfere. Everything unfolds according to the eternal plan encoded in natural law. Al-Ghazali looked at this and saw the ultimate expression of philosophical arrogance. They weren't just making a claim about how nature usually works. They were making a claim about what God can and cannot do. They were putting limits on divine power, constraints on divine action, boundaries on divine will, and they were doing it in the name of reason, logic, philosophical necessity. Al-Ghazali decided this has to be destroyed, not just criticized, not just questioned, utterly demolished. And to do it, he was going to attack causation itself, not just the philosopher's theory of causation, but the very idea that causes necessarily produce effects. This is where Al-Ghazali became truly radical. Here's his argument, and fair warning, it's going to make your head spin. When you see fire touch cotton, and the cotton burns, you believe the fire caused the burning. But Al-Ghazali asked, did you actually see causation? Or did you just see sequence? You saw fire touch cotton, then you saw cotton burn. Two events, one after another. But did you see the fire making the cotton burn? Did you see the causal power transferring from fire to cotton? No. You just saw event A, then event B. You inferred causation. You assumed it. You concluded it. But you didn't observe it. All you ever observe is succession. One thing following another. The causation itself. That's something you add. Something you read into the events. Okay, you might say. But it happens every time. Fire always burns cotton. That can't be coincidence, can't it? What if God creates the burning of cotton every time fire touches it? Not because the fire causes it, but because that's his habit, his custom, his regular pattern. God sees fire touch cotton. And in that moment, he creates burning in the cotton. Not because he has to, not because the fire forces him to, but because he chooses to. Every single time. Consistently, reliably, predictably. So predictably that you mistake his habit for a necessary law. This is the doctrine of occasionalism, the idea that God is the only real cause, the only actual agent, the only true power in the universe, everything else? Occasions for God's action. Fire doesn't burn cotton. God burns cotton on the occasion of fire touching it. Your hand doesn't move your pen. God moves your pen on the occasion of your willing it. Bread doesn't nourish you. God nourishes you on the occasion of you eating bread. There are no natural causes, no necessary connections, no causal powers in created things, just God, acting constantly, creating each moment fresh. Now you might be thinking, this is insane. This contradicts everything we know about how the world works. Does it, though? Al-Ghazali pointed out. You've never actually seen a necessary connection between cause and effect. You've seen constant conjunction, regular sequence, habitual association, but necessity. Where do you observe that? When you say, fire must burn cotton, what does must mean? Does it mean you've never seen fire fail to burn cotton? That's just observation of past patterns. Does it mean you can't imagine fire not burning cotton? That's just limits of your imagination. Does it mean there's some metaphysical force compelling fire to burn? Where's your evidence for that? The philosophers claimed necessity, but they couldn't prove it. They just assumed that because something always happens, it must happen. But always and must are different things. Maybe fire has always burned cotton, but that doesn't mean it has to burn cotton. Maybe God has always chosen to create burning when fire touches cotton, but that doesn't mean he couldn't choose otherwise. The difference matters enormously, because if causation is just God's habit, then God can change his habits. He can make fire not burn, water not wet, gravity not pull, not as violations of natural law, because there are no natural laws, only divine habits, and habits can be broken. This is how miracles become possible. Moses throws his staff. Normally God would keep it as wood, but this time he transforms it into a snake, not a violation of causation, because there is no causation to violate, just God doing something different than his usual habit. Jesus touches a dead man. Normally, God keeps dead tissue dead, but this time he restores life, not breaking natural law, because there is no natural law, only God's customary action. Muhammad points to the moon. Normally, God maintains the moon's unity, but this time he splits it. Same thing. God exercising his freedom to act differently than usual. No logical impossibility, no metaphysical violation, no problem. The philosophers hated this argument. They threw everything they had at it. First objection. If causation isn't real, then knowledge is impossible. Science is meaningless. You can't predict anything. Al-Ghazali's response. Why not? God acts consistently. His habits are reliable. You can study those habits, learn the patterns, make predictions based on God's customary behavior. The difference is, you recognize those patterns as descriptions, not prescriptions. They tell you what God usually does, not what he must do. Science still works. you just understand its limits. Second objection. If God creates everything directly, then humans have no causal power. We're not agents. We don't really act. Al-Ghazali bit the bullet. Correct. You don't have independent causal power. When you think you're moving your hand, God is moving your hand on the occasion of your willing it. Your will is also created by God. Every moment, every thought, every action. You're not an independent agent. You're a locus of divine action. Now this raises huge questions about free will and moral responsibility, and Al-Ghazali knew it. He wrestled with these questions deeply, but for now, his point was narrower. Humans don't have to have causal power for moral responsibility to make sense. God can still hold you accountable for actions he creates through you. That's his prerogative. Third, objection. This makes God the author of evil. If God creates everything, he creates sins, crimes, suffering. Al-Ghazali's response, God creates the acts, but he doesn't will them in the same way. There's a difference between God's creative will and his legislative will. He creates everything, but he commands only good. The fact that he creates an evil act doesn't mean he approves of it. Is this satisfying? That's debatable. Theologians have argued about this for centuries, but Al-Ghazali's point was, his theory doesn't create this problem. The problem exists regardless. If God is all-powerful, he could prevent evil. If he doesn't prevent it, he's somehow involved with it existing. That's true, whether or not you believe in occasionalism. Fourth objection. This is just playing word games. Whether you say fire causes burning, or God causes burning on the occasion of fire, the practical result is the same. Al-Ghazali disagreed. The practical result is similar. The metaphysical implications are completely different. In your view, God is constrained by natural law. In my view, God is absolutely free. In your view, miracles are impossible. In my view, they're possible. In your view, nature is autonomous. In my view, nature is sustained moment by divine will. These aren't just semantic differences. They're radically different visions of reality. And he was right. Think about what occasionalism means experientially. Every breath you take, God creates it. Every heartbeat, God wills it. Every moment of existence, God sustains it. You're not a self-sufficient entity operating according to your own power. You're utterly, completely, absolutely dependent on God. Every instant. If God stopped willing you to exist for even a nanosecond, you would cease to be. Not die. Not collapse. Just cease. Reality is less stable than you think, more contingent, more miraculous. The fact that the world seems orderly, that patterns repeat, that nature appears lawful. That's not because nature has its own power. It's because God is faithful. He chooses to act consistently, to maintain patterns, to sustain the world in a regular way, but he's under no obligation to do so. Every moment the universe doesn't dissolve into chaos is an act of divine mercy. Every moment fire burns cotton is an act of divine choice. Every moment you exist is a gift. This is a universe of radical dependence, radical contingency, radical divine involvement. Not the distant, mechanistic universe of the philosophers, but a universe where God is intimately involved in every event, every action, every moment. Some people find this comforting. God is never absent, never distant, always acting. Others find it terrifying. There's no stability, no natural law, no independence. Al-Ghazali found it liberating because it meant God was free, truly free, not bound by anything, not by logic, not by necessity, not by natural law, only by his own wisdom and mercy. And that meant miracles were possible, revelation was possible, divine intervention was possible. The prophets weren't liars, the Quran wasn't myth-making, the miracles weren't legends, they were moments when God's hidden freedom became visible. When his customary action shifted to reveal what was always true, he's in control, always has been, always will be. Now here's what's brilliant about Al-Ghazali's strategy. He didn't claim he could prove occasionalism was true. He just claimed he could show that the philosopher's theory of causation couldn't be proven, that necessary causal connections are assumptions, not observations, that you can't demonstrate through reason alone that causes must produce their effects, and if you can't demonstrate it, then you can't rule out miracles on philosophical grounds. The philosopher's certainty about causation was just another example of unwarranted confidence. They claimed to know something they couldn't possibly know. They elevated their observation of patterns into metaphysical necessity. They confused "this is how things always happen" with "this is how things must happen," and that confusion allowed them to reject miracles, prophecy, and divine intervention. Al-Ghazali's occasionalism was a philosophical nuclear option. It didn't just challenge the philosopher's theory of causation. It obliterated the very concept of natural causation. It said, there are no secondary causes, no created powers, no autonomous natural processes, just God, acting, always and everywhere. Was Al-Ghazali right? That's a question philosophers and theologians still debate. But right or wrong, he accomplished his goal. He showed that the philosopher's rejection of miracles wasn't based on demonstrated truth. It was based on assumptions, preferences, philosophical commitments. And those commitments couldn't be proven, which meant miracles couldn't be ruled out, which meant revelation couldn't be dismissed, which meant the prophets couldn't be rejected on philosophical grounds. The third major pillar of the philosopher's system was demolished. They claimed the universe operated according to necessary causal laws that even God couldn't violate, Al-Ghazali showed. That's not knowledge. That's assumption. You don't know that fire must burn. You just know it always has. You don't know that causes must produce effects. You just observe regular sequences. You don't know that miracles are impossible. You just prefer a world without them. But preference isn't proof. Observation isn't necessity. Habit isn't law. The philosophers had built their confident rejection of miracles on sand, and Al-Ghazali had washed it away. But he'd done something else too. Something perhaps more important. He'd shown that the universe is stranger, more mysterious, more dependent on the divine than the philosophers imagined. That what looks like ironclad natural law might be divine custom. That what seems like independent causation might be continuous creation. That what appears to be a mechanistic universe might be a stage for constant divine action. Whether you accept his occasionalism or not, he'd opened a door to wonder, to mystery, to possibilities beyond what reason can prove or disprove. The philosophers had closed that door. They'd said, we know how reality works. Necessarily, certainly, Al-Ghazali had pried it open again, and through that open door, the light of something beyond philosophy could shine through. Not irrationality, not anti-intellectualism, not blind faith, but an acknowledgement that reason has limits. That certainty is rare. That mystery is real. And in that acknowledgement, space for revelation, for prophecy, for divine action, for a God who isn't bound by philosophers' categories, for a universe that's bigger than logic can contain, for possibilities that reason can't rule out. The match still lights when you strike it, but now you know that's not inevitable, that's not necessary, that's not an iron law, that's God, choosing, acting, sustaining the pattern. And he could choose otherwise. He usually doesn't, but he could. And sometimes, for prophets, for signs, for miracles, he does. And there's nothing the philosophers can do about it, because their certainty was always an illusion. Their necessary connections were always assumptions. Their closed universe was always just a cage they built around their own imagination. Al-Ghazali broke the cage, and the philosophers would never get it closed again. Let me tell you about a man who knew too much. Not in the sense that he'd discovered dangerous secrets, but in the sense that he'd pushed his mind to see contradictions everywhere, to question everything so thoroughly that certainty became impossible, to analyze so deeply that the ground beneath every thought turned to quicksand. That man was Al-Ghazali, and in the process of dismantling the philosophers, he was dismantling himself. Because here's what happens when you truly commit to radical doubt. When you question not just conclusions but methods, not just theories, but the tools used to build theories. When you push skepticism all the way to its logical conclusion, you don't end up with alternative certainty, you end up with intellectual paralysis. You don't discover solid ground, you discover there is no solid ground. And that realization doesn't feel like victory. It feels like madness. Al-Ghazali was winning his war against the philosophers. He'd shown their arguments didn't prove what they claimed. Their certainty wasn't justified. Their system rested on assumptions they couldn't defend. But in doing so, he'd also shown something more troubling, that all rational argument might rest on assumptions that can't be defended. That certainty itself might be impossible to achieve through reason alone, that the tools we use to know things might be unreliable at their core. This is the metacritique, the argument that turns back on itself. It's not just, the philosophers are wrong about X, Y, and Z. It's, philosophy itself can't deliver what it promises. Reason itself has fatal limitations. The entire project of knowing through rational demonstration might be fundamentally flawed. Let me show you how deep this goes. Remember how Al-Ghazali questioned sense perception, how he pointed out that dreams feel real while you're dreaming. That was effective against the philosophers, but it's also effective against anyone claiming knowledge, including Al-Ghazali himself. How does he know his critique of the philosophers is valid? He used reasoning. But he'd also questioned whether reasoning is reliable. He observed contradictions in their arguments. But he'd also questioned whether observation can be trusted. Every tool he used to demolish the philosophers could also be used to demolish his own position. This is the problem with radical skepticism. It consumes everything, including itself. If you truly doubt the reliability of reason, then you must also doubt your reasons for doubting reason. If you truly question the validity of logic, then you must also question the logical arguments you use to question logic. You end up in a philosophical spiral, a vortex of doubt that has no bottom. And Al-Ghazali knew this, felt this, lived through this. He later wrote about a period of crisis so severe he couldn't function, couldn't teach, couldn't write, couldn't even speak with confidence about anything. Because every statement he wanted to make, his own mind would immediately question. God exists. But how do you know? What's your proof? How can you be certain? Reason can demonstrate certain truths, but can it? Haven't you just shown that reason is limited, that it rests on unproven assumptions? I need to live according to Islamic law. But why? How do you know Islamic law is true? How do you know your interpretation is correct? Round and round, question after question, doubt feeding on doubt. This is what happens when you take philosophy seriously. Not as a game, not as an intellectual exercise, not as a way to show how clever you are, but as a genuine search for truth, for certainty, for solid ground to stand on. You discover there might not be any solid ground, at least not ground you can reach through thinking alone. The philosophers never got here. They never pushed their skepticism this far. They doubted religion, questioned revelation, challenged tradition, but they never truly doubted their own tools, never questioned their own foundations, never looked into the abyss beneath their own certainty. They thought they'd escape the quicksand of uncertain opinion and reach the bedrock of demonstrated truth. Al-Ghazali discovered there is no bedrock, or if there is, reason can't reach it, because every foundation you propose can be questioned, every axiom can be challenged, every proof requires assumptions, even the principles of logic itself. Why should you accept the law of non-contradiction, the principle that something can't both be and not be at the same time? The philosophers said, because it's self-evident. To deny it is absurd. But self-evident to whom? Absurd by what standard? Your mind finds it self-evident. But how do you know your mind is reliable? You can't use logic to prove logic is valid. That's circular. You can't use reason to prove reason works. That assumes what you're trying to prove. At the foundation of every rational system are principles that can't be rationally justified. You have to start somewhere. And wherever you start, you're making a leap. A leap of faith, if you will, not religious faith necessarily, but intellectual faith. Trust. Commitment to unprovable starting points. This is what the philosophers never admitted. They claimed to build their system on reason alone, on logical necessity, on demonstrated truth, but they were actually building on faith. Faith in reason, faith in logic, faith that their minds could access truth. They just didn't call it faith. They called it self-evident principles, or rational, intuition, or necessary truths. But change the labels all you want. It's still trust in something you can't prove. Al-Ghazali saw this with devastating clarity, and it broke him. Because if even the philosophers' vaunted reason requires faith at its foundation, then what makes it superior to religious faith? If you have to trust something without proof either way, why not trust revelation instead of reason? Why not trust prophetic experience instead of philosophical deduction? Why not trust divine guidance instead of human intellect? The philosophers had claimed their path was certain while religion's path was blind faith. But Al-Ghazali had shown their path requires faith too, just faith in different things. Faith that sense perception is generally reliable. Faith that logical inference preserves truth. Faith that the human mind can grasp reality. All unprovable, all assumed, all taken on trust. This realization was both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because it meant the philosophers had no grounds to look down on religious belief. Their certainty was just as ungrounded as anyone else's. They just didn't realize it. Terrifying because it meant there might be no certain knowledge at all, no firm foundation, no absolute truth accessible to humans, no escape from doubt. Al-Ghazali was stuck in this place for months, unable to commit to anything, unable to claim knowledge about anything, unable to function as a scholar or teacher or human being, because his intellectual honesty wouldn't let him pretend. He couldn't go back to uncritical certainty, couldn't unsee what he'd seen, couldn't unknow what he'd learned. He knew too much about the limits of knowing, and that knowledge was paralyzing. This is the metaphysics of madness, the philosophy that leads to psychological breakdown. Not because the arguments are wrong, but because they're too right. Because if you follow them all the way, you end up unable to assert anything with confidence, unable to trust your own thoughts, unable to believe your own reasoning, unable to claim knowledge about reality. And a human being can't live like that. You have to make decisions, take actions, commit to beliefs, live your life. But how do you do that when you've lost all certainty? When every belief seems equally questionable? When every foundation crumbles under scrutiny? The philosophers had an answer. Just trust reason. It's self-validating, self-evident, reliable. But Al-Ghazali had demolished that answer. Reason isn't self-validating. It requires trust, and that trust can be questioned. So where does that leave you? Al-Ghazali later wrote about what saved him from this crisis. And his answer is surprising, unexpected, not what you'd think from a rigorous philosopher. He said, God cured me, not through a better argument, not through a more sophisticated proof, not through discovering the one foundation that couldn't be questioned, but through direct experience, immediate certainty, knowledge that bypassed rational demonstration. He called it a light that God cast into my heart, not something he reasoned his way to, something that happened to him. A certainty that didn't come from building arguments, a knowledge that didn't depend on premises and conclusions, an assurance that he couldn't produce through thinking, but could only receive. This is where Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy ultimately led. Not to another philosophical system, not to better arguments, not to more rigorous proofs, but to the acknowledgement that some knowledge transcends reason, that there are truths you can't think your way to, realities you can't deduce, certainties you can't construct. You can only encounter them, receive them, experience them directly. The philosophers would have scoffed at this. Mystical nonsense, they'd say. Emotional experiences aren't knowledge. Only rational demonstration gives real certainty. But Al-Ghazali could now ask, prove it. Prove that rational demonstration is the only path to knowledge. Prove that direct experience can't give certainty. Prove that mystical encounter isn't a valid way of knowing. You can't, not without assuming. What you're trying to prove, you're just privileging one type of knowing over another, based on your preferences, your assumptions, your intellectual commitments. But those are faith commitments, not demonstrated truths. So maybe the mystics are onto something. Maybe the prophets had access to knowledge philosophers can't reach. Maybe revelation conveys truths that reason can't grasp. Maybe the universe is bigger, stranger, more mysterious than philosophy can accommodate. And maybe that's okay. Maybe the proper response to the limits of reason isn't despair. It's humility. The recognition that we're not as smart as we think we are. That our minds are powerful but not omnipotent. That we can know some things but not everything. That certainty is rare. Mystery is common. And trust is unavoidable. You're going to trust something. The question is what? Will you trust reason, even though reason can't validate itself? Will you trust sense perception, even though perception can deceive? Will you trust revelation, even though revelation can't be proven to those who haven't experienced it? Will you trust mystical experience, even though experience is subjective and personal? There's no neutral standpoint, no view from nowhere, no way to escape making commitments you can't fully justify. The philosophers pretended they'd escaped this human condition. They claimed to stand on firm, rational ground that required no faith. Al-Ghazali showed them, you're standing on faith just like everyone else. You just won't admit it. And once you admit it, everything changes. Philosophy becomes humbler, less arrogant, less dismissive of other ways of knowing. It becomes a tool for clarifying thought and exposing bad arguments. Not a path to absolute certainty. It becomes useful for showing what can't be proven, not for building unchallengeable systems. It becomes a servant of wisdom, not wisdom itself. This is Al-Ghazali's ultimate lesson. Not that philosophy is worthless, but that philosophy is limited. Not that reason is useless, but that reason isn't everything. Not that logic doesn't matter, but that logic can't answer all questions. The philosophers had made philosophy into an idol, an object of worship, the highest human faculty. Al-Ghazali had smashed that idol, not by being anti-intellectual, not by rejecting reason, not by embracing irrationality, but by pushing reason to its limits, by showing with rigorous argument that reason can't justify itself, by demonstrating philosophically that philosophy can't deliver what it promises. He used philosophy to show philosophy's limits. He used reason to reveal reason's boundaries. He used logic to demonstrate that logic rests on unprovable foundations, and in doing so, he opened space for other ways of knowing, other sources of truth, other paths to certainty, not by discrediting reason, but by right-sizing it, putting it in its proper place, acknowledging its power while recognizing its limits. This is intellectual maturity, the wisdom that comes after you've explored the limits of cleverness. The philosophers never got there. They stayed trapped in the intoxication of their own intellect, drunk on the power of argument, addicted to the feeling of certainty, unable to acknowledge that they were building castles on clouds. Al-Ghazali got sober, and sobriety didn't mean giving up thinking. It meant thinking more carefully, more humbly, more honestly about what thought can and can't do. The metaphysics of madness was real. The abyss of doubt was real. The spiral of skepticism was real. Al-Ghazali had looked into it, had fallen into it, had nearly been consumed by it, but he'd emerged on the other side, not with a philosophical solution, but with a lived realization that you can't think your way out of radical doubt. You can only be pulled out, rescued, given a gift you can't earn. And that gift isn't an argument. It's an experience, a light, a certainty that comes from beyond yourself. The philosophers would reject this, call it irrational, dismiss it as mysticism. But Al-Ghazali could now say, I've been where you are. I've mastered what you've mastered. I've trusted what you've trusted. And I've found it insufficient. Not wrong, not useless, but insufficient. There's more to reality than reason can grasp, more to knowledge than philosophy can deliver, more to truth than logic can demonstrate, and acknowledging that isn't weakness, it's wisdom. The madness wasn't in doubting too much, it was in claiming to know too much. The philosophers were mad with certainty. Al-Ghazali became sane through doubt, and from that sanity he could finally speak with real authority. Not the authority of someone who claims to have all the answers, but the authority of someone who's seen the limits of answers, who's wrestled with uncertainty, who's found something beyond argument. The three great philosophical positions had fallen, the system had crumbled, the certainty had dissolved, but something more important had been revealed. Not a rival philosophical system, but a different way of approaching reality altogether, and that's where we're going next. To the final implications, the last confrontation, the ultimate question, what do you do after philosophy fails? There's a moment in every intellectual war when diplomacy ends, when critique becomes condemnation, when disagreement becomes denunciation, when you stop saying, I think you're mistaken, and start saying what you believe is dangerous. For Al-Ghazali, that moment came when he looked at three specific philosophical positions, three ideas that weren't just wrong, weren't just unproven, weren't just questionable. They were heretical. They were kufr, disbelief. This wasn't a word he used lightly. In Islamic intellectual discourse, calling something heresy has weight, consequences, implications. It means this belief is so incompatible with Islamic faith that you can't hold it and remain Muslim. It means this isn't a matter of scholarly debate. This is a line in the sand. It means if you believe this, you've crossed a boundary. You're outside the circle. You've abandoned something essential. Al-Ghazali had spent months, maybe years, dismantling philosophical arguments, showing their logical flaws, exposing their assumptions, demonstrating their overreach. But he'd been relatively measured, academic, philosophical. He'd said, your proofs don't work. Your certainty is unjustified. Your claims exceed your evidence. But now he was going further. He was saying, three of your positions aren't just philosophically questionable, they're religiously unacceptable. They're not just errors, they're heresies. Why these three? Why not others? Because these three didn't just challenge specific interpretations of Islamic doctrine. They challenged the very possibility of Islamic belief making sense. They didn't just contradict scripture. They made scripture meaningless. They didn't just disagree with theology. They made theology impossible. Let's revisit them. But this time, not as philosophical problems, as religious catastrophes. First, the eternity of the world. We already explored the logical issues with this claim, the impossibility of traversing an infinite past, the incoherence of actual infinities. But Al-Ghazali's charge of heresy wasn't about logic. It was about what this belief does to the concept of God. If the world is eternal, if it has always existed, then what does it mean to call God the Creator? The Quran repeatedly describes God as Creator, as the one who brings things into existence. as the one who made the heavens and the earth. This isn't peripheral to Islamic belief. It's central, foundational, definitional. God's relationship to the universe is that of creator to creation, maker to made, originator to originated. But if the world is eternal, this relationship dissolves. God doesn't create. He doesn't originate. He doesn't bring into being. He just is the eternal source from which an eternal universe eternally flows. That's not creation. That's emanation, automatic, necessary, impersonal, like heat from fire, light from sun, effect from cause. No choice, no will, no decision to create. The philosophers tried to maintain that God is still supreme in this arrangement, still the source of all being. But Al-Ghazali saw through this, saw that they'd hollowed out the meaning of divine lordship, because a lord commands, chooses, acts according to will. But if the universe necessarily flows from God's nature, where's the choice? Where's the command? Where's the will? God becomes like a mathematical principle, the number one from which all other numbers derive. Sure, it's foundational, but it's not a lord, it's not a ruler, it's not someone you worship. You don't pray to the number one. You don't submit to a principle. You don't love an abstract source. The philosophers had preserved the word God while evacuating it of meaning. They kept the shell, discarded the substance, maintained the label while changing the reality it referred to. And Al-Ghazali said, no, this is unacceptable. If you deny that God created the universe in time, you're denying something so fundamental to Islamic belief that you've left Islam, not because the Quran explicitly says the universe began in time, in those exact words, but because the entire Quranic narrative assumes a God who acts, who creates, who brings things into existence by choice and will. Take that away, and what's left isn't Islam. It's a philosophical abstraction wearing Islamic vocabulary. Second, God's knowledge of particulars. We explored this earlier too. The emotional devastation of believing God doesn't know you individually, but the charge of heresy goes deeper. If God doesn't know particulars, then the Quran itself becomes impossible. Think about it. The Quran claims to be God's speech, specific words, revealed at specific times, to a specific person, about specific events. The Quran contains detailed legal rulings, historical narratives, responses to particular situations Muhammad faced. It describes Pharaoh by name, references the Battle of Badr, addresses the Prophet's wives individually. These are all particulars, specific people, specific events, specific moments in time. If God doesn't know particulars, he can't speak about them. He can't reveal information about specific historical figures, can't give laws for particular situations, can't address individual people. The entire concept of divine revelation collapses. The philosopher's response. The Quran uses particular examples to communicate universal truths, but that's not what the Quran claims about itself. The Quran presents its particulars as real, as historical, as actual events God knows about and describes. It's not using Pharaoh as a metaphor. It's telling you what actually happened to Pharaoh. A specific person God dealt with. If God doesn't know Pharaoh as a particular individual, then this entire narrative is false, not just imprecise, not just metaphorical. False. Same with prophecy more broadly. A prophet is called at a particular time, given a particular message, sent to a particular people. Moses at the burning bush, Jesus in Nazareth, Muhammad in Mecca. If God doesn't know these particular people at these particular times, how does he call them? How does he send specific messages? How does he guide particular prophets through specific challenges? The philosophers had to reinterpret all of this. They said prophets don't actually receive messages from God. They just have souls refined enough to receive emanations from the active intellect. It's not God communicating personally. It's just particularly receptive individuals picking up signals that are always broadcasting, like tuning a radio to a station that's always on. But again, that's not prophecy. That's just having a special talent, a psychological sensitivity. Muhammad didn't tune into a cosmic frequency. He received a message from someone who knew him personally. And Al-Ghazali said, if you deny that God can know particular people and send them particular messages, you've denied prophecy. And if you've denied prophecy, you've denied Islam. Because Islam is founded on the claim that God sent specific revelations through specific prophets. Take that away, and you're left with a vague philosophical spirituality, not Islam. Third, the denial of bodily resurrection. This was perhaps the most explicit heresy, because the Quran is absolutely clear about bodily resurrection, not just spiritual survival, not just the soul continuing, physical bodies, raised from graves, reconstituted, brought back to life. The philosophers called this impossible, philosophically absurd, against natural law. Bodies decay, atoms scatter. The elements that composed your body get redistributed throughout nature. How could God reassemble the same body? Which atoms would he use? If you ate another person's body, whose atoms are they at resurrection? These questions seemed devastating to the philosophers, proof that bodily resurrection was incoherent. Al-Ghazali had answers to all of them, technical, philosophical answers. But the charge of heresy didn't depend on those answers. The charge was simpler. The Quran explicitly, repeatedly, emphatically teaches bodily resurrection. It describes it in vivid detail. It uses it as proof of God's power. It makes it central to divine justice. To deny it isn't to offer an alternative interpretation. It's to say the Quran is wrong. And if the Quran is wrong about something it states clearly and repeatedly, then it's not divine revelation. If it's not divine revelation, then Muhammad isn't a prophet. If Muhammad isn't a prophet, then Islam is false. The philosophers couldn't accept this conclusion, so they reinterpreted. They said bodily resurrection is symbolic, metaphorical, a way of communicating spiritual truths to the masses. The real resurrection is spiritual. The soul continues and receives reward or punishment according to its state. The body stuff? That's just imagery, not meant to be taken literally. But Al-Ghazali asked, who gave you the authority to decide what's literal and what's metaphorical? The Quran doesn't say, we're speaking metaphorically about resurrection. It presents it as fact. You're importing your philosophical commitments, using them to override the plain meaning of Scripture. You've decided bodily resurrection is impossible based on your theory of causation, your view of natural law, your philosophical assumptions. Then you're using those assumptions to reinterpret Scripture to fit your philosophy. But that's backwards. That's putting philosophy above revelation, human reason above divine speech. And if you do that, you're not a Muslim who happens to be a philosopher. You're a philosopher who's trying to stay nominally Muslim by gutting Islamic doctrine of its content. These three positions, these three denials, together they formed a comprehensive rejection of Islamic teaching. Deny creation, and you lose God as Lord. Deny divine knowledge of particulars, and you lose prophecy and revelation. Deny bodily resurrection, and you lose divine justice and scriptural authority. Take all three together, and what's left? A philosophical system wearing Islamic clothing, using Islamic vocabulary, claiming Islamic identity, but bearing no resemblance to what Islam actually teaches or what Muslims actually believe. This is why Al-Ghazali called them heresy, not to silence debate, not to avoid hard questions, not to protect tradition from scrutiny, but because these positions made Islam incoherent, made its central claims meaningless, made its core doctrines impossible. You can't deny that God creates, knows, and resurrects, and still claim to be Muslim. Those aren't peripheral issues. They're definitional, foundational, essential. Now here's what's crucial to understand. Al-Ghazali wasn't saying these positions were logically impossible. He'd already shown the philosophers couldn't prove their claims, but he also couldn't prove they were wrong. Maybe the world is eternal. Maybe it's not. Philosophy can't decide with certainty. Maybe God knows only universals. Maybe he knows particulars. Again, philosophy can't prove it either way. Maybe bodily. Resurrection is impossible according to natural law. Or maybe natural law isn't what the philosophers think it is. The point is, these questions can't be settled by philosophical demonstration. The philosophers claimed they could prove these positions. Al-Ghazali showed they couldn't. But that means the questions remain open, undecided by reason alone. So how do you decide? You turn to revelation, to scripture, to prophetic teaching. And when you do, the answer is clear. God creates. God knows. God resurrects. The philosophers tried to have it both ways. They tried to be Muslim while denying what Islam teaches. They tried to respect revelation while overriding it with philosophy. They tried to honor scripture while gutting it of meaning. Through reinterpretation, Al-Ghazali said, you can't do that. You have to choose. Either you're a philosopher who rejects Islamic teaching, be honest about it, or you're a Muslim who accepts revelation, then accept what it actually says. But you can't be a Muslim philosopher who claims Islamic identity while denying Islamic doctrine. That's not intellectual sophistication. That's intellectual dishonesty. The charge of heresy was controversial then, still is now. Some scholars thought Al-Ghazali went too far, that he was too harsh, too quick to exclude. Others thought he didn't go far enough. That philosophy itself was suspect. That reason itself was dangerous, but Al-Ghazali occupied a middle position. He wasn't anti-philosophy. He'd mastered philosophy, used it brilliantly, showed its value as a tool. But he was against philosophy claiming authority over revelation. He was against reason, pretending it could answer questions it couldn't answer. He was against philosophers remaking Islam in philosophy's image. The three charges of heresy were his line in the sand. These three positions specifically. Not philosophy generally, not reason broadly, not intellectual inquiry as such. Just these three claims that made Islamic faith incoherent, and he stood by those charges, never backed down, never softened them, because he believed something was at stake, something important, something worth defending, the integrity of Islamic teaching, the coherence of Islamic belief, the possibility of being Muslim meaning something specific. The philosophers had tried to make Islam compatible with their philosophy by changing what Islam meant. Al-Ghazali said, no, if your philosophy contradicts Islam, that's a problem with your philosophy, not with Islam. You don't fix the problem by reinterpreting Islam until it says what you want it to say. You fix it by recognizing philosophy's limits, by acknowledging that some truths come through revelation, not reason, by accepting that some questions can't be answered by human intellect, by humbling yourself before divine teaching. This was the ultimate confrontation, not just between Al-Ghazali and the philosophers of his time, but between two ways of understanding the relationship between faith and reason, between revelation and philosophy, between divine teaching and human thought. The philosophers said, reason is supreme. When it conflicts with scripture, reinterpret scripture. Al-Ghazali said, reason is limited. When it can't prove something either way, defer to revelation. The philosophers said, we can figure out truth through pure thought. Al-Ghazali said, some truths must be received, not figured out. The philosophers said, philosophy is the highest human achievement. Everything else must conform to it. Al-Ghazali said, philosophy is a useful tool with clear limits. It serves wisdom, but isn't wisdom itself. Two fundamentally different visions, and Al-Ghazali drew the line at the three positions where the conflict was starkest, where the stakes were highest, where the implications were clearest. the eternity of the world, God's knowledge of particulars, bodily resurrection. On these three, he said, this is where philosophy overreaches, where it makes claims it can't support and contradicts revelation it should respect. This is where the philosophers stopped being philosophers and became missionaries for a different religion, a religion of reason, of philosophical speculation, of human intellectual achievement, dressed in Islamic language but fundamentally opposed to Islamic teaching. And Al-Ghazali wouldn't allow it, couldn't allow it, felt compelled to expose it, hence the charges of heresy. Harsh, perhaps, necessary. He thought so. Because sometimes tolerance becomes complicity. Sometimes open-mindedness becomes empty-headedness. Sometimes including everything means standing for nothing. And Al-Ghazali believed Islam stood for something, taught something, meant something, and that something was incompatible with these three philosophical positions. The war was won. The philosophers' certainty was demolished. Their overreach was exposed, but the cost was high. The battle was exhausting. The intellectual crisis was real. Al-Ghazali had taken the philosopher's system apart piece by piece, but in doing so, he'd also taken his own certainty apart. He'd shown the limits of reason, but he still needed to live, to act, to believe. He'd destroyed false confidence, but he still needed real confidence. He'd cleared the ground, but now something needed to be built on it, and that's where we're going next. To what comes after philosophy, to what fills the void left by demolished certainty, to Al-Ghazali's answer to the question, if reason can't give you truth, what can? Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff. Behind you is everything you know, everything you've built, everything you've trusted, your education, your career, your intellectual achievements, your certainty about how the world works. In front of you is nothing, empty air, a void you can't see across, and you have to jump, not because you want to, not because it makes sense, not because you've reasoned your way to the conclusion that jumping is the logical next step, but because standing still is no longer possible, because the ground beneath you is crumbling, because staying where you are means falling anyway. This is where Al-Ghazali found himself. He'd demolished the philosophers' certainty, exposed their assumptions, shown their limits, but in doing so, he'd also demolished his own ability to be certain through reason alone. He'd won the intellectual war, but he'd lost his intellectual peace. He couldn't go back to naive confidence, couldn't pretend he didn't see the problems, couldn't unthink what he'd thought. But he also couldn't move forward using the tools he'd just proven were inadequate. Reason couldn't save him. Logic couldn't guide him. Philosophy couldn't deliver him. Because he'd shown that these tools, powerful as they are, can't provide the bedrock certainty he needed. They can critique. They can question. They can demolish bad arguments. But they can't build unshakable foundations. Can't reach ultimate truth. Can't give you something solid to stand on. So what do? The philosophers would say, give up, embrace uncertainty. Accept that we're floating in a sea of probability and best guesses. But that's not livable. Not for someone who needs to act, to choose, to commit, to live a meaningful life. You can't spend every moment paralyzed by doubt. Can't question every step before you take it. Can't analyze every decision into indecision. At some point, you have to trust something, commit to something, believe in something. But what, and why, and how? This is the crisis Al-Ghazali lived through, and what happened next is remarkable. He didn't figure his way out. He was found. He describes it in his autobiography, Deliverance from Error. He writes about months of psychological paralysis, unable to teach, unable to function. Physically, sick from intellectual crisis, his tongue wouldn't speak, his mind wouldn't settle, his heart wouldn't rest. And then, he says, something happened, not through reasoning, not through study, not through philosophical insight, but through direct intervention. divine action, a light cast into his heart. He couldn't produce it, couldn't earn it, couldn't think his way to it. It was given, received, experienced, and it gave him the certainty that reason couldn't provide. Now, the philosophers would immediately object. This is just emotion, subjectivity, personal experience that can't be verified or validated. How do you know this light was real? How do you know it wasn't self-deception? How do you distinguish divine experience from delusion? These are fair questions, important questions, and Al-Ghazali had an answer, but not the answer philosophers wanted. He said, "You can't know from the outside, can't judge from a distance, can't verify through rational proof. You can only know by experiencing it yourself. It's like trying to explain color to someone blind from birth, or taste to someone without a tongue, or love to someone who's never felt it. You can describe it, analyze it, talk about it philosophically, but until they experience it directly, they don't really know what you're talking about." Mystical experience is like that. Direct knowledge of the divine is like that. Certainty through encounter is like that. It's not less real because it's experiential. It's not less valid because it's personal. It's not less true because it can't be proven to skeptics. Some knowledge comes through experience, not through argument. Some truths are known by acquaintance, not by description. Some certainties arise from encounter, not from demonstration. And this, Al-Ghazali realized, is what the prophets had, what the mystics discovered, what the Sufis cultivated. A way of knowing that doesn't go through rational demonstration, a path to truth that doesn't depend on philosophical proof, a source of certainty that transcends logical inference. This was revolutionary. Not because mystical experience was new to Islam, it wasn't, but because Al-Ghazali was saying it as the greatest philosopher and theologian of his age. He wasn't a naive believer who'd never engaged with philosophy. He was a master philosopher who'd gone beyond philosophy. He wasn't rejecting reason from ignorance. He was transcending reason from experience. He'd climbed the ladder of philosophical achievement to the very top. And from that height, he could see that there was something higher still. Not higher in the sense of more sophisticated arguments, but higher in the sense of a different kind of knowledge altogether. The philosophers knew about God, through inference, through deduction, through rational proof. The mystics knew God, through experience, through encounter, through direct awareness. The difference is everything. Knowing about someone isn't the same as knowing them. Reading about love isn't the same as being in love. Studying fire isn't the same as being burned. The philosophers had built elaborate theories about God, complex arguments for his existence, sophisticated descriptions of his attributes. But they didn't know him. Not really, not personally, not experientially. They knew propositions about God, not God himself. And Al-Ghazali had discovered propositions aren't enough. Arguments aren't enough. Theories aren't enough. At some point, you need encounter, relationship, direct knowing. This is what pushed him towards Sufism, the mystical tradition within Islam, the path of those who seek direct experience of the divine, who cultivate spiritual states, who practice disciplines that open the heart to God's presence. The philosophers had dismissed these people as irrational, emotional, unsophisticated, people who couldn't handle the rigors of philosophical thought, who needed comforting experiences because they couldn't accept hard truths. Al-Ghazali now saw this was backwards. The Sufis weren't intellectually inferior to philosophers. They were epistemologically superior. They'd found a way to know that the philosophers hadn't found. They'd accessed truths the philosophers couldn't access. They'd achieved certainties the philosophers couldn't achieve, not because they were smarter, but because they'd gone beyond the mind. They'd discovered that some knowledge requires more than thinking. It requires preparation, purification, practice. It requires what the Sufis call the cleansing of the heart. Because the heart, in Islamic psychology, is the organ of spiritual perception, the faculty that can directly apprehend divine realities. But most people's hearts are clouded, covered, veiled by attachments, desires, distractions, like a mirror covered in dust. The mirror is still there, still has the capacity to reflect, but it can't reflect clearly until it's cleaned. The Sufi path is about cleaning that mirror, polishing the heart, removing the veils. Through specific practices, ethical disciplines, spiritual exercises, remembrance of God, detachment from worldly concerns, not as arbitrary rituals, but as a technology of transformation, a method for developing the capacity to perceive what's always there, but usually hidden. Al-Ghazali began walking this path, practicing these disciplines, engaging in these exercises, and he describes what happened, experiences of certainty that didn't come through reasoning, knowledge that arose without inference, truth that appeared without argument. The philosophers would call this delusion, self-hypnosis, wish fulfillment. But Al-Ghazali could now ask, how would you know? Have you practiced these disciplines? Have you purified your heart? Have you cultivated these capacities? If not, you're like someone who's never tasted honey declaring that honey isn't sweet. You're not making an informed judgment. You're just expressing your ignorance. The philosophers claimed rational proof was the only valid path to knowledge, but they couldn't prove that claim. It was an assumption, a philosophical prejudice, a limitation of imagination. Why should reason be the only faculty capable of grasping truth? Why couldn't there be other ways of knowing, other modes of perception, other paths to certainty? The philosophers assumed there weren't, but they never proved it. They just took it for granted. Al-Ghazali had broken free of that assumption. He'd discovered through experience that there are ways of knowing beyond rational demonstration, that direct experience can give certainty, that spiritual perception can grasp truths. That mystical encounter can provide knowledge. This didn't mean abandoning reason, or rejecting philosophy, or embracing irrationality. It meant recognizing that reason is one tool among many. Philosophy is one path among several. Rational demonstration is one way of knowing, not the only way. Reason is excellent for certain things. Analyzing arguments, exposing contradictions, clarifying concepts, showing what can't be proven. But reason can't give you everything you need, can't answer every question, can't provide every kind of knowledge. For some truths, you need revelation, the words of prophets who've received direct communication from God. For some truths, you need experience, the direct encounter with realities that can't be fully captured. In propositions, for some truths, you need practice, the cultivation of faculties that most people leave undeveloped. This is Al-Ghazali's mature epistemology, his theory of knowledge after philosophy, not anti-intellectual, but trans-rational, beyond reason, not beneath it. Recognizing multiple sources of knowledge, multiple paths to truth, multiple ways of being certain, and understanding that different sources are appropriate for different kinds of questions. Want to know whether an argument is logically valid? Use reason. Want to know what God commands? Consult revelation. Want to know God himself? Seek direct experience. Each source has its proper domain. Each method has its appropriate use. Each path has its valid applications. The mistake is trying to use one source for everything, one method for all questions, one path as the only path. That's what the philosophers did. They tried to make reason answer questions it couldn't answer. They tried to use philosophical demonstration to grasp realities that transcend demonstration. They tried to think their way to truths that can only be experienced, and they failed. Necessarily. Because they were using the wrong tool for the job. It's like trying to see music or hear colors. You're using the wrong faculty. It won't work no matter how hard you try. Al-Ghazali had learned this the hard way, through crisis, through breakdown, through the collapse of intellectual certainty. But on the other side of that collapse, he found something better. Not new arguments, but new capacities. Not better proofs, but direct knowing. He describes states of awareness where truths became self-evident, not through reasoning to them, but through perceiving them directly. States where God's reality wasn't an inference from premises, but a presence impossible to deny. States where certainty wasn't the conclusion of an argument, but the content of immediate experience. This is what saved him from the abyss of doubt, not a better philosophical system, but a different way of knowing, altogether. And it's what he began teaching, not just the criticism of philosophy, but the path beyond philosophy. Not just what's wrong with the philosopher's approach, but what's right about the mystic's approach. He wrote extensively about both. His critique of philosophy in The Incoherence of the Philosophers, his exposition of the mystical path in works like The Revival of the Religious Sciences. Together, they form a complete vision, a comprehensive answer to the question, how do we know? The answer, through multiple paths. Reason, revelation, and experience. Philosophy, prophecy, and mysticism. Thought, transmission, and transformation. Each has its place. Each has its value. Each provides something the others can't provide. This was Al-Ghazali's synthesis, his contribution, his legacy. Not just tearing down philosophical arrogance, but building up a richer, fuller, more complete approach to truth. An approach that honored reason while transcending it. That used philosophy while recognizing its limits. That appreciated intellectual rigor while acknowledging spiritual realities. The philosophers had tried to fit everything into the narrow box of rational demonstration. Al-Ghazali showed the box was too small. Reality was bigger, truth was richer, knowledge was more varied, and the path to wisdom required more than just thinking clearly. It required living rightly, practicing disciplines, cultivating character, purifying the heart. It required becoming a certain kind of person, not just learning certain kinds of arguments, because some knowledge is transformative. It doesn't just inform you, it changes you, makes you different, makes you capable of perceiving what you couldn't perceive before. This is why the mystical path involves ethical discipline, not as arbitrary rules, but as preparation. You can't see clearly if your desires cloud your vision, can't think straight if your attachments distort your perception, can't perceive divine realities if your heart is occupied with worldly concerns. The purification isn't punishment, it's preparation, training, developing the faculties needed for higher knowledge, like an athlete training their body, or a musician training their ear, or a mathematician training their mind. You're developing capacities, building abilities, becoming capable of something you weren't capable of before. The philosophers thought everyone already had all the capacities needed for truth. Just use your reason and you'll get there. Al-Ghazali showed some capacities need to be developed, some faculties need to be cultivated, some abilities need to be practiced, and that development, that cultivation, that practice requires more than reading books and constructing arguments. It requires a whole way of life, a path, a discipline, a transformation. This is what he found beyond reason's edge, not an abyss, but a new landscape. Not emptiness, but fullness. Not less knowledge, but more. Not inferior certainty, but superior. The certainty of direct experience, the knowledge of personal encounter, the truth of transformation. The philosophers never got there, because they never jumped. They stood at the edge of reason's capacity and declared, "This is as far as truth goes." Al-Ghazali stood at the same edge and declared, "This is where the real journey begins, beyond argument, beyond proof, beyond rational demonstration, into the realm of immediate knowing, of direct perception, of transformative encounter." This didn't make him anti-philosophical. He continued using philosophy, continued teaching logic, continued analyzing arguments. But he did it from a different place, with a different understanding, with a different foundation. Not philosophy as the source of certainty, but philosophy as a tool in service of wisdom. Not reason as the ultimate authority, but reason as a valuable servant. Not logic as the path to God, but logic as a skill useful for many things, while insufficient for the most important thing. The most important thing being actually knowing God, not just knowing about Him, actually experiencing certainty, not just constructing arguments for belief, actually being transformed, not just accumulating information. This is Al-Ghazali's gift to intellectual history, not just the critique of philosophy, but the vision of what lies beyond it, not just showing what reason can't do, but pointing toward what other faculties can do, not just demolishing false certainty, but indicating where real certainty might be found. He jumped, and he found solid ground on the other side, not the ground of logical proof, but the ground of lived experience, not the foundation of philosophical demonstration, but the foundation of direct knowing, not the bedrock of rational argument, but the bedrock of spiritual encounter. And from that ground he could finally speak with real authority, not borrowed, not constructed, not argued into existence, but earned, experienced, known. The philosophers claimed authority they didn't have, certainty they couldn't justify, knowledge they couldn't possess. Al-Ghazali found authority they couldn't claim, certainty they couldn't understand, knowledge they couldn't access, because he'd gone where they refused to go, beyond reason's edge, into the territory of transformed consciousness and direct divine encounter. And that journey changed everything, for him and for everyone who came after. Every intellectual earthquake has aftershocks, tremors that continue long after the main event, ripples that spread across centuries, cracks that keep widening in unexpected directions. Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy was that kind of earthquake, and we're still feeling the aftershocks today, nearly 1,000 years later. The question is, what kind of aftershocks? What did his critique actually accomplish? What world did it create? The answers depend on who you ask, and when you ask them, because Al-Ghazali's legacy is complicated, contested, contradictory. Some see him as a hero, the man who saved Islamic faith from philosophical corruption, who exposed intellectual arrogance, who redirected Islamic civilization towards spiritual authenticity. Others see him as a villain, the man who killed Islamic philosophy, who ended the golden age of Islamic science, who closed the door on rational inquiry. Both narratives exist, both have evidence, both can't be entirely right. So let's look at what actually happened, starting with the immediate aftermath. Al-Ghazali's incoherence of the philosophers hit like a bomb. It couldn't be ignored. It was too sophisticated, too rigorous, too devastating in its arguments. The philosophers had to respond, and they tried. The most famous response came from Ibn Rushd, known in the West as Averroes. He was born in Muslim Spain, decades after Al-Ghazali's death, and he considered it his mission to defend philosophy against Al-Ghazali's assault. He wrote, "The Incoherence of the Incoherence," a point-by-point refutation of Al-Ghazali's critiques. The title itself was provocative, a declaration that Al-Ghazali's arguments were themselves incoherent. Ibn Rushd argued that Al-Ghazali had misunderstood the philosophers, misrepresented their positions, made straw-man arguments. He tried to show that philosophy and revelation were compatible, that reason and faith addressed different domains, that you didn't have to choose between them. He was brilliant, sophisticated, intellectually formidable, and he lost, not because his arguments were bad, they weren't, not because he wasn't smart enough, he was, but because the cultural moment had shifted. The appetite for bold philosophical speculation had waned. Al-Ghazali had planted doubt, made people suspicious of philosophers' claims, raised questions about whether reason could really deliver what it promised, and that doubt spread, took root, changed the conversation. In the Islamic world, philosophy never fully recovered the prestige it had before Al-Ghazali. It continued, scholars still studied it, still wrote about it, still engaged with it, but it was different, more defensive, less confident, less central to Islamic intellectual life. The momentum shifted toward theology, law, and mysticism, toward disciplines that acknowledged revelation's authority, that accepted reason's limits. Was this Al-Ghazali's fault? Did he kill Islamic philosophy? That's the accusation, and it's been repeated for centuries, especially by Western scholars. Looking at Islamic intellectual history, they see a golden age of Islamic science and philosophy in the 9th through 11th centuries. Brilliant minds, groundbreaking discoveries, sophisticated arguments. Then Al-Ghazali appears, and afterward, decline, stagnation, the end of that golden age. The implication, Al-Ghazali's anti-philosophical critique killed the spirit of inquiry, closed minds, ended intellectual progress. But this narrative is too simple, too neat, too convenient for those who want to blame religion for scientific decline. First, Al-Ghazali wasn't anti-science. He wasn't anti-mathematics. He wasn't even entirely anti-philosophy. He distinguished between different types of philosophical inquiry. He accepted logic, valued mathematics, had no problem with natural philosophy as a descriptive enterprise. His critique was narrower, more specific, aimed at metaphysical claims that couldn't be proven, at philosophical certainty about ultimate questions, at reason overreaching its domain. He never said, stop studying nature, stop investigating causes, stop developing mathematics. He said, stop claiming you can prove God's nature through pure reason. Stop dismissing revelation because it conflicts with your philosophical assumptions. Stop pretending philosophy gives you certainty about questions it can't answer. That's different from attacking science or rational inquiry generally. Second, the decline of Islamic science had many causes: political fragmentation, Mongol invasions, economic shifts, the closing of major centers of learning. To blame it all on one book by one scholar is historically naive. Civilizations rise and fall for complex reasons. Economic, political, social, military ideas matter, but they're not the only thing that matters, and they don't operate in a vacuum. Third, philosophy continued in the Islamic world after Al-Ghazali, just in different forms, with different emphases, in different locations. In Persia, illuminationist philosophy flourished. Suhrawardi created sophisticated systems that tried to integrate reason and mystical experience. In the Ottoman Empire, philosophical inquiry continued for centuries. Commentaries, debates, new developments. It wasn't the vibrant, confident, speculative philosophy of the earlier period. But it wasn't dead either. The story is more complex than Al-Ghazali killed philosophy. But here's what he did do. Undeniably. Intentionally. He changed the hierarchy of knowledge in Islamic civilization. Before Al-Ghazali, philosophy was ascending, gaining prestige, claiming authority, positioning itself as the highest form of knowledge. After Al-Ghazali, philosophy was humbled, put in its place, acknowledged as useful but limited. Theology reasserted its primacy. Mysticism gained legitimacy. Revealed knowledge regained authority. The question is, was this good or bad? From one perspective, it's terrible, a tragedy. The closing of the Islamic mind. Philosophy represents open inquiry, rational investigation, the courage to question everything, the refusal to accept authority without proof. When you subordinate philosophy to theology, you're saying, some questions are off limits, some conclusions are predetermined, some truths can't be questioned. That's the death of free inquiry, the end of intellectual courage, the victory of dogma over reason. From this view, Al-Ghazali's legacy is disaster. He gave religious authorities a weapon against philosophical inquiry. He made it respectable to reject reason in favor of revelation. He closed doors that should have stayed open. But from another perspective, it's exactly right. A necessary correction. The restoration of proper hierarchy. Philosophy had become arrogant, overconfident, dismissive of revelation and tradition. Philosophers were using unproven assumptions to override clear religious teachings. They were claiming certainty about things they couldn't know. They were making religion conform to philosophy rather than the reverse. Someone needed to expose this, needed to show that the emperor had no clothes, needed to demonstrate that philosophical certainty was often philosophical arrogance. From this view, Al-Ghazali's legacy is heroic. He defended faith against intellectual corruption. He preserved Islamic teaching from philosophical distortion. He maintained the integrity of revealed religion. So which is it? Hero or villain? Savior or destroyer? Maybe the question is wrong. Maybe the legacy is mixed. Maybe he was both right and dangerous. Right about philosophy's limits. Right that reason can't prove everything. Right that some knowledge comes through experience rather than argument. But dangerous in how his critique could be weaponized. How it could be used to shut down legitimate inquiry. How it could justify intellectual laziness masquerading as piety. Al-Ghazali himself would probably reject both extremes. He valued reason, used it brilliantly, never advocated abandoning intellectual rigor. But he also saw its limits, recognized its boundaries, understood that some truths lie beyond its reach. His goal wasn't to kill philosophy. It was to right-size it, to put it in proper perspective, to acknowledge both its power and its limitations. The problem is, ideas have consequences you can't always control. Al-Ghazali wrote sophisticated, nuanced arguments, but not everyone who read them understood the nuance. Some people took his critique as permission to reject all philosophy, to distrust all rational inquiry, to retreat into pure traditionalism. That wasn't his intention, but it was one result. Similarly, his embrace of mysticism opened important doors, made space for experiential knowledge, legitimized spiritual practice as a path to truth. But it also created problems, because mystical experience is subjective, hard to verify, easy to fake, prone to excess and delusion. Al-Ghazali knew this, warned about it, tried to provide guidelines for distinguishing authentic spiritual experience from self-deception. But again, not everyone paid attention to the nuances. Some used mysticism as an excuse for anti-intellectualism, for rejecting any attempt at rational analysis. The legacy is messy, as legacies usually are. But here's what's undeniable. Al-Ghazali changed the conversation, permanently. After him, no serious Islamic thinker could ignore the questions he raised. Can philosophy prove what it claims to prove? What are reason's limits? How do you balance revelation and rational inquiry? What role should mystical experience play in religious knowledge? These became unavoidable questions, central debates, issues every sophisticated thinker had to address. In that sense, Al-Ghazali's critique was generative. It created new lines of inquiry, sparked new debates, forced new sophistication. Even Ibn Rushd's response, his attempt to refute Al-Ghazali, shows this. It's a more careful, more nuanced defense of philosophy than what came before. Because Ibn Rushd had to take Al-Ghazali's objections seriously, had to address them carefully, had to develop more sophisticated arguments. That's the paradox. Al-Ghazali's critique of philosophy made philosophy better, more rigorous, more aware of its assumptions, more careful about its claims. The lazy, overconfident philosophy that claimed to prove everything. That died. And maybe it needed to. But careful, humble, sophisticated philosophy, that could still flourish. And in some places, it did. Now, let's zoom out. Because Al-Ghazali's impact wasn't limited to Islamic civilization. His ideas reached medieval Europe through translations, influenced Christian scholastic theology, shaped how Europeans thought about the relationship between faith and reason. Thomas Aquinas, the great Catholic theologian, engaged with Al-Ghazali's arguments, sometimes agreeing, sometimes disagreeing, always taking them seriously. The questions Al-Ghazali raised about causation influenced later European philosophers. David Hume's skepticism about causation echoes Al-Ghazali's occasionalism, though Hume probably didn't read him directly. The debate about faith and reason that Al-Ghazali helped shape in Islam became central to European intellectual history too. So, his influence spread, transformed, took on new forms in new contexts. Today, nearly 1,000 years later, what's his relevance? In the Islamic world, he remains towering, one of the most important figures in Islamic intellectual history. Studied, debated, revered, criticized. In the broader world, he's less known, but the questions he raised remain urgent. In an age of scientific confidence, where many believe science can answer all meaningful questions, Al-Ghazali's skepticism about reason's reach is worth reconsidering, not as anti-science, but as a reminder that science has limits, that not all questions are scientific questions, that not all knowledge is empirical knowledge. In an age of religious fundamentalism, where some want simple certainty and reject intellectual inquiry, Al-Ghazali's sophisticated engagement with philosophy is instructive. He didn't reject reason. He used it, mastered it, showed its power while acknowledging its limits. That's different from anti-intellectualism. It's sophisticated intellectualism that knows its boundaries. In an age of spiritual seeking, where many look for meaning beyond materialism, Al-Ghazali's mystical turn offers a path, not away from reason, but beyond it, to direct experience, to transformation, to knowledge that changes you. But with Al-Ghazali, you get intellectual rigor alongside mystical experience, critical thinking alongside spiritual practice, philosophy alongside transformation. That integration is rare and valuable. So what's the final verdict? What do we make of Al-Ghazali's legacy? Perhaps this: he was right about the questions. Profoundly. Right about philosophy's limits, about reason's boundaries, about the need for multiple paths to knowledge. He was sophisticated about the answers, offering a vision that honored reason while transcending it, that used philosophy while recognizing its insufficiency, that integrated multiple ways of knowing. But he couldn't control how his ideas would be used, how they'd be simplified, how they'd be weaponized by some and ignored by others. That's the fate of all influential thinkers. Their ideas take on lives of their own, get interpreted and misinterpreted, used for purposes they never intended. Al-Ghazali broke philosophy's monopoly on knowledge. That was necessary. Philosophy had overreached, claimed too much, dismissed other ways of knowing too easily. But some people took the breaking too far, used it to reject all philosophy, all rational inquiry, all intellectual rigor. That's not what Al-Ghazali wanted, but it's part of what happened. So we're left with a mixed legacy, a complicated inheritance, a set of insights that cut multiple ways, and maybe that's appropriate, because the questions Al-Ghazali raised don't have simple answers. How do you balance faith and reason? How do you honor both revelation and rational inquiry? How do you acknowledge multiple paths to truth without descending into relativism? These are hard questions, eternal questions. Questions every thoughtful person must wrestle with. Al-Ghazali didn't solve them definitively. He couldn't. They're not the kind of questions that have final solutions, but he illuminated them, showed their complexity, demonstrated why easy answers won't work, and he modeled something important: the courage to question your own certainty, the honesty to admit what you don't know, the humility to recognize your tool's limitations. He was at the peak of intellectual achievement, the most respected scholar of his age, secure in his position and prestige. and he threw it all away to pursue truth more honestly, to question more deeply, to seek more authentically. That's rare. That takes courage. That matters. So here's the question I'll leave you with. The question Al-Ghazali forces us to confront. What are you certain about? And how do you know? Not what do you believe, not what seems likely, but what are you absolutely certain about? And on what grounds? If you're honest, if you push hard enough, if you follow Al-Ghazali's example of radical questioning, you'll probably find your certainties are fewer than you thought, that some things you took for granted are actually assumptions, that some beliefs you held confidently are actually probabilities, that some knowledge you claimed was actually trust, and that's okay. That's not weakness, that's honesty, because false certainty is worse than acknowledged uncertainty. Pretending to know what you don't know is worse than admitting you don't know. Al-Ghazali taught that lesson, lived that lesson, suffered through that lesson. And on the other side, he found something better than false certainty. He found a richer, more complex, more honest relationship with truth. One that honored reason without worshipping it, that used philosophy without being enslaved by it. That acknowledged mystery without abandoning intellect. That's his gift to us. Not a final answer, but a better way of asking the question, not solved problems, but deeper understanding of why the problems are hard. Not certainty about everything, but clarity about what we can and can't know. And for some questions, for some truths, for some encounters with reality, an invitation to go beyond knowing about and seek knowing directly, to jump beyond reason's edge and see what's there, to experience rather than just theorize, to be transformed rather than just informed. Nearly 1,000 years later, the invitation still stands, the questions still press, the challenge still beckons. Al-Ghazali broke philosophy, but he didn't leave us with nothing. He left us with something harder, something richer, something more real. The acknowledgement that we're finite creatures reaching for infinite truth, limited minds grasping at unlimited reality, temporal beings trying to understand the eternal, and in that acknowledgement, there's honesty. There's humility. There's the beginning of real wisdom, not the false wisdom of those who claim to have figured it all out, but the real wisdom of those who know how much they don't know, and who keep seeking anyway, keep questioning, keep reaching, keep being transformed by truth rather than just accumulating information about it. That's Al-Ghazali's legacy. Messy, complicated, contested, but profound. The man who broke philosophy, and in breaking it, opened something deeper, something truer, something more worth seeking. The question is, will you seek it? Will you question your certainties? Will you jump? Or will you stay on solid ground, comfortable in your assumptions, certain in your philosophies, confident in your reasoned conclusions? Al-Ghazali jumped and found solid ground on the other side, a different kind of solid ground, not built by reason, but given by grace, experienced directly, known certainly. The philosophers never jumped, never found that ground, never knew that certainty. They stayed at reason's edge, declaring there was nothing beyond, that what they could see was all there was, that their certainty was sufficient. They were wrong. Al-Ghazali proved they were wrong by jumping, by experiencing, by knowing. And now the question comes to you, standing where he stood, facing what he faced, choosing what he chose. Will you trust reason alone? Or will you seek what lies beyond it? Will you stay with philosophy? Or will you transcend it? Will you claim certainty you can't justify? Or will you embrace the uncertainty that leads to deeper truth? The throne of knowledge still stands, but it's empty now. No one sits there with absolute confidence anymore. Thanks to Al-Ghazali, we know better. We know the throne was always a fiction. The certainty was always false. The philosophers were always overreaching. And in knowing that, in accepting that, in living with that, we become more human, more honest, more real. That's the final legacy. Not answers, but better questions. Not certainty, but authentic seeking. Not knowledge about everything, but wisdom about ourselves. The man who broke philosophy and showed us what comes after. So here we are. You've followed Al-Ghazali through his intellectual war, his personal crisis, his devastating critiques, his mystical transformation. You've seen him dismantle the philosopher's certainty, question the foundations of knowledge, challenge the limits of reason itself. You've watched him break philosophy and discover what lies beyond it. But now comes the real question. The question he asked himself. The question he forces us to ask. The question that matters more than any philosophical argument or theological debate. What are you certain about? Not what do you believe? Not what seems reasonable. Not what you've been taught or what makes sense. But what are you absolutely, unshakably, undoubtedly certain about? Take a moment. Really think about it. Is it your senses? That what you see and hear and touch is real? Al-Ghazali showed that dreams feel just as real. That perception can deceive. That you can't prove you're not dreaming right now. Is it your reason? That logic gives you reliable truth. Al-Ghazali showed that reason rests on unprovable assumptions. That you can't use logic to prove logic works. That the foundation is shakier than you thought. Is it science? That empirical investigation reveals reality. Science is powerful, incredibly powerful, but it rests on assumptions too. That nature is uniform, that the future will resemble the past, that our instruments are reliable. Can you prove those assumptions, or do you just trust them? Is it your beliefs, your worldview, your understanding of how things are? How many of those beliefs did you reason your way to? And how many did you absorb from culture, family, education, experience? How many could you defend under rigorous questioning? How many would crumble if you pushed hard enough? This isn't meant to make you despair. It's meant to make you honest. Because Al-Ghazali's lesson isn't that you can't know anything. It's that you know less than you think you know. And admitting that isn't weakness, it's courage. The courage to question everything, even your own mind, even your own certainties, even the tools you use to be certain. Most people never do this. They accept their certainties uncritically, live their whole lives on unexamined foundations, never look down to see what they're standing on. Al-Ghazali looked down and saw the abyss and nearly fell in. But he emerged with something more valuable than false certainty. He emerged with wisdom. The wisdom to know the difference between what you know and what you believe, between what you've proven and what you've assumed, between certainty and faith. Because here's what he discovered. Everyone has faith in something. The religious person has faith in revelation. The philosopher has faith in reason. The scientist has faith in empirical method. The question isn't whether you have faith, it's what you have faith in, and why, and whether you're honest enough to admit it's faith. The philosophers weren't. They called their faith rational demonstration, called their assumptions self-evident truths, called their beliefs necessary conclusions. But it was faith all along. They just didn't have the courage to admit it. Al-Ghazali had that courage. And that's what makes him worth studying nearly 1,000 years later. Not because he had all the answers. He didn't. Nobody does. But because he asked the right questions, questioned honestly, followed the truth wherever it led, even when it cost him everything. He was at the peak of success, the most respected scholar of his age, secure, comfortable, certain, and he threw it all away to pursue truth more honestly. He walked away from his position, his prestige, his intellectual certainty, because staying where he was meant living a lie, pretending to know what he didn't know, teaching with confidence he no longer felt and he couldn't do it. His integrity wouldn't let him. That's rare. That's admirable. That's worth emulating. Not the specific conclusions he reached. You might agree with them or not. That's between you and your own search for truth. but the method, the honesty, the courage, the willingness to question everything and follow where the questions lead. That's what matters. That's what endures. That's what we need more of today, because we live in an age of false certainties on all sides, from all perspectives. People who claim to know things they can't possibly know, who speak with confidence about questions that should inspire humility, who dismiss other viewpoints without really understanding them. Al-Ghazali offers a different path, a harder path, but a more honest one. The path of rigorous questioning, of acknowledged uncertainty, of seeking truth rather than defending positions. He didn't destroy philosophy. That's the wrong way to understand his legacy. He showed us what philosophy can and cannot do. What it can do: clarify thinking, expose bad arguments, analyze concepts, show what can't be proven, demonstrate contradictions, sharpen the mind. What it cannot do: give absolute certainty, answer every question, reach ultimate truth through reason alone, replace experience with argument, substitute thinking for transformation. That's a profound insight, one that remains relevant today, because we still make philosophy's mistake. We still think we can reason our way to everything, still believe arguments are enough, still confuse intellectual understanding with real knowing. Al-Ghazali reminds us, some truths must be lived to be known, some realities must be experienced to be understood. Some knowledge requires transformation, not just information. That's not anti-intellectual. It's recognizing that intellect is one tool among many, powerful but limited, valuable but insufficient. You need your mind. But you need more than your mind. You need experience, practice, transformation, encounter with realities that transcend conceptual understanding, whether that's mystical experience, as Al-Ghazali found, or some other path to direct knowing, or simply the wisdom that comes from living deeply and honestly. The point is, don't mistake the map for the territory. Don't confuse thinking about truth for encountering truth. Don't assume that because you can argue something, you therefore know it. This is Al-Ghazali's final gift, not a philosophical system, but a way of being in the world. Humble about what you know, honest about what you don't, courageous enough to question, open enough to experience, wise enough to integrate multiple ways of knowing, philosophy without arrogance, faith without dogmatism, experience without delusion, reason without worship of reason. That's the integration he achieved, the balance he modeled, the wisdom he embodied. And it's still possible today, still necessary today, still worth pursuing today. So what now? Where do you go from here? That's up to you. That's always up to you. But maybe start with the question, the haunting question, the honest question. What are you certain about, and how do you know? Sit with that question. Don't rush to answer it. Let it disturb you. Let it shake your assumptions. Let it reveal the foundations you've been standing on. And if you find those foundations shakier than you thought, good. That's the beginning of wisdom. If you discover you've been claiming certainty you don't have, good. That's the beginning of honesty. If you realize you need to question more, seek more, go deeper, good. That's the beginning of real knowing. Al-Ghazali's journey isn't over, because the questions he raised never go away. The challenges he faced are eternal human challenges. The need to balance faith and reason, to honor both intellect and experience, to seek truth honestly rather than defend positions comfortably. These are your challenges now, your questions, your journey. And maybe, like Al-Ghazali, you'll discover that the journey leads beyond where you expected. That truth is stranger and richer than your categories can contain. That reality resists being reduced to any single system. Maybe you'll find, as he did, that losing false certainty opens you to real knowing. That admitting you don't know is the first step to actually knowing. That jumping beyond reason's edge reveals solid ground you couldn't see from where you were standing. Or maybe you'll find something different, your own path, your own truths, your own way of integrating what can be thought and what must be experienced. That's fine. That's as it should be. Because Al-Ghazali's lesson isn't do exactly what I did. It's have the courage to seek honestly, question deeply, live authentically, know the difference between what you know and what you believe, and never, ever confuse confidence with certainty, or arguments with truth, or intellectual understanding with wisdom. The philosophers made that mistake. And it took a man who'd mastered their entire system to show them where they'd gone wrong. Don't make the same mistake. Don't let 4 hours of watching a documentary make you feel like you've understood everything. You've been introduced to questions, not given final answers. You've seen one man's journey, not been shown the only path. You've encountered ideas, not acquired certainty. What you do with those questions, that journey, those ideas, that's your work now. Your responsibility, your adventure. Al-Ghazali can't take that journey for you. I can't take it for you. No one. You have to walk it yourself, question it yourself, discover it yourself, live it yourself. But now you know the questions are worth asking. The journey is worth taking. The truth is worth seeking. Even when it costs you. Even when it disturbs you. Even when it requires you to let go of certainties you cherished. Because false certainty is a prison, and Al-Ghazali offers the key, not a key to new certainties, but a key to honest uncertainty, to real seeking, to authentic knowing. Will you use it? Will you question? Will you seek? Will you jump? Or will you stay comfortable in your assumptions, safe in your beliefs, certain in your philosophies? The choice is yours. It always has been. It always will. Al-Ghazali made his choice. The philosophers made theirs. And the difference between them echoes across 1,000 years. Now it's your turn. Your choice. Your journey. Make it honestly. Make it courageously. Make it wisely. And maybe, just maybe, you'll discover what Al-Ghazali discovered. That beyond the edge of reason lies not emptiness, but fullness, not less truth, but more, not the end of knowing, but the beginning. The throne of knowledge is empty, the philosopher's certainty is gone, the old confident systems have crumbled, but that's not tragedy, that's opportunity. Opportunity to seek truth more honestly than they did, to know more authentically than they could, to integrate what they left separate. The opportunity is yours. The questions are waiting. The journey beckons. Will you begin?
Good evening and welcome back. At this moment, take a deep breath. As you exhale, unwind your body and let go of all the air within and prepare. In today's journey, we'll delve into the paradoxes of ancient Buddhist philosophy. We'll transform how you understand rest, peace, and letting go. Welcome to this exploration of ancient wisdom, a journey into what the Buddha understood about suffering, and how this understanding holds the key to the deep, restorative rest you seek. Tonight, we shall travel together through teachings that have brought peace to countless minds across 25 centuries. These are not mere words to help you sleep. They are truths that transform how you relate to your own mind, your own experience, and ultimately, how you find rest. You see, the Buddha made a remarkable discovery. He found that our inability to rest, our racing thoughts at night, our anxious minds that refuse to settle, these are not random afflictions. They arise from a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence itself. Most sleep guiders tells you to quiet your mind, to push away thoughts, to force relaxation. But the Buddha taught something far more profound. He taught that true rest comes not from suppressing the mind, but from understanding it so deeply that it naturally settles, like mud gradually clearing. From disturbed water, the connection between suffering and sleeplessness is not metaphorical. It is direct, it is causal, and once you understand this connection, once you truly see it, the quality of your rest transforms forever in the hours ahead. We shall explore 3 profound insights from the Buddha's teachings. First, we will examine the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or, as the Buddha called it in Pali, dukkha. But this is not merely about pain or sadness. It is about the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that pervades human existence when we do not see clearly. We will understand why the unexamined mind cannot rest, why it churns endlessly through the night, replaying the past and rehearsing the future. Second, we will explore the origin of this suffering, what the Buddha called tanha, craving or thirst. We will see how our constant reaching, our endless wanting, our desperate clinging to what we desire, and our fierce rejection of what we fear, creates the very turbulence that prevents sleep. The mind that grasps cannot settle. The mind that pushes away cannot rest. And third, we will discover the cessation of suffering, the path of letting go. We will understand anicca, impermanence, and how truly seeing the flowing, changing nature of all things allows the mind to release its grip. This is not philosophical theory. This is the direct path to the peace you seek. Throughout this journey, we shall draw upon the Buddha's own words from the ancient Pali Canon, the earliest recorded teachings. We shall explore stories and parables that have guided seekers for millennia, and we shall see how these ancient insights speak directly to the modern mind, struggling to find rest in our turbulent world. So settle yourself comfortably now. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Simply listen and allow these teachings to work upon your understanding. The Buddha taught that right view, correct understanding, is the foundation of all transformation. Tonight, we cultivate that view together. Let us begin with the first great truth that the Buddha proclaimed upon his awakening, the truth that opens the door to all liberation, the recognition of suffering itself. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment was delivered in the deer park at Sarnath to 5 ascetics who had been his former companions. This teaching, known as the Dhammacappapo-Sutta, the discourse on the turning of the wheel of Dharma, begins with a statement so simple yet so profound that it has echoed through the centuries. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. This is the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha now. The word dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this translation, while convenient, does not capture the full depth of what the Buddha meant. Dukkha is not merely pain or obvious distress. It is something far more subtle, far more pervasive. Dukkha means unsatisfactoriness. It means the inherent instability and unreliability of all conditioned phenomena. It means the deep, often unnoticed stress that comes from living in a state of fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality. The Pali word dukkha is actually composed of 2 parts. Du means bad or difficult, and ka originally referred to the axle hole of a wheel. A wheel with a poor axle hole, one that is off-center or misaligned, creates a rough, uncomfortable ride. This is dukkha, the journey of life when we do not understand its nature correctly, when we are out of alignment with reality, becomes unnecessarily difficult and uncomfortable. Consider your own experience as you lie here tonight. Perhaps your body is comfortable. Perhaps you are safe. Perhaps there is no immediate crisis. Yet the mind churns. It worries. It replays conversations from the day. It rehearses scenarios for tomorrow. It judges itself for not sleeping. It fears the consequences of tiredness. This churning, this inability to rest even when all external conditions are favorable. This is dukkha. The Buddha made a radical observation. He saw that even in moments of pleasure, even in experiences we call happiness, there is an undercurrent of dukkha. Why? Because all pleasant experiences are impermanent. They arise and they pass away. And in their passing, there is disappointment, there is loss, there is the subtle ache of wanting them to continue. We cannot hold on to pleasure. We cannot make happiness permanent. And this very fact, this inability to secure lasting satisfaction, creates a background tension in the mind. This tension prevents sleep. The mind that believes it can secure permanent happiness, that believes it can arrange all conditions perfectly, that believes it can control outcomes, this mind can never truly rest. It is always vigilant, always planning, always defending, always reaching. The Buddha identified 3 forms of dukkha, 3 layers of this unsatisfactoriness that we must understand if we are to find peace. The first is dukkha, the suffering of suffering. This is the obvious pain, physical discomfort, emotional distress, grief, fear, anger. This is what we commonly recognize as suffering. When the body aches, when loss strikes, when fear grips the heart, we know we are suffering. This form is unmistakable. The second is viparinamadukkha, the suffering of change. This is more subtle. This is the suffering inherent in the fact that all pleasant experiences must end. The wonderful meal finishes, the holiday concludes, the moment of joy fades. Even as we experience pleasure, if we are attentive, we can feel the shadow of its ending. We tighten around the experience, trying to hold it, trying to make it last. This tightening is itself a form of suffering. Think of a beautiful sunset you once witnessed. In the moment of watching, there was perhaps a sense of awe, of peace, of connection to something larger. But even as you experienced this beauty, was there not also a subtle sadness, a knowing that this moment would pass, a wish that it could last? Perhaps you took a photograph, trying to capture the moment, to make it permanent. But the photograph is not the sunset. It is a memory, a representation, already one step removed from the living experience. This is viparinamadukkha, the suffering that comes from the changing nature of all pleasant experiences. And the third, the most profound, is sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence itself. This is the deepest teaching. The Buddha saw that the very nature of conditioned phenomena, the nature of all things that arise dependent on causes and conditions, is inherently unsatisfactory. Why? Because everything conditioned is impermanent, unreliable, and beyond our ultimate control. We build our sense of self, our sense of security, our sense of meaning upon things that are by nature unstable. This is like building a house upon sand. The structure may stand for a time, but its foundation is unreliable. Your sleeplessness tonight is rooted in this third form of dukkha. The mind is trying to secure itself, trying to establish control, trying to create permanence in a world where everything is flowing and changing. The mind lies awake, reviewing, planning, worrying, because it believes that through mental activity, it can secure what cannot be secured. It believes that through thinking, it can make the impermanent permanent, the unreliable reliable, the uncontrollable controllable. This is the fundamental delusion that the Buddha awakened from. And it is this delusion that keeps you awake. Now, let us be clear about what the Buddha was not saying. He was not saying that life is only suffering, that there is no joy, no beauty, no love, no wonder. This would be a nihilistic misunderstanding of his teaching. The Buddha himself experienced deep peace, profound joy, genuine happiness. What he was pointing to is that if we do not understand the nature of experience correctly, if we cling to pleasure and push away pain, if we try to make permanent what is by nature impermanent, then we create suffering for ourselves. The recognition of dukkha is not meant to make us pessimistic or depressed. Quite the opposite. It is meant to awaken us to reality as it actually is, so that we stop fighting against the nature of things. When we stop fighting, when we stop resisting, when we stop demanding that reality be other than it is, a profound peace becomes possible. In the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses, the Buddha uses a powerful simile to illustrate this point. He compares our usual relationship to experience to being shot by two arrows. The first arrow is the actual experience, the pain, the loss, the difficulty. This arrow is unavoidable. It is part of the nature of conditioned existence. But the second arrow, the Buddha says, we shoot at ourselves. This second arrow is our reaction to the first, our resistance, our anger, our fear, our story about what. The pain means our judgment of ourselves for experiencing it. The first arrow is dukkha in the sense of the inevitable challenges of existence. The second arrow is dukkha in the sense of the suffering we create through our misunderstanding and reactivity. The Buddha's teaching is aimed at helping us avoid shooting that second arrow. We cannot always prevent the first arrow. Life brings pain, loss, change, uncertainty. But we can learn not to compound that pain with our reactivity. As you lie here tonight, unable to sleep, consider this teaching. Perhaps there is a genuine difficulty in your life right now, a challenge at work, a strain in a relationship, a concern about health or finances. This is the first arrow. It is real. It requires your attention and skillful response. But notice how the mind multiplies this difficulty. It worries not just about the actual situation, but about all the terrible things that might happen. It judges you for having the problem. It compares you to others who seem to have it easier. It tells stories about inadequacy or unfairness. This proliferation, this multiplication of the original difficulty, this is the second arrow. And this is where most of our suffering actually lies. Let us examine more deeply how this dukkha manifests in the specific context of sleep and rest. The Buddha taught about the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 bundles of grasping that constitute what we call the self. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. It is through clinging to these aggregates as me and mine that dukkha arises. Consider the aggregate of form, the physical body. As you lie here, perhaps you notice discomfort, a tension in the shoulders, an ache in the back, the body's temperature, feeling not quite right. The mind immediately identifies with this discomfort. This is my pain. My body is not comfortable. I need it to be different. This identification, this claiming of the body's sensations as mine, as something I must fix or control, creates agitation. The body simply has sensations arising and passing. It is the mind's relationship to these sensations, the claiming of them, the resistance to them, that creates suffering. The Buddha taught a practice of observing the body with what he called kyanupasana, contemplation of the body. Not thinking about the body, but directly observing it. Feeling the sensations as they actually are, without the overlay of judgment or story. When you observe the body in this way, you begin to notice something remarkable. The sensations are constantly changing. That ache in the back is not a solid, unchanging thing. It is a flow of sensations, appearing and disappearing, intensifying and softening, moving and shifting. When you stop trying to make it go away, when you simply observe it with clear awareness, often it changes on its own, not because you controlled it, but because change is its nature, or considered the aggregate of feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that accompanies every experience. A thought arises about tomorrow's responsibilities. An unpleasant feeling accompanies it. Immediately, the mind contracts around this unpleasantness. It tries to push the thought away. It judges itself for having the thought. It worries about the worry. Layer upon layer of reactivity builds upon a simple, unpleasant feeling tone. The original feeling may have lasted only a moment, but the mental proliferation around it continues for hours, preventing sleep. The Buddha taught Vedananupasana, contemplation of feelings. This means observing the feeling tone of experience directly, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That is all. Not the story about the feeling, not the judgment of the feeling, not the reactivity to the feeling, simply the bare feeling tone itself. When you observe feelings in this way, you notice that they too are impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises and passes. An unpleasant feeling arises and passes. Even what seems like a continuous, unpleasant feeling, when observed closely, is actually a series of moments, each slightly different, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. And here is the liberating insight. If you do not grasp at pleasant feelings, trying to make them last, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of clinging. If you do not push away unpleasant feelings, resisting their presence, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of aversion. The feelings themselves are not the problem. Your relationship to them, your grasping and pushing, this is where dukkha is created. The aggregate of perception labels and categorizes experience. This is good, this is bad. This thought means I am anxious. This sensation means something is wrong. These perceptions, these labels, are not reality itself. They are the mind's interpretation of reality, but we take them as absolute truth. We believe our perceptions completely, and this belief keeps us trapped in reactivity. The Buddha taught sana, the understanding that perceptions are constructed, not given. They arise based on past conditioning, past experience, learned patterns. A sound in the night is perceived as threatening or benign based on past association, not on the sound itself. A bodily sensation is perceived as dangerous or harmless, based on learned interpretation. These perceptions happen so quickly, so automatically, that we rarely recognize them as perceptions. We think we are perceiving reality directly, but we are always perceiving through the filter of past conditioning. When you recognize this, when you see that your perceptions are interpretations rather than direct reality, something loosens. You can question your perceptions. You can hold them more lightly. You can recognize that the story your mind is telling about a situation may not be accurate. This creates space between stimulus and response, space where wisdom can operate rather than automatic reactivity. Mental formations. The fourth aggregate include all our habits of mind, our conditioning, our patterns of response. Perhaps you have a habit of reviewing the day before sleep, analyzing what went wrong, planning how to do better. This habit feels productive, feels necessary, but it is simply a conditioned pattern, repeated so many times it has become automatic. The Buddha taught that we can observe these patterns without being controlled by them. We can see them as sankhara-conditioned formations, arising due to past causes, not as essential aspects of who we are. This aggregate is vast. It includes all our volitional activities, all our intentions, all our habitual responses. It includes our tendencies toward anger or fear, our patterns of self-judgment, our default ways of interpreting situations. All of this is conditioned. All of this has been learned. And crucially, all of this can be unlearned, or rather, seen through. When you recognize a mental formation as a mental formation, when you see a habitual pattern as just a pattern, not as truth, not as self, you are no longer completely controlled by it. And consciousness, the fifth aggregate, is awareness itself, the knowing of experience. Even this, the Buddha taught, is impermanent and conditioned. Consciousness arises dependent on contacts between sense organ and sense object. It is not a permanent self, not an unchanging witness. It too comes and goes, appears and disappears. Eye consciousness arises when the eye contacts a visible form. Ear consciousness arises when the ear contacts a sound. Mind consciousness arises when the mind contacts a mental object, a thought or memory. This teaching is subtle and can be difficult to grasp. We tend to think of consciousness as the stable background, the unchanging observer of changing experience. But the Buddha pointed to something more radical. Consciousness itself is part of the flow. It arises and ceases, moment by moment. There is no eternal witness standing apart from experience. There is simply the arising and passing of knowing. Different types of consciousness appearing and disappearing based on conditions. When we cling to any of these aggregates as me or mine, when we identify with them, when we try to control them, dukkha arises. The body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are flowing, changing, unreliable. To grasp at them for security is to grasp at water. To demand that they be other than they are is to fight against the fundamental nature of conditioned existence. This is why ordinary approaches to sleep so often fail. They treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They try to manipulate the aggregates, to force the body to relax, to suppress thoughts, to create pleasant feelings, to control consciousness. But these aggregates cannot ultimately be controlled. They operate according to their own nature, arising and passing based on conditions, not on our will. The Buddha's approach is radically different. Rather than trying to control experience, he taught us to understand it. Rather than fighting against the aggregates, he taught us to see them clearly, to recognize their impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature. And in that recognition, clinging naturally releases. When clinging releases, dukkha ceases. When dukkha ceases, the mind settles into its natural state of peace. In the Anattalakkhana Sutta, the discourse on the not self-characteristic, the Buddha questions his 5 companions systematically about each aggregate. Is form permanent or impermanent? He asks. Impermanent, venerable sir, they reply. Is what is impermanent satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Is it fitting to regard what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. He asks the same questions about feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Each time, the answer is the same. These aggregates are impermanent, unsatisfactory when clung to, and not fit to be regarded as self. This systematic questioning is not meant to be merely intellectual. It is meant to be investigated directly in one's own experience. The Buddha is inviting us to look closely at what we take to be ourselves and see if it holds up under examination. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha provides detailed instructions for observing these aggregates. He teaches us to observe the body in the body, feelings in feelings, mind in mind, mental phenomena in mental phenomena, not observing from outside, but observing directly, intimately, within experience itself. When observing the body, he says, know the in-breath as the in-breath, know the out-breath as the out-breath, know the body walking, standing, sitting, lying, down, know all positions and movements of the body, and in this knowing, understand, this is simply body, not my body, not I am the body, simply body, a collection of elements temporarily configured, arising and passing according to conditions. He teaches contemplation of the body's elements. This body is composed of the earth element, the solidity and resistance in bones and flesh. It is composed of the water element, the fluidity in blood and lymph. It is composed of the fire element, the temperature and metabolism that maintain life. It is composed of the air element, the movement in breath and circulation. These 4 elements come together temporarily to form what we call a body. They will separate again at death, returning to the greater field of elements from which they came. This is not morbid contemplation. It is realistic understanding. It is seeing the body as it actually is, not as we wish it to be. When observing feelings, know a pleasant feeling as pleasant, an unpleasant feeling as unpleasant, a neutral feeling as neutral, and understand these feelings are impermanent. They arise and pass. They are not to be grasped or rejected. They are simply the natural responsive organism to conditions. In this understanding, the reactivity to feelings lessens. The mind does not chase after pleasant feelings or run from unpleasant ones. It simply observes the feeling tone, recognizes its impermanent nature, and remains equanimous. The Buddha further distinguishes between worldly and unworldly feelings. A worldly pleasant feeling is one based on sensual experience. An unworldly pleasant feeling is one based on renunciation or on meditative joy. A worldly unpleasant feeling is one based on attachment to sensual experience. An unworldly, unpleasant feeling is one based on the sincere wish for liberation, the healthy discontent with the unsatisfactory nature of conditioned existence. These distinctions help us understand our feelings more subtly, more accurately, when observing the mind. Know a mind with desire as a mind with desire, a mind with aversion as a mind with aversion, a mind with delusion as a mind with delusion. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, a scattered mind as scattered. Know a great mind as great, a small mind as small. Know a surpassable mind as surpassable, an unsurpassable mind as unsurpassable. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. Know a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. This is not judgment, it is recognition. The mind has many states, constantly changing. By knowing each state as it arises, by recognizing its characteristics, we stop identifying with the state. We see that these are visitors, temporary conditions of mind, not who we are. The mind that is scattered now may be concentrated later. The mind with desire now may be free of desire later. None of these states are permanent. None define us absolutely. And when observing mental phenomena, understand the hindrances when they arise. No sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. Understand how they arise, how they are sustained, how they cease. These hindrances are what prevent meditation, what prevent concentration, what prevent clear seeing. And significantly for our purposes tonight, these hindrances are what prevent sleep. Restlessness and worry, uthaka kukuka, is particularly relevant. The mind that cannot settle, that jumps from thought to thought, that worries about past and future, this is the restless mind. The Buddha taught specific antidotes to this hindrance. One is concentration practice, gathering the mind to a single object. Another is calming the bodily formation, relaxing the body to help calm the mind. Another is reflecting on the teachings, bringing wise attention to bear on the worried thoughts to see their impermanent, insubstantial nature. Observe also the factors of awakening when they arise. Know mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, equanimity. Understand their conditions, their development, their maturation. These 7 factors, when cultivated, lead to awakening, to the direct realization of the truth the Buddha taught. Mindfulness is the foundation. Investigation examines experience closely. Energy sustains the practice. Joy arises from skillful practice. Tranquility is the calming of body and mind. Concentration is the collected, unified mind. Equanimity is the balanced, non-reactive awareness that sees all phenomena with the same clear gaze. This is the Buddha's medicine for dukkha. Not positive thinking, not distraction, not suppression, but clear, direct, unflinching observation of experience as it actually is. And in this observation, wisdom arises, the wisdom that sees impermanence directly, the wisdom that recognizes the unsatisfactory nature of clinging, the wisdom that understands there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found in these flowing aggregates. This wisdom does not come from belief. It does not come from faith. It comes from direct observation. The Buddha famously said in the Kalama Sutta, "Do not believe something simply because it has been passed down through tradition, or because it has been said many times, or because it is written in scriptures, or because it accords with your beliefs, or because it seems logical, or because it accords with your philosophy, or because it appears true after consideration, or because the speaker appears trustworthy, or out of respect for a teacher. When you know for yourselves that these things are wholesome, blameless, praised by the wise, and when undertaken and observed led to benefit and happiness, then you should enter and dwell in them." This is an extraordinary statement for a religious teacher. The Buddha is telling us not to believe him on authority, but to test his teachings in our own direct experience. If you find them to be true, leading to benefit, to welfare, to happiness, then accept them and live by them. If not, abandon them. So even now, as you listen, you can test this teaching. Observe your own experience. Notice the thoughts that arise and pass. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice the sensations in the body constantly changing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice feelings appearing and disappearing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Is there anything in your experience right now that is truly permanent? Is there anything that is completely satisfactory when grasped? Is there anything that is truly under your absolute control? If you observe carefully, honestly, you will see that the Buddha's teaching is not philosophy or theory. It is description. It is pointing to what is already true, what has always been true, but what we have not clearly seen. We have been so busy trying to control experience, trying to make it conform to our desires, that we have not stopped to observe what it actually is. There is a story from the Pali Canon that illustrates this teaching beautifully. It is the story of Patakara, a woman who experienced devastating loss and, through that loss, came to profound awakening. Patakara was born into a wealthy merchant family in Savatthi. As a young woman, she fell in love with a servant in her household. Her parents, disapproving of this relationship, planned to marry her to a man of suitable status. In desperation, she fled with her lover to a distant village where they lived. As simple farmers, years passed, and Patakara became pregnant. As the time of birth approached, she wished to return to her parents' home for the delivery, as was the custom. Her husband refused, fearing her parents' anger. But when he was away, Patakara set out on the journey alone, driven by her longing for her family. Her husband, discovering she had left, rushed after her. But on the road, far from any village, her labor began. She gave birth beside the path. That night, as they huddled with their newborn, a terrible storm arose. Her husband went to gather materials to build a shelter. In the darkness, he disturbed a nest of vipers and was bitten. He died there, alone, trying to protect his family. Patakara, not knowing what had happened, waited through the night with her infant and her toddler son. At dawn, she found her husband's body, grief-stricken, but, needing to survive, she continued toward her family home, carrying her infant and leading her toddler by the hand. They came to a river, swollen by the storm. She could not carry both children across at once. She left her toddler on the bank and waded across with her infant. She placed the baby on the far shore and returned for her older son. But as she reached the middle of the river, a hawk, seeing the infant alone, swooped down and seized it. Patakara screamed and waved her arms, but the hawk flew away. The toddler, hearing his mother's cry and thinking she was calling to him, stepped into the river. The current swept him away before her eyes. Mad with grief, she continued to her parents' home. On the outskirts of the city, she met a man coming from town. She asked about her family. The man, not recognizing her, told her that in the storm, a wealthy merchant's house had collapsed, killing the merchant, his wife, and their son. He pointed to the smoke rising from their funeral pyre. In one day, Patakara had lost her husband, both her children and her entire family. Her mind shattered. She tore off her clothes and wandered the streets, insane with grief, crying out her losses to anyone who would listen. She wandered thus until she came to the Jetavana monastery where the Buddha was teaching. The monks tried to prevent her from entering, but the Buddha, seeing her, said, "Let her come. Bring her to mindfulness." As Patakara approached, the Buddha spoke to her with great compassion. "Sister, recover your mindfulness." At his words, something shifted in her. A small portion of clarity returned. Someone gave her a robe to cover herself. She bowed before the Buddha and told him her story, weeping. The Buddha listened, and then he spoke. "Patakara, do not think you are alone in your grief. Throughout countless lifetimes, the tears you have shed for lost loved ones are greater than the waters of the 4 great oceans. In the long journey of birth and death, you have experienced this loss not once, but thousands upon thousands of times. You have lost children, parents, husbands, friends, beyond counting. This is the nature of conditioned existence. All that arises passeth away. All that meets must part. This is not punishment. This is not personal. This is simply the nature of all conditioned things." He continued, "Searching for your loved ones in birth and death is like seeking someone in a dream. Where have they gone? They have gone where all conditioned things go. They have dissolved back into the elements, the earth, water, fire, and air from which they were temporarily composed. To cling to them, to demand that they remain, is to cling to the impossible. It is this clinging, this resistance to the truth of impermanence, that creates your suffering." Then the Buddha taught her about dukkha, about the unsatisfactory nature of all conditioned existence when we do not see it clearly. He taught her about the arising and passing of all phenomena. He taught her to observe her own mind, to see grief as a conditioned response arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood. But Akara listened deeply, and as she listened, understanding arose in her. She saw that her resistance to what had happened, her desperate wish that things could be different, her clinging to what was already gone, this was the source of her torment. The events themselves were already past. They could not be changed. But her relationship to those events, her understanding of them, this could transform. The Buddha taught her in stages. First, he established her in moral conduct, in sila. She took the precepts, the ethical guidelines that create a stable foundation for practice. Then he taught her about generosity, about dana, the practice of giving that loosens the grip of selfishness. Then he taught her about the heavenly realms, about the fruits of good action. And then, seeing that her mind was ready, pliant, without hindrances, elevated and clear. He taught her the Four Noble Truths. Bhattakara became a nun and devoted herself to practice. Later, after she had developed concentration and insight, she was washing her feet one evening. She poured water from a vessel and watched it flow down the slope. Some water traveled only a short distance before being absorbed into the earth. Some water flowed farther before disappearing. Some water flowed all the way to the bottom of the hill. As she watched this simple phenomenon, sudden, complete understanding arose. She saw that lives are like this water. Some beings live only briefly. Some live longer. Some live to old age. But all, without exception, flow toward death. None escape. This is not tragedy. This is simply the nature of conditioned existence. All formations are impermanent. All formations are unsatisfactory when clung to. All phenomena are not self. In that moment, Bhattakara awakened fully. She became an arahant, one who has realized complete liberation. Her grief did not disappear entirely. The memory remained, but her suffering ended. She could remember her loved ones with tenderness, but without the tearing pain of resistance. She had stopped fighting against reality. She had stopped demanding that impermanent things be permanent. And in that stopping, she found unshakable peace. The Buddha later spoke a verse about her realization. Though one should live 100 years without seeing the arising and passing of things, yet better is a single day lived seeing their arising and passing. Bhattakara became a great teacher herself. Many women came to her to be ordained, drawn by her wisdom and compassion. She understood suffering intimately, and she understood liberation intimately. She could guide others with the authority of direct experience. The verses attributed to her in the Theragatha, the verses of the elder nuns, speak of her complete freedom, her utter release from all bondage. This story teaches us the essence of the First Noble Truth. Dukkha is not the pain itself. Bhattakara experienced genuine, devastating loss. The dukkha, the unnecessary suffering, was her resistance to the impermanent nature of all things. When she saw clearly that all conditioned phenomena arise and pass, when she stopped demanding that reality be different from what it is, her suffering ceased even though the memory of loss remained. This is the understanding that allows the mind to rest, the mind that accepts impermanence, that does not cling to the past or grasp at the future, that sees clearly the flowing nature of all experience. This mind can settle. It has nothing to defend. It has nothing to secure. It can simply be, moment by moment, with what is now. Bhattakara's realization was complete and sudden, the fruit of intense practice and the perfect ripening of conditions. For most of us, understanding develops more gradually, but even a partial glimpse of this truth, even a momentary recognition of impermanence, can bring relief. When we see, even for a moment, that our thoughts are just thoughts, that our feelings are just feelings, that this moment of discomfort or anxiety is simply a passing condition, not a permanent state, something loosens in the mind. The Buddha compared the untrained mind to a monkey, swinging from branch to branch, never still, always grasping the next thing. This monkey mind lies awake at night, swinging from thought to thought, worry to worry, memory to planning to judgment, never resting. Why? because it believes that through this constant movement it can secure itself. It believes that if it just thinks enough, plans enough, reviews enough, it can make things safe, make things permanent, make things controllable. But the trained mind, the mind that understands dukkha, sees the futility of this endless grasping. It sees that safety cannot be found through control, because the nature of conditioned existence is beyond our ultimate control. It sees that permanence cannot be achieved, because the nature of all things is impermanence. And in seeing this clearly, deeply, repeatedly, the grasping begins to release. This releasing is not resignation. It is not giving up or becoming passive. It is something far more profound. It is the recognition of what is actually possible and what is not. We cannot make impermanent things permanent. We cannot control all conditions. We cannot prevent loss and change. These are simply not possible. To exhaust ourselves trying to achieve the impossible is suffering. But what is possible? It is possible to understand our experience clearly. It is possible to observe our reactions without being controlled by them. It is possible to meet each moment with awareness rather than with automatic reactivity. It is possible to recognize impermanence directly and to live in harmony with it rather than in opposition to it. And it is possible to find peace, deep and unshakable peace, not through controlling conditions, but through understanding their nature. This understanding is what the Buddha called right view, samadhi, the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is the foundation of all transformation. Without right view, we are lost in the forest of confusion, mistaking the impermanent for permanent, the unsatisfactory for satisfactory, the not self for self. With right view, the path becomes clear. We see where we are, where we need to go, and how to get there. Right view has two aspects. There is mundane right view and supramundane right view. Mundane right view is the understanding of karma, of cause and effect in the moral realm. It is the understanding that wholesome actions lead to happiness and unwholesome actions lead to suffering. This view motivates ethical conduct and creates the conditions for deeper practice. Supramundane right view is the direct penetration of the Four Noble Truths, the seeing of things as they actually are. This is the view that liberates, the view that cuts through delusion at its root. This is the view that Patakara realized as she watched the water flowing down the hill. This is the view that ends suffering completely and finally. But even before full liberation, even in the development of practice, right view transforms our experience. When we understand, even intellectually at first, that clinging causes suffering, we begin to notice our clinging. We catch ourselves grasping at pleasant experience, pushing away unpleasant experience. And in that noticing, in that awareness, the grip loosens slightly. We are no longer completely identified with the craving or aversion. We see it happening, and what can be seen can eventually be released. As you lie here tonight, perhaps you can begin to sense this truth in your own experience. Notice the thoughts that prevent sleep. Are they not thoughts of resistance? Resistance to how the day went. Resistance to how you feel. Resistance to the uncertainty of tomorrow. The mind churns because it is fighting against what is, or what might be. What if, just for this moment, you stopped fighting? Not giving up, not becoming passive, but simply ceasing the internal war against reality. What if you allowed this moment to be exactly as it is, with all its uncertainty, all its incompleteness, all its imperfection? What have you recognized that your sleeplessness itself is an impermanent condition, arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood? This is the beginning of wisdom. This is the first noble truth. Not a pessimistic declaration that life is suffering, but a realistic recognition that when we misunderstand the nature of existence, when we cling to what cannot be held, when we resist what cannot be prevented, we create suffering for ourselves. The good news, the profoundly liberating news, is that this suffering is not necessary. It arises from ignorance, and therefore it can cease through understanding. This understanding is what we are cultivating together tonight. The Buddha did not merely diagnose the disease. He provided the complete cure. But to understand the cure, we must first understand more deeply the cause of the disease. The first noble truth shows us that dukkha exists. That unsatisfactoriness pervades conditioned existence when we relate to it incorrectly. But why? What is the root cause? What is the mechanism by which this suffering arises? This is what we must explore next. We must investigate what the Buddha called the second noble truth, the origin of suffering. We must examine tanha, the thirst, the craving, the endless wanting, that drives the mind's restless pursuit and prevents its peace. For it is not enough to recognize suffering. We must understand its source. A physician does not merely identify symptoms. He traces them to their cause, their origin. Only then can effective treatment be prescribed. The Buddha was often called the great physician, and his teaching follows this medical model precisely. First, the diagnosis. Dukkha exists. Second, the etiology. This is its cause. Third, the prognosis. It can be cured. Fourth, the treatment. This is the path to its ending. We have examined the diagnosis thoroughly. Now we turn to the cause. What is it that keeps the mind turning, churning, unable to rest? What is the engine that drives this endless becoming? This constant dissatisfaction, this perpetual seeking that finds no lasting fulfillment. The Buddha pointed to something both simple and profound. He pointed to craving, to tanha, to the mind's constant thirst for something other than what is. Let us turn now to this exploration, to the second noble truth, to understanding the very root of our restlessness. The second noble truth, samudaya, speaks to the origin of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha states it clearly and directly. This is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. It is this craving tanha which leads to repeated existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there. That is, craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, craving for extermination. Tanha. This single word in Pali encompasses the entire mechanism by which suffering arises. It is usually translated as craving or thirst, and both translations point to something essential. Thirst implies an urgent need, a driving compulsion, a state of lack that demands to be filled. Craving suggests a reaching toward, a grasping at, an inability to rest content with what is. Consider actual physical thirst, when the body needs water, everything else becomes secondary. The mind focuses on the need, on finding water, on satisfying the thirst. There is a tension, an incompleteness, a state of non-rest. And even after drinking, after the immediate thirst is quenched, thirst will arise again. It is never permanently satisfied. This is the nature of tanha. It is an endless cycle of wanting, temporary satisfaction, and wanting again. But the Buddha was not speaking merely of physical thirst or even of obvious desires. He was pointing to something far more subtle and pervasive. He was pointing to the fundamental orientation of the unawakened mind, the mind that has not understood the nature of reality. This mind is always in a state of reaching, always seeking, always dissatisfied with what is, always believing that fulfillment lies just ahead, in the next experience, the next achievement, the next moment. This is why you cannot sleep. The mind is thirsty. It is reaching. It is wanting. It wants tomorrow to go well. It wants yesterday to have been different. It wants this moment of wakefulness to end. It wants sleep, and in wanting sleep, it creates the very agitation that prevents sleep. This is the paradox of tanha. The more we crave, the more we suffer. The more we grasp, the more we create the conditions for dissatisfaction. The Buddha identified 3 types of tanha, 3 forms of craving that keep us bound to suffering. The first is kama-tanha, craving for sensual pleasures. This is the most obvious form. The craving for pleasant sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touch, sensations. The desire for wealth, for status, for the pleasures of the senses. This craving drives much of human activity. We organize our lives around the pursuit of pleasant experiences and the avoidance of unpleasant ones. We work to earn money to buy things that will bring pleasure. We seek relationships that will provide emotional satisfaction. We consume entertainment to stimulate pleasant feelings. None of this is inherently wrong. The Buddha was not an ascetic who rejected all pleasure. He himself had experimented with extreme asceticism before his enlightenment and found it unhelpful. He taught the middle way, neither indulgence nor denial. But he saw clearly that when we are driven by craving for sensual pleasure, when we believe that happiness lies in acquiring and consuming pleasant experiences, we create suffering for ourselves. Why? Because sensual pleasures are impermanent. They arise and they cease. The delicious meal ends. The pleasant sensation fades. The exciting experience becomes ordinary through repetition. And in their ending, in their fading, there is disappointment. There is loss. There is the immediate arising of craving for the next pleasant experience. We are on a treadmill, constantly running, never arriving. The second type is bhavatanha, craving for existence or becoming. This is more subtle. This is the craving to be someone, to become something, to establish ourselves as a particular identity. It is the craving for recognition, for achievement, for the building up of self. We want to be seen as successful, as intelligent, as attractive, as spiritual, as good. We create a self-image, and then we crave experiences that confirm and enhance this image. This craving for becoming is intimately tied to our sense of self. We have an idea of who we are and who we want to be, and we organize our lives around becoming that person. We pursue goals, we develop skills, we cultivate relationships, all in service of this project of becoming. But this too is ultimately unsatisfactory. The self we are trying to establish is itself impermanent, unreliable, constantly changing. The achievements we grasp fade. The recognition we receive is temporary. The identity we build is always under threat, always needing defense. always requiring maintenance. As you lie here tonight, notice this craving for becoming. Perhaps your mind is planning how you will be tomorrow, what you will achieve, how you will handle challenges, how you will present yourself. This is bhavatanha, the mind trying to construct a self, trying to become someone, trying to secure itself through future becoming. And this very activity prevents rest. The mind that is always becoming cannot simply be. It cannot rest in the present moment as it is. The third type is vibhavatanha, craving for non-existence or annihilation. This may seem contradictory. How? Can craving for non-existence be a form of craving? But the Buddha saw this clearly. This is the craving to escape, to avoid, to make unpleasant experiences disappear. It is the wish for difficult emotions to end, for challenging situations to vanish, for aspects of ourselves we dislike to be eliminated. In its extreme form, it is the desire for complete annihilation, for the self to cease to exist. But this too is craving. It is still the mind reaching, still the mind in a state of resistance and dissatisfaction. Instead of grasping to what pleasant experience, it is pushing away unpleasant experience. But the mechanism is the same. It is tanha. It is the inability to rest with what is. It is the constant movement of attraction and repulsion, reaching and rejecting. Notice in your own experience tonight. The mind that cannot sleep is engaged in all three forms of craving. It craves pleasant experiences, perhaps remembering pleasant moments from the past or imagining pleasant scenarios in the future. It craves to become someone who handles things well, who is productive tomorrow, who overcomes current difficulties. And it craves for unpleasant experiences to end, for worries to disappear, for this state of wakefulness itself to be annihilated and replaced with sleep. All three forms of craving create agitation. They prevent the mind from settling. They keep it in constant motion, constantly seeking, constantly dissatisfied. The Buddha saw this pattern with perfect clarity, and he saw that this pattern is not personal, not unique to any individual. It is the default operation of the unawakened mind. It is what the mind does when it does not understand the nature of reality. Now, why does craving arise? What is its source? The Buddha traced it back to feeling, to Vedana. When a pleasant feeling arises, craving to prolong it arises. When an unpleasant feeling arises, craving to end it arises. When a neutral feeling arises, often ignorance about its nature arises, and then craving for something more interesting, more stimulating. This is the sequence. Contact between sense organ and sense object gives rise to consciousness. Consciousness and contact give rise to feeling. Feeling gives rise to craving. Craving gives rise to clinging. And from clinging arises all suffering. This is called paticca samuppada, dependent origination. It is the Buddha's most profound teaching on causality, on how suffering arises through a chain of conditions. Each link in the chain depends on the previous link. Break any link, and the chain is broken. Suffering ceases. This is not fatalism. This is empowerment. Because if suffering arises through causes, then by removing the causes, suffering can be ended. The crucial link, the one where intervention is most effective, is the link between feeling and craving. Feeling arises automatically. It is part of the nature of consciousness. When the eye sees a pleasant form, a pleasant feeling arises. We cannot prevent this. It happens naturally. But what happens next is not automatic. Between feeling and craving, there is a space, a moment where wisdom can operate, a moment where we can observe the feeling without immediately reacting to it with craving. This is the practice. This is where freedom lies. Not in preventing feelings from arising, which is impossible, but in observing feelings clearly, understanding their impermanent nature, and not reacting to them with craving. When we can do this, when we can feel a pleasant feeling without grasping at it, feel an unpleasant feeling without pushing it away, then craving does not arise. And when craving does not arise, clinging does not arise. And when clinging does not arise, suffering does not arise. This is the promise of the Buddha's teaching. Complete freedom from suffering is possible, not by arranging external conditions perfectly, not by achieving all our goals, not by acquiring everything we desire, but by understanding the mechanism of suffering and ceasing to perpetuate it. Let us examine more closely how craving operates in the mind. The Pali texts describe it with the term perupa saturupa, that which is agreeable and pleasing. The mind surveys experience looking for what is agreeable, what is pleasing. When it finds it, it grasps. When it finds what is disagreeable, it rejects. This is happening constantly, mostly below the threshold of conscious awareness. The mind is evaluating, judging, categorizing, reaching, rejecting, all in a continuous stream. This evaluating mind, this judging mind, this craving mind prevents rest. To rest, to truly rest, the mind must stop this constant activity. It must cease. The endless project of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. It must come to a state of non-craving, of non-reaching, of acceptance of what is. But how? Simply telling the mind to stop craving does not work. Craving is deeply conditioned. It has operated for so long, through so many lifetimes according to the Buddhist view that it feels like our nature. It feels like who we are. We identify with our desires. We think we are what we want, what we fear, what we hope for. To stop craving feels like ceasing to exist. And here we encounter a profound teaching. The Buddha said that craving arises from ignorance, avidya. We crave because we do not see clearly. We do not understand the nature of what we are craving. We think that acquiring the object of craving will bring lasting satisfaction. We think that avoiding what we fear will bring lasting security. We think that becoming what we want to be will bring lasting happiness. These are all mistakes. They are misunderstandings about the nature of reality. Every object of craving is impermanent. It will change and pass away. Every state we hope to avoid will arise again under the right conditions. Every identity we try to establish is unreliable and constantly shifting. We are craving after things that cannot deliver what we hope they will deliver. This is the fundamental ignorance that drives craving. When we see this clearly, when we understand directly through our own experience that no conditioned thing can provide lasting satisfaction, then craving naturally weakens. Not through suppression, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in chasing after what it now knows to be unsatisfying. There is a famous simile in the texts. The Buddha compares craving to the taste of honey on the blade of a knife. A child, seeing the honey, licks the blade, attracted by the sweetness. But in licking the blade, the tongue is cut. there is both pleasure and pain mixed together. The pleasure is temporary, superficial. The pain is real and lasting. This is the nature of all experience driven by craving. There may be temporary satisfaction, but it is always mixed with suffering, always leading to more craving, always cutting even as it sweetens. The wise person sees this and no longer licks the blade. Not because they suppress desire, not because they grit their teeth and resist, but because they see clearly that this leads to harm. The seeing itself is the freedom. When you truly see that something leads to suffering, you naturally stop doing it. You do not need to force yourself. The clarity itself protects you. This is why the Buddha emphasized wisdom, panna, over willpower. Willpower can suppress craving temporarily, but it creates tension, creates struggle, creates a sense of deprivation. Wisdom sees through craving, understands its nature, and in that understanding, craving releases naturally. There is no struggle, no sense of giving something up. There is simply clarity and the natural response to clarity. Consider how this works in your own experience. When you were a child, perhaps you believed in certain myths or stories that you later outgrew. When did you stop believing? Not through forcing yourself, not through willpower, simply through growing in understanding, through seeing more clearly. The belief fell away naturally when it was no longer supported by your level of understanding. This is how craving falls away through wisdom, not through struggle, but through seeing. As you lie here tonight, you can begin to observe craving directly. Notice when a thought arises and there is a reaching toward it or a pushing away from it. That movement, that lean of the mind, that is tanha. Notice how the mind wants things to be different. It wants sleep when there is wakefulness. It wants tomorrow to come so today can be over. It wants certain thoughts to stop and other thoughts to continue. All of this is craving. All of this is the movement that prevents rest. And notice something else. Notice the suffering that accompanies craving, the tension, the dissatisfaction, the sense of incompleteness. Craving and suffering arise together. They are two sides of the same coin. Where there is craving, there is suffering. Where craving ceases, suffering ceases. This is not theory. This is something you can observe directly in your own mind right now. The Buddha taught about the proximate cause of craving, what conditions give rise to it. He said that craving arises dependent on feeling, but also dependent on ignorance. It is the combination. Feeling plus ignorance equals craving. Feeling plus wisdom equals equanimity. Same feeling, different response, depending on the presence or absence of understanding. So the practice becomes clear. We must develop wisdom. We must understand reality as it actually is. And specifically, we must understand three characteristics of all conditioned phenomena. These are called the tilakkhana, the three marks of existence. All conditioned things are impermanent anicca. All conditioned things are unsatisfactory when clung to dukkha. All conditioned things are not self-onatta. When these three characteristics are directly seen, deeply understood, thoroughly penetrated, craving loses its grip. The mind sees there is nothing to grasp, nothing that will provide the permanent satisfaction it seeks, nothing that can be claimed as me or mine. Let us explore a traditional story that illustrates the nature of craving and its consequences. This is the story of King Pasenadi and the lesson of the 4 horses. Found in the Samyutta Nikaya, King Pasenadi of Kosala was a devoted lay follower of the Buddha and often visited him for teachings. One day, the king came to the Buddha and asked about the different types of practitioners on the spiritual path. The Buddha responded with a simile about 4 types of excellent thoroughbred horses. The first horse, the Buddha explained, moves at the mere shadow of the whip before any physical contact. This horse is so sensitive, so responsive, that the slightest indication is enough. It understands immediately what is required and responds with perfect compliance. The second horse moves when the hairs of its body are touched by the whip. The third horse moves when its flesh is touched, and the fourth horse moves only when the whip strikes to the bone. The Buddha then explained the meaning. The first type of practitioner hears about the suffering in someone else's experience, perhaps in another village, perhaps even in another land. Someone has fallen ill, someone has died, someone has lost everything. And hearing this practitioner reflects deeply. They understand that this same suffering could come to them. Impermanence is universal. No one is exempt. This understanding penetrates so deeply that they are moved to practice with urgency, to develop wisdom, to prepare for the inevitable changes of life. This is like the horse that moves at the shadow of the whip. The second type of practitioner needs to see suffering more directly. Someone in their own village becomes ill. Someone they know experiences loss. Now the reality of impermanence becomes more vivid, more personal, and this moves them to practice. This is like the horse that moves when its hairs are touched. The third type needs suffering to come even closer. Someone in their own family falls ill. Someone they love dies. Now suffering is at their door, and they cannot ignore it. This, finally, moves them to earnest practice. This is like the horse that moves when its flesh is touched. And the fourth type, the Buddha said with compassion, does not practice until they themselves are experiencing acute suffering, until they themselves are sick, grieving, facing death. Only then do they turn to the teachings, seeking relief. This is like the horse that moves only when struck to the bone. The Buddha did not criticize any of these types. He simply observed that people awaken at different rates, with different degrees of sensitivity to the truth of suffering. But he encouraged his listeners to be like the first horse, to learn from the universal truth of impermanence without needing to wait for her. Personal disaster to motivate practice. This story teaches us about craving in a subtle way. What keeps the second, third, and fourth horses from responding earlier? What keeps them from seeing the truth that is already evident? It is craving. Craving for existence to continue as it is. Craving for the pleasant illusion that we are somehow exempt from universal laws. Craving to avoid the uncomfortable truth of impermanence and suffering. We want to believe that things will stay the same, that the people we love will always be here, that our health will last, that our circumstances will not change dramatically. This wanting, this craving for stability in an unstable world blinds us to reality. It keeps us from responding to the truth that is already apparent if we would only look. King Pasenadi himself provides another teaching about craving. The texts record that he struggled with overeating. He loved food and ate to excess, which caused him discomfort and made him drowsy during the Buddha's teachings. The Buddha taught him a verse to recite while eating. When a person is constantly mindful, knowing moderation in the food they eat, their ailments decrease, they age slowly, and they preserve their life force. This simple teaching about food contains the entire teaching about craving. Craving leads to excess. Excess leads to suffering. Mindfulness and understanding of moderation lead to well-being. This applies not just to food, but to all experience. Craving leads us to excess in all things, to always wanting more, to never being satisfied with what is. And this constant wanting is exhausting. It is what keeps the mind churning, unable to rest. The king took this teaching to heart and practiced moderation. The texts say that he became healthier and more alert. He experienced directly how reducing craving reduced suffering. This is not asceticism. This is not denial. This is simply understanding what is enough, what is appropriate, what leads to well-being rather than to excess and suffering. As you lie here, consider your own relationship to craving. What are you craving right now? Perhaps sleep itself has become an object of craving. You want it so badly that the wanting creates tension, and the tension prevents the very sleep you crave. This is the paradox of craving. It creates the obstacle to its own fulfillment. Or perhaps you are craving for tomorrow to go a certain way, for a problem to resolve, for a relationship to improve, for circumstances to change. All of this craving creates tension in the mind. The mind that craves cannot rest because it is always reaching toward something that is not yet present, always dissatisfied with what is. The Buddha taught a practice specifically for working with craving. It is called the contemplation of the unattractive asubha bhava. This does not mean making things ugly or cultivating aversion. It means seeing clearly the nature of what we crave, seeing through the superficial attractiveness to the reality beneath. When we crave sensual pleasure, we see only the pleasure, not the impermanence, not the ultimate unsatisfactoriness, not the suffering of change. We are enchanted, captivated by the surface appearance. The contemplation of the unattractive breaks this enchantment, not by making things ugly, but by seeing them completely, by seeing all aspects, including the aspects we normally ignore. The beautiful flower is also dying from the moment it blooms. The delicious food will become waste matter in hours. The praised achievement will be forgotten. The comfortable circumstance will inevitably change. This is not pessimism. This is realism. This is seeing the whole truth rather than only the pleasing part. When we see the whole truth, craving naturally lessens. We are no longer chasing after illusions. We see things as they are, and this seeing brings a natural equanimity. We can enjoy beauty without clinging to it. We can experience pleasure without craving for it to last. We can accept comfort without demanding that it remain. This is the freedom that comes from understanding. Another teaching the Buddha gave about craving is found in the discourse on the simile of the snake. He taught that there are two ways of grasping things. One is like grasping a snake incorrectly, by the tail or the middle of the body. The snake, feeling threatened, will bite. The bite brings suffering. The other way is like grasping a snake correctly, with a forked stick behind its head. The snake cannot bite. It can be held safely. The same is true of the teachings and of experience itself. If we grasp the teachings or experiences incorrectly, through the lens of craving and clinging, we will suffer. If we hold them correctly, with wisdom and non-attachment, they will not cause suffering. The problem is not the teaching or the experience. The problem is how we hold it, how we relate to it. This is crucial for understanding craving. Craving is a way of relating to experience. It is not the experience itself. You can have the same experience with craving or without craving, and the result will be completely different. With craving, there is tension, dissatisfaction, suffering. Without craving, there can be peace, contentment, ease. The Buddha also taught about the gratification, danger, and escape regarding sense pleasures. The gratification is the pleasure we experience, the satisfaction, the temporary happiness. This is real. The Buddha did not deny it, but he said we must also see the danger. The danger is the impermanence, the bondage, the way pleasure binds us to the cycle of craving. And the escape is the renunciation, not of pleasure itself, but of craving for pleasure, of dependence on pleasure for our well-being. When we see all three clearly, gratification, danger, and escape, then we are no longer enslaved by sense pleasures. We can experience them without being controlled by them. We can enjoy them without needing them. This is mature renunciation, not the forced denial of the beginner, but the natural no-note attachment of one who sees clearly. Consider the relationship between craving and identity. Much of our craving is tied to our sense of self. We crave things that confirm our identity, that make us feel real, that establish us as someone. If we identify as successful, we crave recognition and achievement. If we identify as attractive, we crave admiration. If we identify as spiritual, we crave peaceful experiences and progress on the path. All of this is craving in service of self-construction. But the Buddha taught unnata, not self. He taught that there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found. In the 5 aggregates, this teaching directly undermines the basis of craving. If there is no self, who is doing the craving? What is being protected? What needs to be established? When this teaching is deeply understood, when it is directly seen, craving loses much of its power. There is no one to crave, no one to satisfy, no identity to establish or defend. This is not nihilism. It is not saying that nothing exists or that we don't exist. It is saying that what we take to be a solid, permanent self is actually a process, a flow, a series of conditions arising and passing. And when we see this clearly, we stop trying to solidify what is by nature fluid. We stop trying to make permanent what is by nature impermanent. And this stopping is the cessation of craving. The mind that does not crave has no need to remain awake, vigilantly seeking, constantly evaluating. It can rest. It has nowhere to go, nothing to protect, nothing to acquire, nothing to become. This is the peace the Buddha pointed to. This is the peace that makes deep rest possible. Now, the Buddha was very practical in his teachings. He did not just present lofty philosophy. He gave specific practices for working with craving in daily life. One of these is sense restraint, guarding the sense doors. This means being mindful at the moment of sense contact, when the eye sees a form, when the ear hears a sound, when the mind encounters a thought, we are present with awareness. We observe the feeling tone that arises. We observe the movement toward craving or aversion. And in that observation, we have a choice. We can follow the habitual reaction, or we can simply observe without reacting. This is not suppression. We are not trying to stop feeling from arising. We are not trying to prevent perception. We are simply bringing awareness to the process, observing how craving arises, how it operates, how it leads to further mental proliferation. And in this observation, gradually, craving loses its compulsive quality. We see it happening, and what can be seen has already lost some of its power over us. Another practice is contentment, santuthi. The Buddha praised contentment as great wealth. The contented person is rich, regardless of external circumstances. The discontented person is poor, even with abundance. Contentment is not complacency. It is not giving up on skillful effort or improvement. It is the absence of the constant craving for things to be other than they are. It is the ability to be at peace with what is, even while working skillfully to improve conditions. This contentment is especially relevant to sleep. The mind that is content can rest. The mind that constantly wants things to be different churns endlessly. Contentment does not mean you must like everything about your circumstances. It means you recognize and accept what is, even as you work to address what can be addressed. This acceptance, this lack of internal resistance, creates the conditions for rest. The Buddha also taught about the nutriment of craving, what feeds it, what sustains it. He said that inappropriate attention, ayoniso manasikara, is the nutriment of craving. Inappropriate attention means attending to things in a way that increases craving. For example, focusing on the attractive aspects of something while ignoring the unattractive aspects, focusing on what you lack rather than what you have, comparing yourself unfavorably to others. All of this is inappropriate attention. It feeds craving. It makes it stronger. Appropriate attention, yoniso manasikara, is attending to things in a way that decreases craving. Seeing things as they actually are, with all their aspects. Seeing impermanence, seeing unsatisfactoriness, seeing not-self. Reflecting on the danger in what you crave and the benefit in what you resist. This appropriate attention starves craving. It withdraws the nutriment that keeps it alive. You can practice this right now. Notice the thoughts that arise about tomorrow, about your current situation, about yourself. How are you attending to these thoughts? Are you feeding craving or starving it? Are you ruminating in ways that increase dissatisfaction? Or are you observing with clear comprehension that reduces reactivity? The ultimate teaching on craving. Is it cessation nirada? The Buddha taught that craving can cease completely, utterly, without remainder. This is not temporary suppression. This is the complete ending of craving. And with the ending of craving comes the ending of suffering. This is nibbana, nirvana, the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace. The cessation of craving is possible because craving is conditioned. It arises due to causes. It is sustained by conditions. When those causes and conditions are removed, it ceases. This is the great hope of the Buddha's teaching. Suffering is not inherent to existence. It is not punishment. It is not fate. It is the result of causes, and those causes can be addressed. As you lie here tonight, you are practicing. Perhaps you did not realize it, but listening to these teachings, reflecting on them, observing your own mind, this is practice. You are developing understanding. You are seeing more clearly the nature of craving, how it operates, how it creates suffering. And in this seeing, already, craving begins to loosen its grip. The path to the cessation of craving is gradual for most people. There are sudden breakthroughs, moments of profound insight, but these are built on a foundation of accumulated understanding. Each moment of seeing craving clearly, each moment of not following it, each moment of resting in awareness. Rather than reaching with desire, these moments accumulate. They change the mind. They develop new patterns, wholesome patterns that lead toward peace rather than toward suffering. You need not try to stop craving through will. Simply observe it, see it clearly, understand its nature. And as understanding grows, craving naturally weakens. This is the gentle way, the middle way, the way the Buddha taught. Not violent suppression, not forced denial, but wise understanding leading to natural release. And now, having explored the origin of suffering, having examined how craving arises and operates, we are ready to turn to the most liberating teaching of all. We are ready to explore the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering. We are ready to understand how craving can be released, how the mind can find complete peace, how liberation is possible. Let us continue this journey into the heart of the Buddha's wisdom. We come now to the third noble truth, Narada, the cessation of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha proclaimed, "This is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. It is the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving, the giving up and relinquishing of it, freedom from it, non-reliance on it. This is the most liberating teaching in all of Buddhism. Suffering can end, not temporarily, not partially, but completely, utterly, finally. The craving that drives suffering can cease. The grasping can release. The mind can find peace so profound that no circumstance can disturb it. This is not wishful thinking. This is not religious faith. This is the direct testimony of one who achieved it, and the confirmation of countless practitioners across 25 centuries, who have followed the same path and reached the same destination. The third noble truth is the declaration that Nibbana exists. Nibbana, nirvana in Sanskrit, literally means extinguishing or blowing out. Like a flame that is extinguished when its fuel is exhausted, suffering is extinguished when its fuel, craving, is removed. This is not annihilation of existence. It is the extinguishing of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the end of suffering, not the end of being. But what does this cessation feel like? How can we understand it? The Buddha used many terms to describe it because it is beyond ordinary language. He called it the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace, the secure, the refuge, the island amidst the flood, the further shore, the end of suffering, the unbinding, the letting go, the freedom, the liberation in the Udana A collection. Of inspired utterances, the Buddha speaks of Nibbana directly. There is, monks, an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned. If there were not that unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, there would be no escape from the born, become, made, conditioned. But since there is an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, therefore an escape from the born, become, made, conditioned is discerned. This is a profound statement. The Buddha is pointing to something that is not part of the conditioned realm, not subject to arising and passing, not subject to birth and death. This is what makes escape possible. If everything were conditioned, if everything was subject to arising and passing, then suffering would be inevitable and inescapable. But there is the unconditioned, there is Nibbana, and therefore liberation is possible. Now the experience of nibbana is said to be ineffable beyond words. But the Buddha did describe its characteristics to give practitioners direction. He said it is permanent, unlike all conditioned phenomena. It is happiness, but not the happiness dependent on conditions. It is peace beyond understanding. It is the complete absence of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the cessation of craving. It is the ending of dukkha. But how is this cessation achieved? This is what we must understand carefully. The cessation of craving is not achieved through more craving. We cannot crave our way to non-craving. We cannot force cessation through willpower alone. We cannot make it happen through effort. In the ordinary sense, this is a subtle point that many practitioners misunderstand. The Buddha taught that cessation comes through understanding. When the nature of craving is fully understood, when its origin is fully understood, when its danger is fully seen, when the benefit of its cessation is fully appreciated, then craving naturally releases, not through force, but through wisdom, not through suppression, but through seeing clearly. This is why the Buddha emphasized right view as the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view is the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. It is seeing suffering, seeing its origin in craving, seeing that cessation is possible, and seeing the path to that cessation. This right view is what makes all other progress possible. Without it, we are lost. With it, we have direction. Let us understand more deeply what cessation means in practical terms. It means the ending of the constant reaching, the constant dissatisfaction, the constant sense of incompleteness. It means the mind no longer leans into experience with grasping or away from experience with aversion. It means perfect equanimity, perfect balance, perfect peace with whatever arises. This does not mean the mind becomes blank or unresponsive. Quite the opposite. The liberated mind is fully alive, fully aware, fully responsive, but it responds with wisdom rather than with reactivity. It meets experience with clarity rather than with confusion. It acts skillfully without being driven by compulsion. Imagine a mind that has no fear because it is not clinging to anything that can be lost. Imagine a mind that has no anxiety because it is not trying to control what cannot be controlled. Imagine a mind that has no disappointment because it is not expecting impermanent things to be permanent. This is not imagination. This is description of the liberated mind. This is what becomes possible when craving ceases. As you lie here tonight, you might wonder, how can I experience even a taste of this cessation? How can I move toward this liberation? The Buddha's answer is clear, through the Noble Eightfold Path. But even before systematic practice of the full path, there are moments when cessation can be glimpsed. Moments when craving temporarily releases and the mind touches peace. These moments often come unexpectedly. Perhaps you are in nature, standing before a vast landscape, and suddenly the constant mental chatter stops. There is simply the experience, pure and immediate, without the overlay of wanting or fearing. This is a moment of cessation, or perhaps, in deep meditation, the mind settles and all reaching ceases. There is simply awareness, resting in itself, content. This is a taste of cessation, or perhaps in a moment of profound loss. After the initial storm of grief has passed, there comes a moment of complete acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a deep letting go. an understanding that this is how things are, this is the nature of existence. In that moment, while pain may remain, suffering ceases. This cessation arising through wisdom born of experience. The Buddha taught that there are two kinds of nibbana. There is nibbana with residue esaropadisa, nibbana and nibbana without. Residue and upadisasa, nibbana. The first is the experience of the living errant, the fully liberated one who still has a physical body and continues to experience the world through the senses. The body may experience pain, may experience pleasant and unpleasant sensations, but there is no craving, no suffering. The mind is completely free even while the body continues. The second is the final nibbana at the death of the arahant, when even the five aggregates dissolve completely. This is beyond all description because there is no reference point left in the conditioned world. But the Buddha assured his disciples that this is not annihilation. It is not nothingness. It is the unconditioned which cannot be understood through conditioned concepts. For our purposes tonight, what matters is the first kind, the cessation that is possible here and now, in this very life, with this very mind. This is what the Buddha taught is achievable through dedicated practice. This is what makes the teaching practical and relevant. We need not wait for death to experience liberation. We can taste it now, develop it now, realize it now. The key to this cessation is letting go, relinquishment, vasaga in Pali. This is perhaps the most important word in the Buddha's practical teachings. Letting go. Not suppressing, not denying, not running away, but releasing, relinquishing, allowing to be. But what does it mean to let go? This is often misunderstood. Letting go does not mean not caring. It does not mean becoming passive or indifferent. It does not mean abandoning responsibility or wisdom or compassion. Letting go means releasing, clinging, releasing the grasping, releasing the identification with experience as me and mine. You can care deeply about someone without clinging to them. You can work diligently toward goals without craving results. You can enjoy pleasant experiences without grasping at them. You can learn from unpleasant experiences without pushing them away. This is the art of letting go. This is the middle way between attachment and aversion. The Buddha used the simile of a man carrying a heavy burden. Every step is effortful, exhausting. Then he sets the burden down. There is immediate relief, immediate ease. This is what letting go feels like. The burden of craving, of constant grasping and pushing is heavy. When it is released, even momentarily, there is palpable relief. The mind becomes light. The body relaxes. Peace arises naturally. You can experience this right now. Notice where you are holding tension, either in body or mind. Notice where you are resisting what is, where you are wanting things to be different. And just for this moment, experiment with letting go. Not changing anything externally, but internally releasing the clinging, releasing the resistance. Notice what happens. Notice if there is even a small sense of ease, of relief, of peace. This is not magical. This is the natural result of ceasing to create suffering. When we stop the internal war against reality, when we stop demanding that impermanent things be permanent, when we stop trying to control what cannot be controlled, suffering naturally decreases. This is cause and effect. This is the law of dependent origination operating in reverse. When craving ceases, suffering ceases. The Buddha taught specific practices for cultivating this letting go. One is the practice of impermanence contemplation, anakonapassana. This means observing directly, repeatedly, persistently, that all conditioned phenomena are impermanent. Every thought arises and passes. Every sensation appears and disappears. Every emotion comes and goes. Every experience is in constant flux. When impermanence is seen clearly, deeply, repeatedly, clinging naturally weakens. Why grasp at what is already slipping away? Why try to hold on to what is by nature flowing? The mind that truly understands impermanence learns to move with the flow rather than against it. It learns to appreciate each moment as it is, knowing it will not last, and therefore not demanding that it last. Another practice is the contemplation of not-self, anattanupassana. This means observing that nowhere in experience can a permanent, unchanging self be found. The body is not self, it is changing. Feelings are not self, they come and go. Perceptions are not self, they are constructed. Mental formations are not self, they are conditioned. Consciousness is not self, it arises and ceases. When not self is understood, the question arises, who is doing the clinging? If there is no permanent self, what is being protected? What is being established? This understanding undermines the very basis of craving. Craving operates on the assumption of a self that needs protecting, satisfying, establishing. When that assumption is seen through, craving loses its foundation. A third practice is the contemplation of suffering, dukkha nupassana. This means observing clearly how suffering arises through clinging and ceases through letting go. Not just believing this intellectually, but seeing it directly in your own experience. Watch how grasping at a pleasant experience creates tension. Watch how resisting an unpleasant experience creates struggle. Watch how letting go brings ease. This direct observation is more powerful than any teaching. When you see for yourself, repeatedly, that clinging causes suffering and letting go brings peace, the mind naturally inclines toward letting go. It is not forced. It is not effortful. It is simply the natural response to clear seeing. There is a story in the Majjhima Nikaya that beautifully illustrates letting go. It is the story of the lute string told by the Buddha to the monk Sona. Sona was a young monk who was practicing with great intensity. He would walk in meditation until his feet bled. He pushed himself relentlessly, thinking that only through extreme effort could he achieve awakening. But despite his heroic efforts, he made no progress. Instead, he became exhausted and discouraged. He began to think perhaps he was not suited for the monastic life. Perhaps he should return to his family, to the wealth he had left behind, and practice as a layperson. The Buddha, through his telepathic powers, knew what Sona was thinking. He appeared to him and asked Sona, "When you were a householder, were you skilled at playing the lute?" Sona confirmed that he was. The Buddha then asked, "When the strings of your lute were too tight, was it in tune and playable?" Sona replied, "No, venerable. And when the strings were too loose, was it in tune and playable?" "No, venerable. But when the strings were neither too tight nor too loose, but adjusted to an even pitch, was your lute then in tune and playable?" "Yes, venerable sir." The Buddha then taught, in the same way, Sona, excessive energy leads to restlessness, and insufficient energy leads to laziness. Therefore, Sona, resolve on an even level of energy, find the right pitch for your faculties, and take up your task there. Sona followed this advice. He adjusted his practice, finding the middle way between extreme effort and laxity. Soon after, he achieved full liberation. He became an arahant. This story teaches us about letting go in a profound way. Letting go is not a matter of more effort, more striving, more forcing. It is a matter of balance, of finding the right adjustment, of allowing rather than demanding. When the mind is too tight with effort, there is strain. When the mind is too loose with laxity, there is no progress. But when the mind finds the middle way, when there is alert relaxation, engaged ease, then progress becomes natural. This is directly relevant to sleep. The mind that tries too hard to sleep cannot sleep. The trying creates the obstacle, but the mind that gives up all effort may simply continue churning. The middle way is alert relaxation, aware but not striving, present but not grasping. This is the quality that allows sleep to come naturally. The Buddha also taught about gradual cessation, how the mind progressively lets go of grosser attachments before it can let go of subtler ones. He compared it to the ocean, which deepens gradually, slopes away gradually, not plunging suddenly to great depths. In the same way, the practice leads gradually to deeper and deeper letting go. First, we let go of gross unwholesome behaviors. We stop harming others. We stop taking what is not given. We stop harmful speech. This is moral conduct sila, the foundation of practice. Without this foundation, the mind is too disturbed, too burdened with remorse and consequence, to progress further. Then we let go of gross hindrances. We observe the mind's tendency towards sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. We see these arising and we practice not feeding them, not following them. This allows concentration to develop. As concentration develops, we let go of identification with thoughts. We see thoughts arising and passing like clouds in the sky. We do not take them so personally, so seriously. This is a significant letting go. Most people are completely identified with their thoughts, believing that their thoughts are truth, a reality, are who they are. When this identification releases, there is great freedom. Then we let go of identification with emotions. We see emotions as energy moving through the body-mind, arising due to conditions, passing when conditions change. We do not need to suppress them or act them out. We can simply observe them with equanimity. This letting go brings stability. Progressively, we let go of identification with all five aggregates. Form, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are seen as impermanent processes, not as self. This is the deepest letting go, the letting go that leads to complete liberation. But we need not achieve complete liberation to benefit from the teaching of letting go. Every small release, every moment of non-clinging, brings a measure of peace. The practice is not all or nothing. It is gradual, progressive, cumulative. Each step taken is valuable in itself and prepares the ground for the next step. The Buddha taught that there are 4 stages of awakening, for progressively deeper realizations of truth. The stream enterer has glimpsed nibbana directly and can never again completely fall back into ignorance. The one's returner has weakened sensual desire and ill-willed significantly. The non-returner has eliminated them completely. The Arahant has eliminated all fetters, all chains that bind consciousness to suffering. But even before stream entry, even in the very beginning of practice, there are benefits. The person who practices moral conduct experiences the peace of blamelessness. The person who develops concentration experiences the peace of a settled mind. The person who cultivates wisdom experiences the peace of understanding. All of these are valuable. All of these are worth pursuing. And here is a liberating truth. You are already practicing. Right now, as you lie here listening to these teachings, contemplating them, observing your own mind, you are engaging in wise reflection. You are developing understanding. You are planting seeds of wisdom that will bear fruit. The Buddha said that there are 3 ways of making merit, of creating positive karma: dana, giving sila, moral conduct, and bhavana, mental development through meditation and study. You are engaging in bhavana. Right now, you are developing your mind. This is powerful. This has consequences. This is changing you in subtle but real ways. Let us explore more deeply the relationship between letting go and impermanence. The Buddha taught that truly understanding impermanence is the direct path to cessation. Why? Because when impermanence is deeply seen, directly experienced, thoroughly penetrated, clinging becomes impossible. You cannot cling to what you truly know is flowing away. You cannot grasp what you see is by nature ungrasping-able. Most of us know, intellectually, that things are impermanent. We know people die. We know circumstances change. We know our bodies age. But this knowing is superficial. It has not penetrated deeply. We live as if things are permanent. We make plans assuming continuity. We cling to relationships as if they will last forever. We identify with our body as if it is stable. This is the ignorance the Buddha pointed to. True understanding of impermanence comes through direct observation. Watch the breath. Each inhalation is unique, never to be repeated. Each exhalation dissolves into space. The breath of this moment is not the breath of the last moment. It is constantly new, constantly dying, constantly being born. This is impermanence. Not as concept, but as lived reality. Watch sensations in the body, that ache in the back. Is it constant? Look closely. Is it not a flow of sensations, sometimes sharp, sometimes dull, sometimes spreading, sometimes concentrated, appearing, disappearing, changing moment by moment? Where is the solid, unchanging ache? It cannot be found. There is only flow. Watch. Emotions. Anger arises. Seems overwhelming. Appears as if it will last forever. But watch it carefully without feeding it with thoughts. See how it changes. See how it has a peak and then begins to subside. See how it is made of components, body sensations, mental images, evaluative thoughts. See how these components themselves are changing. The anger that seems so solid reveals itself as a process, a flow, empty of permanent essence. This seeing, this direct observation, is what the Buddha called vipassana, insight. It is not thinking about impermanence. It is seeing it directly, and in seeing it, understanding arises. Not intellectual understanding, but experiential understanding. Understanding that transforms, because it changes how we relate to experience. When impermanence is truly seen, three insights naturally follow. First, if all things are impermanent, they cannot provide lasting satisfaction. This is the insight into dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Second, if all things are impermanent and unsatisfactory when clung to, they are not suitable to be regarded as me or mine. This is the insight into unicita, not self. These three characteristics, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self, are called the three marks of existence. To see them clearly is to see reality as it is. The Buddha taught a specific meditation for deep insight into impermanence. It is called the contemplation of death, Marananusati. This is not morbid, it is realistic. Death is certain. The time of death is uncertain. This is true for everyone without exception. Contemplating this focuses the mind wonderfully. What becomes important when death is clearly understood? What attachments seem worth maintaining? What conflicts seem worth perpetuating? Ajahn Chah, a great Thai forest master of the 20th century, used to encourage his students to contemplate death regularly. He would say, if you are not sure whether you are practicing correctly, ask yourself, am I prepared to die right now? If the answer is no, your practice needs adjustment. This is not meant to create fear, but to create urgency, to help us use our time wisely, to encourage letting go of what is not essential. Another practice for cultivating letting go is the practice of generosity, dana. Generosity is literally the practice of letting go. You have something, and you give it away. You release your hold on it. You practice non-clinging in a very concrete way. The Buddha taught that generosity is the foundation of the path. Before people are ready for deeper teachings, they should first practice giving. Why is generosity so important? Because it directly counters greed, one of the three roots of suffering. When you give, you experience that letting go brings happiness. You see that your security does not depend on accumulating and hoarding. You see that there is joy in releasing rather than in grasping. This experiential understanding then carries over into other areas of practice. You can practice generosity of material things, of time, of attention, of presence, of forgiveness. All of these are forms of giving, forms of letting go. All of them create happiness for yourself and others. All of them weaken the grip of craving. The Buddha also taught metta, loving kindness, as a practice that leads toward letting go. When the heart is filled with love, with genuine care for the welfare of others, there is no room for hatred, for ill will, for resentment. Metta is a way of releasing the heart from negative states, allowing it to rest in a positive, wholesome quality. That traditional metta practice involves mentally reciting phrases of well-wishing. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. May I live with ease. Then extending these wishes to others, to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, to all beings. This practice softens the heart. It reduces the sense of separation between self and other. It cultivates a quality of openness and care that naturally reduces clinging. As you lie here, you might practice metta for yourself. You might recognize that you deserve kindness, you deserve care, you deserve peace. The mind that is harsh with itself, that judges and criticizes, cannot rest. But the mind that meets itself with friendliness, with compassion, can settle. May you be at peace. May you be free from suffering. May you rest easily. These are not just nice words. They are powerful intentions that shape the quality of mind. Let us return to the central question. How does cessation actually occur? The Buddha described it as the fading away of passion, viraga. Viraga means dispassion, but not in the sense of becoming cold or unfeeling. It means the ending of feverish craving, the cooling of the burning of desire. When passion fades, when craving lessens, when grasping releases, cessation naturally occurs. This fading happens through seeing clearly. When you see the danger in what you crave, when you see the benefit in letting go, when you see the impermanent nature of all objects of craving, passion naturally fades, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in what it previously craved, not because it suppresses desire, but because it sees the futility of pursuing what cannot satisfy. Think of how you might have craved certain things as a child that you no longer crave as an adult. Perhaps toys, perhaps games, perhaps foods. These cravings do not end through willpower. They ended through growing in understanding, through seeing that these things no longer satisfy in the way you need. This is natural maturation. The spiritual path is the same process, but applied to all cravings, even the subtlest ones. The Buddha compared this process to the ocean gradually evaporating under the heat of the sun. Drop by drop, the ocean decreases. In the same way, moment by moment, through clear seeing, through understanding, through non-engagement with craving, the ocean of suffering gradually evaporates. There may not be a dramatic moment where everything suddenly changes, though such moments do occur for some. More commonly, there is gradual transformation, gradual lightening, gradual peace. This gradual path should encourage us. We need not achieve complete enlightenment in one night. We need only take one step, understand one thing, let go of one clinging. This is enough. This is valuable. This is progress. And each step makes the next step easier. There is a beautiful teaching in the Itavataka, a collection of short discourses. The Buddha says, there are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of household life and the happiness of renunciation. Of these two, the happiness of renunciation is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness connected to attachment and the happiness not connected to attachment. Of these two, the happiness not connected to attachment is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of the senses and the happiness not of the senses. Of these two, the happiness not of the senses is supreme. This teaching points to progressive, letting go leading to progressively deeper happiness. We might think that letting go means losing happiness, but the Buddha teaches the opposite. The happiness that comes from letting go is superior to the happiness that comes from grasping. Why? Because it is not dependent on conditions. It does not fade. It does not disappoint. It is the happiness of freedom itself. You might taste this even now. Notice if there is any moment where craving has temporarily ceased, perhaps in a moment of full attention to the present, perhaps in a moment of acceptance of what is. In that moment, how does the mind feel? Is there not a quality of ease, of peace, of okayness? This is the happiness of non-clinging. This is what becomes available when we stop fighting reality. The final teaching we must understand about cessation is that it is not a distant goal, not something that exists only at the end of the path. Every moment of letting go is a moment of cessation. Every moment of non-craving is a moment of peace. The practice is not about achieving some future state. It is about this moment, this breath, this experience, met with wisdom and non-clinging. The Buddha taught about two kinds of release: release through wisdom and release through concentration. Release through wisdom is seeing clearly the three characteristics and thereby letting go of clinging. Release through concentration is the temporary suspension of hindrances through deep meditative absorption. Both are valuable. Both bring peace. Ultimately, complete liberation requires wisdom, but concentration supports and enables the development of wisdom. As you lie here, you might experience moments of deep concentration naturally arising. The mind settles, becomes absorbed in the teachings, becomes quiet. These are valuable moments. They give the mind rest. They show what is possible. They create faith that peace is achievable. Do not grasp at them. Do not try to force them to continue. Simply appreciate them when they occur and let them go when they pass. This itself is practice of letting go. We must also understand that letting go does not mean we become passive or indifferent. The Buddha was enormously active. He taught for 45 years after his enlightenment, traveling constantly, establishing the Sangha, guiding thousands of students. He was not passive, but he was free from craving. His actions came from wisdom and compassion, not from craving and aversion. This is the key difference. You can engage fully with life while letting go of clinging. You can work diligently without craving results. You can love deeply without grasping at the beloved. You can care about outcomes without being attached to. Then, this is the middle way, the balanced way, the wise way. It is not cold detachment. It is warm engagement combined with wisdom. As we come to the end of this exploration of cessation, let us reflect on what we have understood. Cessation is possible. It is the ending of craving through understanding. It comes through seeing clearly the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and not self-nature of all conditioned phenomena. It develops gradually through practice, and it brings happiness that surpasses all conditioned happiness. This is the third noble truth, the truth that gives hope, the truth that motivates practice. Because of this truth, we know that our efforts are not in vain. We know that peace is possible. We know that the suffering we experience is not necessary, not permanent, not inevitable. This knowledge gives us strength to practice, patience to persist, faith to continue. And now, having understood that cessation is possible, having glimpsed what it might mean to let go, we turn to the practical question: how? What is the actual path? What are the specific practices that lead to this? Cessation. This is the fourth noble truth, the truth of the path, the most practical and detailed teaching the Buddha gave. Let us explore this path together, the path that leads from suffering to peace, from bondage to liberation, from ignorance to wisdom. And so we come to the end of this journey through the Buddha's wisdom. We have traveled together through the landscape of suffering and its cessation, through the territory of craving and letting go, through the understanding that transforms. How we meet each moment. Let us rest now in what we have explored. There is no need to hold tightly to any of it. These teachings are not possessions to be grasped. They are signposts pointing to truth, invitations to look more deeply at your own experience. The words will fade, but the understanding they point to can continue to unfold. Remember the essence. Suffering arises from misunderstanding, from relating to experience through the lens of craving and clinging. When we see clearly the impermanent, flowing nature of all things, when we understand that grasping at what cannot be held creates pain, when we learn to meet life with wisdom rather than with compulsive reactivity, suffering naturally decreases. Peace naturally arises. This is not distant philosophy. This is immediate, practical truth. Right now, in this moment, as you lie here, you can practice what we have explored. Simply notice experience as it is. The breath moving in and out. Sensations in the body appearing and disappearing. Thoughts arising and passing like clouds. All of it flowing, changing, empty of permanent essence. And notice your relationship to this flow. Are you fighting against it? Are you wanting it to be different? Or can you, just for this moment, allow it to be exactly as it is? Can you rest in the flow rather than struggling against it? This is the practice. This is the path. This is what leads from agitation to peace. The Buddha taught that we should be like the earth, like water, like fire, like wind. The earth receives all things, pleasant and unpleasant, clean and dirty, without preference, without rejection. Water flows around obstacles, adapting to conditions without resistance. Fire burns all things equally, transforming without attachment. Wind moves through space freely, unobstructed. This is the quality of the awakened mind. Receptive, flowing, transforming, free. You need not achieve this perfectly. You need only incline toward it. The mind that inclines toward wisdom, toward letting go, toward understanding, this mind is already on the path, already changing, already moving toward peace. As you settle deeper into rest, know that this is not wasted time. This listening, this contemplation, this gentle observation of your own experience, all of this is practice. You are cultivating the seeds of wisdom. These seeds will grow in their own time, according to their own nature. Your task is simply to plant them, to water them with attention, to provide the conditions for growth. The growing itself happens naturally. Let go now of any effort to understand completely, to remember everything, to achieve anything. Let these teachings settle into the deeper levels of mind where they can work silently, transforming from within. Trust the process. Trust the wisdom of the Buddha who walked this path before you. Trust your own capacity for understanding, for letting go, for finding peace. The Buddha's final words to his disciples were these: all conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive with diligence. This is not a harsh command. It is a gentle encouragement. Everything changes. This moment will pass. This night will end. This life will conclude. Knowing this, use your time wisely. Practice with sincerity. Develop understanding. Cultivate peace. But strive with the right kind of effort. Remember Sona and the lute string. Not too tight, not too loose. Find the middle way. The effort that is relaxed yet alert, engaged yet peaceful, directed yet flowing. This is the effort that bears fruit. And even as you practice, remember to be gentle with yourself. The path is gradual. Progress is not always obvious. There will be difficulties, doubts, setbacks. This is natural. This is part of the journey. The Buddha himself, before his awakening, experienced 6 years of intense struggle. But he persevered, he adjusted his approach, and he found the way. You too will find the way in your own time, according to your own conditions. For now, simply rest. Let the body be at ease. Let the breath flow naturally. Let thoughts come and go without engagement. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, nothing you need to become. Just this moment, just this breath, just this awareness. Simple, natural, complete. That wisdom you have touched tonight will continue to work within you. In dreams, in the space between sleeping and waking, in the quiet moments of tomorrow, insights will arise. Understandings will deepen. Peace will grow. Trust this process. It is the nature of wisdom to unfold, to reveal itself progressively, to transform the mind gradually but surely. May you rest in peace. May you awaken with clarity. May you move through your days with the wisdom of impermanence, lighting your path. May you find the freedom that comes from letting go. May you know the happiness that does not depend on conditions. May you be well. May you be at ease. May you be free from suffering. These teachings have been offered by countless awakened beings across the centuries, transmitted from teacher to student in an unbroken lineage of wisdom. You are part of this lineage now. You have received the teachings. You have contemplated them. You have begun to understand. This connects you to all who have walked this path before, and to all who will walk it after. Rest now in this connection. Rest in the timeless truth that the Buddha discovered. Rest in your own capacity for awakening. Rest in the peace that is always available when we stop fighting against reality and learn to flow with it. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." This is the final teaching. What you are seeking is not far away. It is not in some future achievement or attainment. It is here, now, in the simple act of letting go, of accepting what is, of resting in awareness itself. So let go now. Release the day that has passed. Release concern for the day to come. Release even these teachings. Let everything settle. Let everything be. And in this letting go, discover what remains when all grasping ceases. Discover the peace that has always been here, waiting beneath the turbulence, waiting beneath the striving, waiting to be recognized. Sleep well, rest deeply, and may the wisdom of the Buddha's teachings bring you lasting peace, now and always.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death, but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive. The hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death, not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing. Perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife, Xanthippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? The kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet. Hesiod, who wrote of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero. All the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most. Ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, it was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick, feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said, that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything, his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life, and death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice, and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image, an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, he left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why, when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Narration, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Narration sighed. Because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. And this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies. And Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone-cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Xenophon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Xenophon Knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, these men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance. And that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it, and then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought, and some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates, was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing, that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates, the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing, but you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety?" You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates, asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else. It seems like a reasonable answer, but watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. "That's an interesting example," he says. "But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act. But what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share?" Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. Piety is what is loved by the gods. Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, "But which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it?" Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. Piety is what all the gods love. Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes the crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates, Continues, a doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations, feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of. Yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated, and here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting. Because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong. And Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god, Apollo, had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought, even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate, and it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats, and when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers, still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know. That the unexamined, life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, the kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe, or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding Socrates, but we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive, your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment, you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage, and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field Assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot, letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are? The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, if who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly, not because he was sure what death was. He admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat, tired, sleep, afraid, run, angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you or wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them, because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity, and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway, because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom, and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison, and he refused, because he had examined what justice required, and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing comfort himself. The kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, what you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. Free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters.